Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
If you're on iRacing, this is one of the biggest sim races of the entire year. The Majors series has been running for quite some time, and for the fourth time running, a 24-hour race around the French countryside. It is the Majors 24, the top split being broadcast live here on SimSpeed TV, on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. Whichever platform you're coming from, we hope you enjoy the show to come. We'll be broadcasting the first segment, the first 6 hours, and then be back on tomorrow for the final 6 hours of the top split. There's loads of professional sim racing teams competing in this event, with some of iRacing's very best ready to go for the crown. And live here on SimSpeed TV, it's me, Reese Gardner, taking you through the first 3 hours of the event. I'm here with David Haynes and Simon Mazzomo. Jake Kennedy is on call for production as well. Hainesy is going to stay with you all and take lead for the hours 3 to 6. But we'll go to you, of course, first, David. The Circuit de la Sarthe. It's a historic circuit, been around since the early 1920s, and a public road monster of a racetrack, this one. It is the quintessential endurance racing track.
101 years of history just outside of Le Mans, France. The Circuit de la Sarthe. Here it is. So many exciting landmarks around here, but I think absolutely defined by the length of straight that is the Mulsanne Straight. Slipstreaming is so powerful here. The speeds are super high, but then there are challenging corners around, like that kinked braking zone to Indianapolis, the big stop at Mulsanne Corner, and then of course places like the opening part of the lap at the Dunlop Curve and Chicane, and the Porsche curves, which mean that you do need cornering ability, a bit of downforce on your car. It forces you to compromise somewhat, but it's that prodigious length of this racetrack as well. Almost 14 kilometers per lap. Lap times around sort of 3.5 to 4 minutes. It's a big circuit for a big, big race.
Yeah, and a big, big field too, Simon. We have got a massive amount of teams here in this session. I absolutely can't wait to see the goings on here in the first few hours of this race. We've got a huge amount of nationalities competing in this event.
Absolutely. You can see on screen at the moment, there's quite a stellar lineup of nations in here. Egypt, one of them. We've got a driver there, driver from Kuwait as well. You can see the Europeans are out in force, especially the French. This is their home race. This is the one that they want to win. And there's a lot of other representation from other nations as well. So this is the fantastic thing about this race. As you said at the start of this is the big one, especially on iRacing. This is something that we all want to win, and Majors putting this on, everyone's turned out to have a crack.
Yeah, they absolutely have. We have as wide of a spread from, the typical big racing nations of France, Germany, the UK, the United States of America. We've also got a few drivers hailing from Egypt, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Slovakia and Slovenia in there as well. A couple of South Africans in the midst of all of this as well. 5 Chileans taking part in the race as well. Very interesting to see indeed. The Hyperpole session is currently active, but it's not just about this final qualifying session. There have been 2 weeks worth of preparations going into this race, and in pre-qualifying, drivers can buy extra laps in pre-qualifying. That money ends up going to charity, and the charity that the Majors is supporting for the Majors 24 is The Hunger Project, a global non-profit committed to the end of world hunger. They've got a reach of 16 million people in nearly 15,000 communities worldwide in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Latin America. Go to thp.org to lend your support. As for the support that Majors drivers have given to the Hunger Project, over $2,000 worth raised for charity just in the lead up to this race. Really awesome to see, David.
Yeah, really awesome stuff, and it makes just such a big occasion out of this race. You talk about that pre-qualifying. 688 teams cannot all be in one race. So we've got to find the top teams to put in this top split while not leaving anyone out, letting everyone have a chance to race and experience this 24-hour challenge. And so that's where the splits come in. You've got the top talent in this tier, and then it goes down all the way through 13 simultaneous races. A really, really big event. And these drivers in this top split that we're looking at, we know how talented they're going to be, how prepared all of these teams are going to be, how seriously they take it. And they know that they're the top of 13 splits. They know the stakes here in the highest Majors 24 split, and that all eyes are on them to try to deliver over the next 24 hours.
Yeah, indeed. But you say 13 splits. I mean, it doesn't matter how fast or slow your team is. Of course, the splits have been decided by average qualifying times from all drivers within a particular team. So these guys have the best averages out of everyone, but it doesn't matter what your pace is. You'll have someone to race with in the Majors 24. And the lower splits are also going to be broadcast by our good friends at Global Sim Racing Channel and Pit Stop TV, among others. 13 splits, Simon, and 3,000 drivers set to take part in this event across those 13 splits. It really is incredible, the turnout we've seen.
Oh, it's massive. Like 3,000 drivers turning up. Again, that's a massive amount of numbers. And the thing to remember is too that Le Mans is one of those races where, yes, we've got our attentions on top split today. We're seeing the best of the best racing in top split. Not to diminish anything that's happening on in the lower splits as well. I've done this race numerous times. It's one of my favorite races. I absolutely adore this race. Even just getting to the end, just finishing this race is so hard. It's taken me so many attempts, and half the time I've never even finished the race. So to sort of say, yes, we're watching these guys because these are the best at the moment, but you got to remember there's a lot of other drivers out there that are really going to be pushing not only to get a result, but just to make it to the end.
Yeah, pushing and qualifying at the moment for BS competition. Nicolas Boy is the driver at the wheel of this Acura GTP. Couple of interesting goings on for Acura drivers in the GTP class on iRacing. David, the Acura used to be the car to have in the GTP class, but it's had some tweaks in the 2024 Season 3 build. And we are now at the point where the Acura isn't quite as competitive versus the likes of the Cadillac and the Porsche. So I think GTP is going to be quite a huge competitive run between all of these teams. Casey Kerwin is also in the server as well. 17th place as things stand for the Penguin RC Lightning team. Just one of many high-profile drivers on iRacing we're going to be seeing today.
24 hours of bop chat. Let's go. But yeah, precisely taking a look at this team in their Acura LMDH. They're predominantly Americans with their Canadian Cody Cosgrove, but it's Casey Kerwin with the honours at the moment. These long segments of the Mulsanne Straight and the high speeds that you carry through those parts. And then this big braking zone here, currently 17th in class. Casey Kerwin's going to hope this lap comes together because there's a few cars in class that haven't really put together a competitive time just yet. And while the pole at the moment in GTP there is 3 minutes 19, the LMP2 cars are really not that far behind at 3:28, only 9 seconds of difference per lap around this monster of a lap as well.
Yeah, true monster of a lap. It takes 3 minutes and 20 seconds or thereabouts for a GTP, or LMDH, I suppose you could call them in this context, being a European race, to complete a lap. The LMP2s, they run round about the 3.5 minute mark. We're going to be seeing times approaching 3 minutes 50 to 4 minutes for the GT3 class. So there's going to be a long period where all the classes are going to be racing by themselves, but a few laps into the race, we're going to be seeing a massive run through traffic for the prototypes. And I think that's a good opportunity for us, Simon, to talk about strategy, because the GTPs, they tend to make anywhere from 45 to 55 minutes to a tank of fuel. The GT3s, they can go for about an hour, but the LMP2s, they are pretty much locked in to half-hour stints or thereabouts. The fuel tank in the Dallara P217 only lasts about 10 laps around here, so if you can fuel save in the initial stints and manage to extend a stint by that extra lap, that'll pay dividends for you later on.
Absolutely, and that tends to play out a little bit over the time. Is your first stint, I don't think we'll see much sort of racing. There'll be a bit of sort of fuel saving, finding out where your pace is, finding out where you are in relation to other drivers. Everyone's just going to be trying to find themselves a bit of the rhythm, but it has definitely been a factor in the past races that I've done where you will try and get yourself into maybe a bit of a fuel save, where you'll try and maximize the amount of laps that you can out of the tank as well. Really good if you find yourself with a group of drivers who are actually in that sort of same mindset. You could just sit there and work together and sort of try and stretch those laps out. There is going to be a bit of inter-team working in that regard as well. So strategy is one of those things you can't sort of think right here and now what's happening. You've really got to start thinking 12-hour, 16-hour, 18-hour mark down the road, because really it's cliche, but we all love to steal that line from Neil Crompton, buying a ticket to yourself in the last half an hour. With this one, it's basically you want to get yourself to the point where when you start looking at your last couple of pit stops, that you're going to be in a position that you're going to capitalize and get track position at the end of it.
Well, speaking of capitalizing, how about that lap from BS Competition? Nicolas Boyers absolutely monstered this circuit. It's only a very narrow margin for pole position at the moment. Movano Cube Controls Red, only 0.03 of a second slower than them, but that was a magnificent lap from the number 89, David. We'll have to wait and see what kind of response Casey Kerwin has.
Yep, and it's across this 14 kilometers, just a couple of thousandths of a second, but that's all it takes to disrupt what was a 1-2 from Movano Cube Controls. Both of their cars are done in this hyperpole session, so we're looking at some of the other cars in category to disrupt.
And it looks like Casey Kerwin here is going to be the last driver to set a time in the hyperpole session. So right on board with him here, bit of oversteer on the exit of Indianapolis in the Penguin RC Lightning Acura. Absolutely love watching onboards of GTPs. They really monster those corners, and if you think the performance through Indianapolis was great, wait till you get to the Porsche curves, Simon. An onboard through here is just beautiful to watch in a prototype.
Oh, beautiful to watch, but to experience it's something. You really don't even brake in this part. You jump down gear, lift off the throttle this section as well. You're not changing gears. You're just lifting off the throttle. Drop down to 6th, drop down to 5th. You've got to focus really to stay right as much as you can. Flick left. There he is. He's done that beautifully. You've really got to open up that corner as much as you can as you run down towards the forward curves. You're hard on the brake. They'll use a little bit of that entry into the pit lane. Over the top of the curbs, got to use as much as you possibly can on the last two. And you'll head across the line, a little bit of a slide off the corner, but it's looking like a very decent time, a 3:20. That is a solid lap time from Casey Kerwin.
Gets into the top 10, 3-minute 20.16 for him. And with that, that's the last 10 seconds of the session left to run. All cars have set their times in the Hyperpole session, and we can get going for the 24-hour race to come. So, Nicolas Boy setting a fantastic qualifying time in the BS competition, number 89, sharing the front row with the Movano Cube Controls Red, number 75 in the GTP/LMDH class. Simon Collarts getting onto third for Movano Cube Controls Blue alongside WSR Esports Butt Kicker. A couple of really heavy-hitting teams in the iRacing world here at the top of this field, not to mention Fiercely Forward, the number 59 starting in 5th place alongside the ST Racing Esports Acura. It's pretty much an Acura Cup here at the moment in this session, with Altitude Esports sharing the 4th row with Race Clutch, another long-time competitive team in the iRacing world. Penguin RC Lightning will start in 9th alongside the German Sim Racing Blue entry, Alexander Weitzel at the wheel of that one. One of the first non-Acuras, Dylan Burse piloting the Eclipse Sim Sports Porsche to 11th place on the grid alongside the Tatum Vesta Red Acura. And then we have Pat Pelshart piloting the Solpec Precision Racing car to 13th place. With Gerica Motorsport and Parnell Racing 15th and 16th. The GTP field completed by Mag Performance, Tatum Vesta Green, and Absolute Motorsport Acelith. 19 GTP cars on here, David, and we have a great amount of LMP2s as well.
Yep, all in that Dallara P217, 5,000th of a second to separate the front row of the grid with WSR Esports, Butt Kicker White, and Effect Simulations. They'll be the front row of LMP2. P1Docs.com and Delatraz Automotive are the row behind that. Row number 3 for P2 is Apex Racing Team and Manidi Racing Purple. On row 4, we have WSR Esports Butt Kicker Black and Fiercely Forward Silver. And then for the 9th and 10th, Synergy Sim Racing and IFR Esports. LMP2 continues with Hydra Race Geodesic Racing and Delta Sport 11th and 12th. Then AZR Motorsports Black and Alpha Esports Blue are 13th and 14th. Hyperion Racing and Alpha Esports are 15th and 16th in class. And lucky last, Marcin Gadinsky for Ganzia Racing Team had no qualifying time by the looks of things.
And we'll head into the GT3 field. Sven Haas puts it on pole for Grid and Go 717. Virtual Coach GG by Grid and Go as well, locking out the front row with DTIX Motorsport third alongside Mag Performance GTD. Heading down to 5th, Fiercely Forward Yellow, alongside will be Fiercely Forward Purple, another lockout, single row lockout for a same team. WR Esports Butt Kicker GT3, in P7, and Manitai Racing Green in P8. Netrex Grand Prix White, Ian lining up in 9th place, with Delta V Racing 1 lining up in P10. 56 Racing lining up in P11 with Impulse Racing P12. Team Nishikin will line up in 13th with Solpec Precision Racing R alongside in 14th spot. Absolute Motorsport Acolyte will be in 15th. Druckmantini DS Racing in 16th place. ArcticSimRacing.com Team Yellow in 17th with Sherrup Esport Blue in 18th. 19th will be rounded out with Dalatras Automotive, and that will round out the GT3 grid.
It will indeed. 55 cars taking to the start of the fourth running of the Majors 24 here in 2024. How convenient indeed. The iRacing controlled AI pace car will pull into the pits out of the Ford chicane, and it'll be up to BS Competition to get the start they need. 24 hours on the clock. The time starts now, and the GTP field gets away beautifully. Nicolas Boy with a fantastic start, but the Movano Cube Controls car behind him is absolutely monstering him into turn one. Three-way battle for third between Marcus Hamilton, Robin Glerum and Nick Jelicic in the fiercely forward black car. See the yellow and black there, very striking livery. I mean, we haven't even started talking about the liveries yet. We'll have plenty of time for that as the LMP2 field gets off to a start. The GT3's very close behind. So, things looking calm at the moment. It's a long race, David, and we have got a long way to go. The drivers can't afford to be making any huge moves yet.
Yeah, green flag in the air at 3:15 in the afternoon with 24 hours to go until the checkered flag waves at the same time tomorrow. As you look at GT3, what a strong qualifying performance from Grid and Go. Their two Ferraris on the front row. Their two Ferraris looking to work together to blast away from the rest of the pack in the early stages of this 24-hour race.
Meanwhile, in the GT3 class, it looks like Lucas Prada has gotten off to a good start in the WSR Esports butt kicker white machine. We've had a couple of positions being made up in the GT3 class, plus 2 positions for IFR Esports, Delta Sport and Hyperion Racing. Dominic Olivier trying to get into the top of this GT3 class. The Solpec Precision Racing car is absolutely monstering them. My apologies, I was looking at the LMP2 standings when I was getting those numbers, but looks like the 56 Racing team has lost a couple of positions in GT3, so a little bit of a wobble there in the early stages, and it looks like a slowdown potentially for the fiercely forward black car. I think they took a bit too much curb in the second Mulsanne chicane, Simon.
Absolutely, and it's so easy to do. It's especially on the first couple laps. Tyre temps haven't even come up yet. You still try to get a feel for it, and it's only tiny bit. You try to use that curb to sort of help rotate the car a little bit, but if you get on a little bit too much, you will grab one as you come over it. Same with the exit of the corner. Very easy to do it. They head into Indianapolis for the first time. Such a high-speed corner. Really got to settle the car down to get into it. They run up towards Arnage. And you can see right here, as wide as you possibly can into the corner, try and open up as much as you can. But this battle between BSCom and Movano is opening up now. They've opened up a little bit of a gap to the other Movano car in third place as well. They're going to start to lose a little bit of draft in this, so we might see our first little group starting to appear in the GTP field.
Yeah, we may very well do. Pablo Lazar absolutely keeping up with Nicolas Boy here. It's very close goings here at the end of the first lap of the Majors 24. Of course, it's going to be a dry race here. There were some doubts over whether or not some competitors would be able to have hardware stability if there was rain enabled, so this race is going to be dry all the way through. It's on for the battle in LMP2, by the way. Andrew Dawson chasing down Lucas Prada for the lead here, David, right through the middle of one of the most intense parts of this circuit. And for the moment, looks like WSR Esports butt kicker, they're holding on, but they are under a lot of pressure.
Yep, and they've got another car, the WSR Esports butt kicker, other machine that started in 7th has worked its way up to 6th. It's just in the back of the shop there as well. So they've got a couple of cars in this category, one leading, one working its way forward with 1 lap complete.
Yep, nicely done. So a few LMP2 runners keeping it nice and stable. It seems like the LMP2 field is one of the more stable fields at the moment, but of course we won't be seeing much in the way of positions gained and lost early on. The teams are just getting into their rhythm right now. The two Corvettes chasing down in GT3, as that looks like a problem for the number 99 LMP2 car. Apex Racing Team, I mean, they are known for being prototype and open wheeler specialists, but evidently a big problem there for Daniel Civizaba.
Looks like he might have got a bit of a slowdown. Just having a quick look back at the moment. Looks like he caught a slowdown in the entrance of turn 1. Again, one of those corners where you really got to use it to sort of gain a little bit of rotation. So easy to catch a slowdown, and I think that's what he's done in that situation.
Yeah, well, looks like we'll get another view of that. He was making a pass, and unfortunately, when he gets to the Dunlop chicane, turns in a bit too early and goes beyond the curb there. You have to have at least 2 wheels on the curbs, otherwise the slowdown and the off-track will be triggered. It's very easy to get the car over those lines. No such problem on the Mulsanne straight, though. You can run outside those white lines, but, David, it's very bumpy out there. This is the public road section of the circuit that's remained pretty much the same since 1923.
Yeah, there's a shop beside the road that sells like horse saddles or something. It's all here, and it's public road most of it here. So yeah, certainly there are some places around here where the laser scanned nature of this racetrack becomes super important, how closely it replicates the real thing. Some bumps that you can use to help rotate the car, there are some you absolutely must stay off. Same's true of the curbing and that camber in towards Indianapolis corner further around the lap as well.
Yeah, indeed. Through Mulsanne then for the LMP2 field. The 123 WSR Esports butt kicker car is jetting away to a nice lead here. But the number 99 Apex Racing Team entry is recovered from that slowdown, and they'll be giving chase to the rest of the field. Moving out a bit there is the yellow and black machine of Fiercely Forward. Magnus Nielsen getting it done on the way into Indianapolis there, getting past Kasper Richard Andersen in the IFR Esports 717 machine. So up 1 place now for Fiercely Forward, back to down 2 for ISR Esports. Checking back in with the GTP field meanwhile, and things have really stabilized in this class. We're starting to see groups form. Battle for 7th, headed up of course by Casey Kerwin in the Penguin RC Lightning entry, but he's getting pressured by the Altitude Esports team just behind, and there's a spin there. I think that was the Altitude car that just went off.
Yep, they're around and in such a difficult spot, waiting for almost the whole field to come through before they can get out of the gravel at the final corner. We've seen a few of the cars really riding the bumps through the forward chicane there. You can see, take a closer look, were they unsighted or was there contact just too much at that first bit of the curve?
Yeah, very easy thing to do in that section. The curbs are quite brutal in those final chicanes, and you want to try and bounce over them, but there's not much you can do if they spin you around. The Vermilion Esports Duanoc GTP, Bailey Ford suffering a slowdown in the opening corners there. Now down to 12th in class, and they were up a little bit further than that beforehand. Yeah, still up 2 spots. So. Things are going nice and stably for the time being. We're seeing drivers recovering well from slowdowns. Alexander Weitzel, meanwhile, we ride on board with in the German sim racing blue car, chasing down the Eclipse Sim Sports PMTB car. Dylan Burst qualifying that car in Hyperpole and taking it into the race. But man, look at the speed here from the Acura coming down the Mulsanne. It's going to be a move into the second of our Mulsanne chicanes, up to 8th spot for German sim racing. And it looks like there's not much of a fight back there from Dylan Burst.
Early couple of laps, we had a lot of what in Formula 1 terms would be like a DRS train, because you got the leader, but then everyone else is in the tow. Not really any move being made. Now that we get the field spread out a little bit, suddenly you're like, oh, this car in front of me's got no slipstream. I can shoot right past them easily. Someone else with a slow down out of the second Mulsanne chicane.
Yeah, I'm seeing that it has been cleared. I'm not too sure what the deal was, but I think it might have been this Tatum Vesta red car. Yeah, Luca Gramke unfortunately losing a couple of spots out of that. But this huge battle for 10th place going all the way down to 18th. absolutely ridiculous how close the racing is at the moment. Plenty of pack racing going on in the top class here. But up the front, Simon, looks like it might be a game of fuel saving from Movano Red, because seems like Pablo Lazar, he's keeping up with Nicolas Boy, but he's not going for the moves. I think this is going to pay dividends for them when the first pit cycle comes around.
Yeah, absolutely. And just had a quick look. The Mag Turbo, Mag Performance car, that's had a big off down on at Indianapolis.
It looks like the Altitude Esports cars had a problem too. No front end for James Bomey.
Yeah, there's two in the pits there. Both have got substantial damage to that car as well. I might get to see a replay of it, but it was in Indianapolis. And Indianapolis is one of those corners that's very, very tricky, especially in high downforce cars. So easy to get the rear to actually come around on you. The car sort of, as it goes into the corner, it just loses that little bit of aero grip, and the rear will just come around you with you in 2 seconds. So we'll try and get a replay of this. Side. Oh, no.
Oh, he gets bounced back onto the racetrack as the Altitude car comes through. Oh, that's just unfortunate. Such a shame there. There was no grip on the front with the front bumper and the front suspension going as well. And unfortunately, kinetic energy getting transferred a bit too efficiently in the bounce back onto the racetrack. Well, David, we'll turn our attention to GT3 in the midst of all of that. Disasters happening for a couple of our prototype teams, but GT3's been looking pretty stable here.
Yeah, and it's certainly interesting for the team games that you've got two teammates first and second, but you've also got two team cars here in the Fiercely Forward. And so I think that car now up in fourth place, the Fiercely Forward Yellow, has made a couple of moves there, having gotten by Mag Performance GTD. Now Fiercely Forward Purple, the next Corvette, is probably going to try to come through. If anyone can close down the two grid and go Corvettes at the front, Ferraris at the front of the race, the two Corvettes here from Fiercely Forward, maybe not bump drafting in these kind of cars at this circuit, but definitely a little bit of teamwork, a little bit of leapfrog, a little bit of that. Maybe they can save a bit of fuel and also get up towards a race lead that's almost breaking away for two grid and go cars.
What an international team this is in Mag Performance. Federico Godoy, the Argentinian, has 3 Italians and 1 Korean ready to take the run here. It looks like we've had a problem for the Mag... Oh, sorry, my apologies. My timing was just sussing out the unfortunate incident between Altitude and Mag Performance in the top class. So, yeah, it looks like we're not going to be seeing them back out on track anytime soon. This battle will continue for the time being. It's all on here for Godoy as he tries his best to hold off the bottom slice of bread in the Fiercely Forward sandwich. It looks like there's a move happening almost for the GTP lead. Nicolas Boy, he almost had to give way to the Movano red car coming into Indianapolis, and oh my goodness, it's starting to get a little interesting now. Pablo Lazar slowing all the way down there. I think might have gotten a slowdown for too wide of an entry into Arnage. He was playing with fire and he got burnt.
Yeah, take a look at it here. It's too far out, and
yeah, hit the cone.
You can't do that. You can obviously see the line for the previous laps that the car in front has taken. There's not going to be a car around the outside of them like that, extending the track beyond its natural and sensible limits. Fair enough, and suddenly leaves the race leader in this weird spot out there, 1.3 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Is that your chance to break away?
It could potentially be. Not too sure as things stand. You know, there's every chance that a slowdown could happen for the BS competition car as well, but keep our eyes peeled on LMP2 for the time being. The WSR and IFR esports cars only separated by a couple of tenths of a second, Simon, and they're about to come into one of the most difficult parts of the track to make a pass. Also, one of the places with the lowest margin for error.
Absolutely, and it's quite remarkable, this P2 field. Everyone seems to be stuck really, really close together, especially that front pack as well. They haven't separated really at all. You can see under a lot of pressure here at the moment. as you're heading through. It's very much single file traffic as they come through this section, trying to use all that curve, try and get it around the corner. You can look on the screen, you can see all the dirt that's being kicked up because they're trying to use as much of that track. Might be a little bit of an opportunity that opens up right before you get towards the forward curves, but not really an opportunity there. They'll come through, try and use as much of that curve as possible. You can see they're really getting on top of it. A little bit of a slide off the final quarter, so there may be a bit of an opportunity here, but at the moment it does seem like everyone's a little bit sort of settled. I think there's another car in the background that's got a bit of a slowdown as well. But
that's the Apex car again, I think.
So
Synergy.
Oh, yep, Synergy. Yeah, one of the few Australian teams in this field. It's Wayne Burke that unfortunately overran the curbs a bit there at the final corner. So keep our eyes peeled on this battle in GTP. The Penguin RC Lightning machine, the 95 driven by Casey Kerwin, now under a lot of pressure from Robin Glareham in the WSR Esports butt kicker car. This is a very intense battle, but I think we're still seeing this trend towards not going for moves instantly. This car has been running behind Kerwin for quite some time, and this is the chance they need to get by and up into the top 5. And Kerwin shuffled a little bit wide as well by the race clutch car. So just got to try and keep it clean as best you can in these early stages.
RC Lightning, and you've got Race Clutch RC, so all sorts there in this group that's running 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th at the moment. You see that one and only Porsche behind them there with Eclipse Sim Sports, a couple of seconds to 4th place ST Racing Esports. So we're in our own little bubble here with 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th.
Definitely for me, it seems like there's a lot more aggressive driving, especially at the start. There's a lot of drivers that maybe feel like they have a bit more pace than the group that they're in at the moment. But like if you saw for that lead, you would have imagined that they would have just sat in a bit of a train. Pablo definitely had the pace, would have just sat there and gone on with it. But you're seeing a lot of drivers through the field that, they're sensing opportunities and they're just taking them at the moment. So there seems as though, from my experience, it seems as though that everyone's really having a crack at it early on.
Yeah, the fiercely forward black car made the move on Eclipse there to shuffle them down another position to last in the top 10. So that was a nice opportunistic move there by Nick Jelicic, done on Dylan Burse. This battle here is ever further back in the GTP field. Pat Pelshart at the front of this pack. Mal Dadinka, the driver we are focusing on in the Parnell Racing 177. Got a lot of pressure from behind. We've got the Tatum Vesta Green of Kimitani just behind them, and then Adrian Garrick for Garrick Motorsport up in the lower reaches of the GTP field. But at the moment, David, it seems like no matter where you are in the field, you've got someone to battle.
Le Mans kind of does that, doesn't it, with those long straights, even in relatively high horsepower cars. Once you get to 300 kilometers an hour, you're punching such a big hole in the air that car behind will always benefit. There are so many long straights. The first section to the first Mulsanne chicane, then the next section to the next chicane, then the third section of the Mulsanne straight, and then a really fast run from that Mulsanne corner around to Indianapolis Arnage as well. So all of that makes it super difficult to break away. It's super easy to get a slow down penalty cutting some of these chicanes today, apparently.
Yeah, Adam State in the WSR Esports butt kicker black car, and Delta Sports Nikolai Peterson coming a cropper of the curbs there, and that's created a little kerfuffle up ahead of Peterson. Got to be gentle through the opening corners here. You have drivers trying to clear slowdowns ahead, and if you're a driver like Nathan Olsen who's hit your marks and is able to carry maximum pace, you suddenly face a situation where you're like, okay, what do I do? Do I give up time here, or do I go for it, take the position? I mean, it's still very early on in the race, so I think sometimes it is better to just back off a little bit. Looks like the second of the fiercely forward GT3s has lost a position to another Mercedes there. That is, looks like Govan Keeney in the DTI Motorsport machine that has made a move. Keeney, of course, a very quick driver indeed, as we're starting to get our first GT3 traffic for our prototype leaders, a couple of corners behind these guys.
Yep, so finally it starts to kick off. We had a staggered start, so LMP2 wasn't immediately on the tail of GTP, and GT3 wasn't immediately on the tail of those LMP2s. So what it means is by the time that the green flag was taken by the pole sitter from GT3, the outright leader was already almost a third of the way around the lap. Quite that far, but certainly a little bit of a head start to the fastest class car that then sneak up onto the GT3s for the first time in pretty quick order.
Starting to get intense in the GTP lead. You see them just emerging into the frame there in the background as this battle continues on. Boy and Lazar just making their way through that pack of GT3s there. The Strumenti, 56, Nishiken and Movano blue cars in a line behind there. But this is the view on board from our race leader, trying to make his way past GT3 cars in the first sector. And this is one of the more convenient places to be making moves. Some heavy braking zones, of course, but looks like second place is going to have to delay getting on the power a little. Emmerich Padrines in the Delta V Racing car. 19 of the Mercedes there, just holding him up a little bit. And this is the part where, you know, you really come into your own as an endurance driver. This is it. Oh, super intense. Boy had to go to the outside there through the S's. Lazar going to the other side of the Ferrari of Netrex Grand Prix. So this is starting to really heat up now.
Takes a lot of in your so-called inter-team work there. Like I said, we've got GT3 drivers who have got to make space for the GTPs that are coming through, and then the same thing you're seeing there, the GTPs trying to pick a spot and just go for it, try and get that move done. And this is a situation where it really benefits the lead car, and you've seen that a couple of times now. When the lead car can find that gap, can get through, it makes it harder for the car that's trying to follow you, because you've got to be right on their rear bumper when they go for a pass. You've got to go with them, because now you're seeing that's happening with Pablo at the moment. He's lost a little bit of a gap. You can actually see it behind with the other GTP cars. They're all starting to spread out too. So as soon as you get in this situation where you don't, the car in front of you, the car you're battling is able to get a pass done, but you aren't. It sort of, it creates that situation where, now I've got a gap that I've got to try and close back up. You can see a big move down here, side by side. Absolute Motorsport car on the bumper.
Oh, okay. So it looks like they just got away with that one. Adrian Gericke making those moves out of the corner there. Great defense, I have to say, but that was almost disastrous.
Oh.
Pincer move as well here. The number 18 Vermilion Esports car battling hard with the Parnell Racing GTP. It's Bailey Ford and Mal Didinka and those two cars respectively. They are fighting their way through this GT3 traffic, and Didinka is the one with the slipstream. You see the view from further on forward. Nick Jelicic having a great rearward view of this fighting. But it looks like neither of them are going to be going for the move into Indianapolis. They're going to get some clear air and manage to work things out, but this is intense. Gericke just making his way past the Ferrari of Boloj. Parla coming into Indianapolis. Gramka makes his way through as well. Oh, I mean, we're going to be seeing this quite a few times, David, but I have to say, it never gets old, this interclass action at Le Mans.
19 GTPs trying to lap their way through 19 GT3 cars for this first time. Well, I exaggerate a little bit. We have lost 2 GTPs, or at least at minimum they're delayed, but I think they might be done, unfortunately.
Oh no.
It's not looking great, and there's a GT car out there as well in the gravel that I can't pick out in the Team Jota position.
Yes, indeed. It looks like the Netrex Grand Prix white car was the Ferrari involved, and that's some heavy damage there. They're going to have to stop. They're right by a marshal's post, and, well, that's going to be the end of that run for quite some time. Let's see what happened then. The two cars potentially coming together here. The Netrex car entering the corner nicely, but man, just gets cleaned up by the GTP.
If you're going to make any kind of decision, because they definitely came in at way more speed, and you've got a difference in cornering speed there, which you don't have through some of the slower corners. The GTPs get a little ponderous in the slow stuff when they don't have all of their downforce and their agility.
Well, there's been a change for the lead. Mivano Cube Controls Red currently leads the way. Nicolas Boy giving up the lead position, I think more towards the start of the lap. This is the onboard here from the car that took out the Netrex GT. And that's just, I mean, you definitely could have afforded to go a little bit more wide there. I understand, you know, there's latency to think about and all that, but just too much of a run into the corner. This is what lost the lead for BS Competition. A big slide for Nicolas Boy coming out of the final chicane. And, well, the car of Pablo Lazar was right there to take advantage.
It's always handy when the pass is made a bit easier, when the car in front of you makes a little bit of a mistake, but you can see it change for position there as well. It looks like another slowdown for Andrew Dawson. You can see the IFR car coming up behind, as well as the Delchas Motorsport. So this is another gap that's starting to close up again. The traffic is sort of spread everyone out. Now you're going to start to see the bit of the compression sort of happen now as well. So where the gaps open up, that still a few battles there. A few people find themselves as well. So this will play itself out, obviously, as the race goes on. Still a decent chunk of P2 drivers at the moment that are all sort of occupying the same bit of road. You see there was a little bit of a look there into the first Mulsanne, but not quite close enough to have a go. The IFR car heads on to the run towards the second Mulsanne.
Great time to have your eye on the slowdown penalties as well, because Strumenti DS Racing just had one, AZR Motorsport, Black just had one. Everyone struggling with the track limits early on as they try to stay close with the drivers they're battling with, and also try to negotiate through the traffic. Imagine what's going to happen when it gets dark.
Yeah, I'll perish the thought. It's going to start getting dark in about 6 hours' time. Of course, this being in the French summer, the sun sets very late, around about 8-9 p.m., I believe. So we've still got some time here in daylight conditions, but yeah, when it gets dark, things are definitely going to start getting more intense, especially down the Mulsanne and around the back half of the circuit. There's very little lighting around those areas. The only really well-lit area is this section here, the purpose-built racetrack. Well, back to LMP2, and this is quite an intense fight. It's three-way here. One of the fiercely forward cars there, the number 34, trying their best to hold on to 5th place here, chased down by Maxime Mariotte in the Maniti Racing purple car, and Andrew Dawson, who, remember, just had that slowdown. He's going to take advantage of the fighting and make the move on the number 78. Another position gain for the Effect Simulations team, but you have to say they're still very much on the back foot with those slowdowns that Dawson has unfortunately come across. And if you're not looking at the broadcast chat, good news for those of you who are looking for live timing. It's up and running again. We didn't have it for the first part of the race, but thanks to the crew at Grip, we now have live timing available for the Majors 24 top split. The link is pinned in the YouTube chat, so make sure to jump into that, in all the chats, in fact. So get on there. You can follow on along the race, maybe catch some stuff that we're missing.
I feel like Mivano are coming back in this as well, so you had VS Competition make these great moves in the opening stint, get to the race lead, Now, the Movano red car is back in the race lead. The Movano blue car in third has been quicker than BS competition 2 laps in a row, and it absolutely behooves Pablo Lazar, the current race leader, to bring his own teammate back into this fight rather than fighting one-on-one with Nicholas Boo and BS competition. So BS competition have been so strong in the first half hour here, but Movano are coming back and they've got 2 cars right at the pointy end of the field.
Definitely taking advantage of that bit of a opportunity to save a bit of fuel as well, because like we saw the pace that the BS car was initially putting out, but sort of slowed up a bit. It's so interesting. I've been noticing that last couple of laps, they are very, very different lines that they take into that quarter. But the BS car is still able to match the pace coming off it. So it's quite interesting to actually be able to watch that and think, okay, because typically you'd sort of, expect it to be, a similar line you'd take through that section. But the fact they're seeing it completely different lines, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's something that we often see at Le Mans, as there's a changeful position here once again between Effect Simulations and Manini Racing Purple. Dawson defending from Maxime there. The run through Arnage, I mean, I can see why Lazar is going for that line as we check out a replay. Unfortunately, the number 11 finding the tyre bundles there. That's the Tatum Vesta red car that's ultimately given up the position and has gotten a mechanical black flag as well. So Luca Gramka is going to have to bring that car into the pits. But yeah, you're right, Simon. It is a tale of 2 lines out of Arnage for our leaders. What Lazar's trying to do is widen the entry to the corner and carry more speed through, but he has to run over the entry curb in order to do that, which destabilizes the car. So ends up being Nicolas Boy ending up getting a better exit as a result.
Just noticing as well, I don't know if we picked up on this, the Sven Haas in the Grid and Go 717, that's noticing a lot of damage on the car at the moment. It's actually got a meatball and trying to make its way back to the pits.
Incident at Arnage. Oh, Magnus Nielsen in the fiercely forward silver car going for a spin, and that's been collected by Alessandro Delatraz. So Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage with a massive problem there. They've lost their front bumper. They're going to have to come back in for repairs instantly.
Front clip has been delete trazed off that LMP2, unfortunately.
It didn't take you long, did it?
Missing so badly. No way is that right. No way does it turn right. And,
Oh, the fiercely forward car just found the wall in the Porsche curves as well. So the problems are continuing in the P2 class as the Grid and Go Esports 717 of Sven Haas, you mentioned, had some big damage. Well, they're going to come into the pits and get that damage repaired only 36 minutes into this race. That is nowhere near where a GT3 should be jumping on to the pit lane. So we'll get you that incident in a few moments' time. But yeah, pit lane, a bit of a flurry of activity right now. Team's getting repairs there. Delatraz, no surprise. Nielsen and Haase also getting repairs done there, and we're going to be seeing them in the pits for quite some time. Usually in the Majors series, every driver gets one spare car, but that's not the case in the Majors 24. It is a non-championship standalone event that is still run by the Majors organisation. But if you have a big incident, Simon, then you're just going to have to cop it in the pits.
Yeah, that is the nature. Kind of glad that that's the way they're doing it. It's just one of those things. It's endurance racing. Like you got to feel for the guys. They probably put so much effort into this race, and not even past the 1 hour mark, and they're in the pits repairing damage. So it's painful, but I think that's the way you should do, especially with these big marquee events. Just to sort of, I guess, bring that little bit of realism and make it sort of feel like, if you stay out of the trouble, it rewards you as well, and in those sort of situations. So yeah, glad they're doing it. And just look at the Effect car at the moment, chasing down this pack of cars in front's got a GT3 in front. You can see it poking out, seeing the signal very clearly that they want to get the pass done. We'll get it done before they get to the corner, but we'll flick back to the lead. Positions haven't changed at all, but still, line astern, not much is happening here. The BS competition car of Nicholas Bell sitting in second, Pablo Laza leading the way for the moment, and just seems very, very calm and collected up front at the moment.
Yeah, I think these two are just driving their own race at the moment. They hold on to a 3.8 second lead over the Movano Cube Controls blue car. Okay, so we're going to see what happened to the fiercely forward LMP2, just locking up the brakes behind a GT, and unfortunately in comes Delatraz and didn't really have much time to react. Wasn't much space there. I think he was in the process of passing a GT3 himself. Just an unfortunate coming together, but a shame that it's happened so early on. Regardless, it is a 24-hour race, so the drivers will have plenty of time to catch up. And it looks like, oh no, the fiercely forward GTP has had a problem. That's coming out of Tetra Rouge, and I'm sensing that maybe that car has some stability issues now. They must have found the wall quite heavily.
Left rear doesn't look right on that car, to be honest with you. So they're a bit slow, they're a bit off.
Oh, contact.
Behind, and then it does a number on this.
That was a big hit. It might have been the Vermilion car that that hit them there. And looking at the entries tab, I'm not seeing a mechanical black flag for the fiercely forward GTP. But regardless, on board Vermilion, it looks like Jelitic was maybe clearing a slowdown, very slow, out of Tetra Rouge. And
yeah, they're quite on the exit of Tetra Rouge there, and then come a bit left, to be honest with you. Like, they're not using the normal racing line. The car that's coming at speed tries to go around the outside, and then the door's not there anymore. So either you're racing or you're not. I don't like being half speed, half on the racing line. Man, it's easy to get late.
Oh, it is. It is pit stop time for the LMP2 class. They have extended their stints as much as they can, run 10 laps on a fuel tank, and so pretty much everyone in the LMP2 field is going to be taking a pit stop here. Of course, the one car off sync is the number 8, the Delatraz Automotive car. They came in a lap ago to get their damage repaired, so now they're just going to be running their own race and trying to make up time in other ways. So who wins the battle out of pit lane for the LMP2 class? It looks like Lucas Prada in the WSR Esports Butt Kicker White car is going to be leading the way out of pit lane. And, well, there's not much change there for the lead. Prada staying in the car. The P1Docs.com car, meanwhile, Beckham Jasir has made their way up into second spot, a second quicker pit stop. And Effect Simulations have found themselves back in third with a very short pit stop from Andrew Dawson, only 30 seconds in the box.
Yeah, I was intently looking at the pit stop times just then, because I was just intrigued to see if there's going to be any difference, or if anyone was going to look at playing anything off. Looks like the ST Racing car there's missing the rear wing. Oh, that's going to be a nightmare to try and get around the track right now. There's going to be no rear downforce on that car. Are we going to see it come off the curb a little bit wrong? Yeah, and
gets clipped.
Oh no.
Man, just a little bit clipped, I think, by the race clutch car. Yeah, Peter Zuber at the wheel of that car and up into fourth place now. But I don't think we'll be seeing that car out there for much longer. No rear wing is certainly not ideal. The GTPs, they do produce quite a bit of their downforce through the floor, so maybe it's not a huge performance issue, but it just doesn't look right.
No, it's not good and it's not quick, but luckily for them, they're approaching their pit window, and those rear clip items are normally pretty quick to change on a prototype car as well. Old bit comes off, new bit clips on, so you can change the rear wing on one of those cars like you can change the front wing on a Formula 1 car. It takes a little bit, but it doesn't take minutes.
This is quite a battle here for third place in GT3. These guys have got Ross McFarlane up ahead of them, actually having made the move on Federico Godoy, and now has to keep an eye out behind for Rodrigo Mies in the fiercely forward yellow Corvette. This is a very intense fight, Corvette versus 2 Mercedes, and with the transition of the Corvette to a flat plane V8 in the middle rear of the car, now the mantle passes to Mercedes for the big throaty V8 rumble. So gently does it coming out of the Porsche curves then. They keep it within track limits, they do indeed. Want to make sure that you've got 2 wheels back over the white lines before that curb ends at the exit of the Porsche curves. And we're going to be waiting a while more for pit stops in the GT3 class. They're the ones that can go the longest in terms of time out there on a fuel tank. Probably not going to be seeing GT3 pit stops until about the first hour mark is done.
That's all the traffic fun, having had LMP2 go through the pit lane for their first stop, and then they sort of pop out behind some of the GT3s ready to lap them again, and then of course the LMP2s right in the firing line of getting lapped by GTP. So this is your life now for the next 23 hours, 20 minutes. And get a little bit messy out there, just the kind of speeds these cars are capable of, even though there's a fair bit of French real estate to go around.
Yeah, the corner speed is probably the big one as well. It's all this acceleration, so top speed wise, it's not too bad, but especially when the GTPs are in the pit lane at the moment, so we're wondering when this is going to come up, and right on cue. You can see this battle at the moment here. The third, got the 2 Mercedes. How good is it to see the Corvette in there at the moment? Personally, my most favourite car that's in the GT3 class at the moment. So I'm glad to see it's up there battling for a podium spot. You can see all 3 of them just sitting in a train at the moment, just to wait for an opportunity.
Notice that only one of those Mercedes has the endurance lights fitted. So what about when it gets dark? WSR Esports have gone and fitted the good stuff, but behind them, missing those lights.
Sven Haase, meanwhile, this is a big problem there for Sven. Big bump there from Dylan Burse as he came through in the Eclipse Porsche GTP, as we have pit stops now for the GTP class. Our 2 leaders are in, and it looks like the vast majority, if not every single GTP out there, has managed to take their pit stop. And BS Competition emerges in the lead of the Majors 24, 7/10 quicker in the box than Movano Cube Controls Red.
So there's that little bit of fuel saving that we were sort of talking about there. Took advantage of it. It looks like it had a really, really good entry to the lane too, because he's about a second quicker in lane time. So he's coming to the lane quicker, but we see this battle for P3 at the moment. It is absolutely on. Federico is having a little bit of a look. It's a bit risky to have a go in there, but at the moment, he's just feeling it around at the moment. The Corvette, Rodrigo Mezes in pursuit in the fiercely forward yellow. He's just watching this at the moment, just waiting to see what happens here. So in these sort of positions, you're kind of looking at the front 2, battling for position, and it's like, right, how can I take advantage of this one? When do I try and follow him through if he goes for a move at the moment? But a stay line of third, he's looking at the moment, but I don't think it's a genuine attempt to want to actually make a pass right now.
Yeah, I think Godoy is executing this battle really well right now. He's not going for the dives, he's not getting alongside, he's just staying as close as he can to lift off in the slipstream, save a bit of fuel, and that'll probably help him to jump Ross McFarlane there in the WSR Esports butt kicker car later on, but he's lost touch with him out of the Porsche curves. We might see a move coming from Rodrigo Mies in the fiercely forward car. They end up coming together line astern across the start-finish line to begin their 12th lap of the race. I'm wondering when that battle is going to explode, but I don't think it will. I think they're just getting into the rhythm at the moment. So Rodrigo Mies from Chile, he's driving with his fellow Chilean Felipe Cabrera Loyola, and then Eduardo Pecorini from the United States, Pedro Valencia from Spain. He just got a slowdown, unfortunately, so now he's well and truly lost touch with that battle. And if you're curious about the ST Racing esports car, that's a position lost there for Fiercely Forward. The ST Racing Esports GTP that lost the rear wing, they're still in the pit lane getting those repairs done. Paulo Munoz certainly not having a good time there.
No, well, people are thinking that you could change a rear clip pretty quickly, but maybe there's something else going on there. Damage to the rear of the gearbox, anything else back there, because in its own, a rear clip really shouldn't take too long. But they are dropping and almost dropped a whole lap. ST Racing Esports from just a little tap from one of their competitors out the final corner is what we saw.
Yeah, battle in the top 10 meanwhile in GTP. The Vermilion Esports doing okay. GTP with Bailey Ford trying to chase down Ruben Paulino in the Parnell Racing car. These two having completed their pit stops with the rest of their class. The Vermilion Esports car getting a quicker pit stop by half a second, but we'll have to wait and see if that's going to benefit them later. There's no move to be made here coming into the Ford chicanes unless you're making an absolute desperate move right at the end of the race. You certainly won't be seeing it this early on.
No. In this case, you might see a little bit of working together, try and close the gap up at the moment, because they've got about a 4-second gap to Dylan Burst in front of him in P8, so this might be an opportunity to try and work together, close that gap up moment, but he's definitely having a look at the moment. He wants through, definitely, trying to flick to the inside, try and get down there, but can't quite do it, so he's going to have to try and save it for when they get back onto the Mulsanne. So this Vermilion Esports car, a bit of a star-studded lineup. You've got Andrew Gilliam, Andre Youssef, Teo Sorono, and Bailey Ford. A lot of those drivers we know from, obviously, the Logitech Pro Series Scops as well. So you're seeing them dip into this as well and doing really, really well. Underneath the rear wing, he pulls out, is going to get alongside. I reckon when they get down to the first Mulsanne, it's going to be job done. And there it is. Up a spot into P9 for the Vermilion car.
Yep, good move there, and I think Ruben Paulino decided to yield very early. This is a good opportunity, actually, for the Parnell Racing car. They can now fuel save a little because they've got a long way ahead to Dylan Burst and the Eclipse Sim Sports Porsche running in 8th. Meanwhile, speaking of all-star teams, look at this. The virtualcoach.gg by GNG machine currently leading the GT3 class. Those are some very big names indeed. Looking forward to seeing what Jakub Kwiatkowski and his teammates will be able to do over the course of these next 23 hours. They've certainly gotten their race off to the best start they can.
Yeah, those are some of the biggest names in racing, other than the biggest name in racing: Ferdinand Svonimir, Maria Baltaus, Keith Michael, Otto Anton Bunn, Leonard von Habsburg, Lothringen, probably the biggest name in racing at the moment.
Yes, of course. Stealth pun there for those of you who weren't quite paying attention. Manidi Racing Green, meanwhile, early pit stop here for this GT3. They've made it 12 laps, but I don't know if this is for a problem in the car or not. Tim Matsky bringing that car in then for their first stop of the race. And I'm looking around and I'm not seeing any mechanical black flag. Oh no, actually they do have a mechanical black flag. My apologies. They obviously picked that up somewhere earlier on in the lap. The car looked okay from the outside, but evidently some quite large contact, and actually I think I've just picked it up. It was coming through the Porsche curves as the geodesic racing car of Nathan Olsen was trying to make a pass in the LMP2, just clipped the rear.
There's quite a bit of contact happening through the field in places. We've seen some examples, also the track limits, also the curbs. It is not easy going so far. Let's take a look.
Yeah, so the geodesic car in the background there as we ride on board with Matska, and fiercely forward Corvette for close company. But when they get to the right-hander here, the LMP2 will try sweeping around the outside, but just clips him as the GTs run a little wide. It didn't look like the biggest of contact, but it was enough to get that car a mechanical black flag.
Does seem to be a bit of that at the moment, we're noticing as well. Like, as you mentioned, Dave, like it's the contact that's happening at the moment. It's a bit sort of unusual for a 24-hour race, but a lot of it just seems to be little sort of not quite car positioning, maybe a little bit sort of clumsy, so to speak, just where you're trying to make the passes done. But even then, the contacts that are happening are not huge, but it's having massive effect on these cars. That they're just getting substantial pit stop times, especially if they're hitting cars sort of like in the rear quarter. You can sometimes, some of that damage will translate into maybe like a rear hub or something like that's just been knocked out, and that will actually give you significant time in the pit lane. So yeah, it probably just needs to sort of be a bit more cautious. We've seen a bit of it now, so hopefully the drivers are sort of seeing this and thinking, okay, maybe need to give each other a little bit more room and try and stop these sort of little contacts from happening.
Yeah, I agree. You know, oh dear, just as we were speaking in the background there, I saw contact at Arnage. I'm not sure.
Hyperion Racing.
Oh yeah, Zach Kerr and the Hyperion Racing LMP2 there. I think maybe tried to make a pass on a GT round the outside at Arnage and got spun out for his troubles. We'll obviously find out right now, see what happened. Oh yeah, the GT ran wide and oh no, probably wasn't quite aware that Kerr was there.
No, that was yeah, such an odd one to be quite honest. It'd be interesting to maybe get it on board from the GT3, but yeah, you could see he's there, he's gone around, but just hasn't quite sort of maybe lined it up. Maybe thought he was going to make his way through a little bit quicker, but doesn't look like it's done too much damage to the car. But
and here I thought normally Kerr was the striker.
Oh no!
Well, what the grid and go car? Oh, yeah. I mean. Yeah, don't forget that's the leader in GT3 that he made contact with. Yeah, I don't know how to call that. I mean, obviously there was a little bit of an error from the grid and go car running into the gravel out of Indianapolis, but yeah, maybe Kerr would have been better suited going right and maybe making his intentions known a little earlier, but it's all done now. It's in the past. We're seeing pit stops for GT3 now, and looks like WSR Esports Butt Kicker is the one of the first pit stalls for the GT3 class, but man, there is a ton of cars in the field getting that done. Everyone doing 13 laps in the GT3 field.
Lucky number. It's good. It's a good sign for the GT3 field.
Oh, is that fiercely forward Corvette missing its front bumper? That's curious there. What's happened to them? That's the fiercely forward purple car. Now, that car was running a little bit further behind the sister fiercely forward yellow machine. Looks like they might be going for a driver change there in the midst of all of that. But a big problem there for fiercely forward somewhere along the line.
Yes, indeed. So remains to be seen how quickly they can get something like that fixed. I keep being surprised by things that look like they should be quick fixes taking a little longer than the teams would be hoping. So we'll see if they get back out and in relative contention as well.
Yeah,
the stop's gone about 15 seconds long and they're still being served.
Yeah, shame for them, but it's certainly been a good drive for this Grid and Go number 2 machine. Kwiatkowski, 41 seconds in the pit lane and enjoys a 9.5 second lead over Govind Kini in the DTIX Motorsport car. I think just seeing him coming into the first Mulsanne chicane in the background of shot there. The lead overall still quite close. Movano chasing down BS Competition. And once again, the second Movano car just sitting there in the background. I'll be interested to see what their lap times are going for. If we're looking at last lap times, well, Nicolas Boy and Pablo Lazar, they were both in the mid 324s, but Marcus Hamilton in the Movano blue car behind was a second faster on the last lap. Obviously, traffic might have had something to do with that, but regardless, you can see that the gap is coming down. So this is what happened to the fiercely forward Corvette. We'll keep watching in the pit lane, trying to find his pit box here, and evidently getting a little bit lost. But where does he lose the front bump? Oh, okay. So that's the thing with iRacing pit lanes, is if you're in the actual pit box section of the pit lane, then your car is ghosted. Cars can just pass right through you. But if you're sticking out into the slow or fast lanes, even by a little bit, your car becomes solid again. So I think they've been caught out by that.
I've seen that happen before as well, because it's before you get to the first pit stall as well. So it's not the working area, even though it's in line with the working area. They've reversed out of the working area because they didn't know where their pit crew was by the looks of things. And this is always the case, that the pit lane garages get reordered based on the qualifying order, and this is the first round of pit stops. So it's the first time you go down pit lane and you go, oh, hang on, my pit stop isn't where it was in qualifying or practice.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's no real way to actually tell either. You can try
if you know how many grid stalls there are and you know where you qualified out, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like you try and manually try and figure it out yourself, or if it's like, even if it's a case where it's like, there's 20 cars, you can figure it out pretty easily. Look for the 20th pit box. But in this sort of situation where you've got multiple classes sort of filling up all those boxes, there's no visual cue that you can use to line yourself up. You can sometimes use there's apps and stuff like that that'll actually help you find your pit box. But even then, it's not until you actually get into pit lane that you actually see it. So it's one of those things. You got to sort of be a little bit careful in your first pit entry. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Be nice if we'd had that, just like a little indicator for either you or your teammates to be able to see. It's like, this is where your pit box is when you first come in for a pit stop.
Yeah, indeed. I'd make another counterpoint. If you use the iRacing default spotter, then he'll call out how far it is to your pit box. Evidently, they either have that turned off, or they're using Crew Chief or some other third-party app for their spotting. So it's there's multiple aspects to that situation, but hopefully they've figured it out.
Backwards in pit lane.
They did indeed. I suppose sheepishly backwards, maybe?
I stand by what I said.
All right, fair enough. All right, we'll let that sleeping dog lie as we check out the battle for 5th in LMP2. Maniti Racing Purple, Maxime Marriott still at the wheel of that one. IFR Esports catching them up. Remember, the Maniti Racing Purple car was involved in some big battles earlier on, and they've ended up with a really nice run up here. And at the moment, looking a roughly 2/10 down on the IFR Esports car on the previous lap, but their fastest lap is a 10th quicker or thereabouts. So ultimate pace is with Maniti Racing, but IFR Esports obviously looking a little bit more consistent here. Some very aggressive curb usage indeed from Maxime Marriott, but it's paid off for him with a great exit, and looks like a 3:31, 3:32.2 gained 2 more tenths on IFR Esports 717. So the LMP2 class currently about halfway through their next stint. The LMP2s have the shortest stint length of all the classes. We've seen that the GTPs go for about 12 laps, GT3 goes for about 13. LMP2, you're basically locked into a 10-lap strategy unless you can fuel save.
Small fuel tank and no hybrid, just classic. And of course, only the one model of LMP2 car on iRacing as well. The Dallara, which was the third most popular, third most competitive of all of the chassis that you could have gone with. There's Orica, Leisure, Dallara, Riley Multimatic.
Yeah, indeed.
I don't think that Riley Multimatic ever won a race where it didn't have a Mazda badge on it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I miss Mazda taking part in prototype racing. Should make a comeback at some point. LMDH and GTP turning out to be a very popular category indeed. Maybe Mazda will change their minds about motorsport involvement soon. Still battling for second in GT3. Still a large gap to the lead as we are 1 hour down, 23 to go in the Majors 24. And the first penalties have come through. Uh-oh, if you're a fan of Vermilion Esports, you're not going to be happy with this one. They've been black flagged.
Probably the first of a couple of penalties that have come through now that the floodgates are open on that. It did get messy for a minute there, for sure.
I believe that might have been for the contact with the fiercely forward car at the exit to Rouge earlier. Yeah, okay, seems I'm correct in that presumption. So Bailey Ford is going to have to drive through the pits, and that's going to put them a bit further down here. They're going to have to focus a bit more on strategizing their way out of that. An out-of-sequence pit stop for Govind Keeney. He was chasing down for second place in GT3, but evidently a mechanical black flag for the DTIX car, and I have no idea where he got that.
No idea where that damage could have come from, and I have an idea where damage could be coming from here. Bit of a hip check happening on the way down towards the Porsche curves between Hydro Race and Geodesic, getting ahead of, it was Delta Sport? It was Delta Sport.
Yeah, I'm just going back to see where Govind Keeney got his mechanical black flag. I've just found it. Exit of Mulsanne Chicane 1 on lap 15. Just went a little deep and caught the end of the tyre barrier. So we're going to see it happen here for Govind Keeney. A very fast driver, but sometimes makes mistakes. A little bit too deep, understeer and whack. There we go, that's the front right destroyed, and the rear wing slightly bent from that one too.
Can I get a bit of right hand down? Because I think that's definitely what's going to be going on in that car at the moment. Just watching the lead pack just string through at the moment. The BS competition managed to get a little bit of a gap there, but the second Movano of Pablo Lazar started to make through. The third place of Marcus Hamilton's starting to catch up too. And I've actually been watching the 3-lap average for that car. It's about 4 tenths quicker than the leaders at the moment. So the Movano car, I can see it on screen. So yeah, they're starting to catch up to the group in front. You can see those times there over those laps. There's a lot of time being caught there. Might try and got a little P2 in front, but just to sideways the conversation a little bit. Obviously we enjoy bringing these events, but currently the pineapple talk in the chat is I have to say there's a little bit too much pineapple going on for my liking.
Yeah, a little bit too much, as it looks like a little bit more of a gap has opened up for second place as Luka Grumke in the Tatum Vesta red car let our overall leader go. Just a quick note before we get on to the Pineapple talk. The BS competition car was clutching in the braking zone for Mulsanne Chicane 1. And it looks like they're doing the same here. They are on the fuel save here. They're trying to keep up the pace while still leading the race. But as far as Pineapple on Pizza goes, if you want my personal perspective, I'm going for the just let others enjoy whatever option. It's not for me. I don't like it, but I can see why culinarily it would make sense.
I'll go for the antagonistic option here. I reckon it should be compulsory.
Okay, that's just evil. That's not nice, Mr. Haynes.
No, certainly not.
As the Italian in this chat, this displeases me a lot. But anyway.
Hey, look, pizza may have started in Italy, but it belongs to the world now. Nothing you can do about that.
Actually, I don't think it was. Oh, this might have to be something we have to figure out during the race, but I don't believe it actually started in Italy. Italy's made it famous, but I don't think it actually started in Italy. Oh. But what's starting here is a move for position. Casey Kerwin up into 5th spot, or was that passing a lap car? No, sorry, that was for position. Robin Glarum in the WSR Esports car saw what was coming and thought, you know what, I might step aside and let Casey go, and this might be an opportunity for him to try and sit in behind Casey and try and drag himself forward a little bit.
Yeah, forward up to the race clutch number 15, which has some of the most positions gained in the GTP field, up 4 spots. Same, of course, for Casey Kerwin in the Penguin RC Lightning machine. But Peter Zuber has been driving a very consistent race, I have to say. It's been a good opening stanza for race clutch. And they'll be catching up a little bit more to the leaders now because they're starting to make their way through LMP2 traffic. They're making their way through the back end of the LMP2 field, and seems like Nicolas Boy, the gap has come back down to about 0.8 of a second, and running almost identical lap times to Pablo Lazar behind. Conversely, it seems like Marcus Hamilton, the 3rd place running Movano car, has had a bit of an issue on that lap and lost a second thanks to traffic. And now traffic comes in for Race Clutch, Penguin RC and WSR. This is going to be an intense fight.
The first hour has been insane, and it is not letting up yet. We've had the first round of pit stops from every category. But it is still chaos out there, still so much battling. I was picking up damage, all of that like. And your biggest movers in GTP, Parnell Racing have picked up a couple, Race Clutch and Penguin RC Lightning are both picking up a couple of spots as we've gone on as well.
This just been told the black flag for Vivian is under review at the moment, so we'll wait and see what happens with that one. But we'll just keep an eye on this battle here at the moment. 4th, 5th and 6th. Peter Zuber, Casey Kerwin, Robin Glarum. We saw that pass from Casey a bit earlier. Now we start to try and close up a bit more on Peter Zuber. It's closing a little bit at a time. So battle for P4. We'll see how that one gets decided. But seems everyone's, as you sort of said, we've come over the hour mark, and now we're sort of seeing everyone start to settle down a little bit. And this is where the mind starts thinking a little bit further down the road. The first hour is probably the most critical, and just trying to get yourself sorted, get yourself into a bit of a spot, find out where you are in the race. So now the work really begins. You've got to sort of really focus on stitching those stints together, keeping your pace up. Now traffic management becomes a big issue as well. So it doesn't get any easier as this race progresses. They're going to have a lot of work cut out for them.
Yeah, that they will. Well, looks like James Boomy has made his way back out. after 2 visits to the pit lane for the Altitude Esports car there. They were one of the better running cars in the GTP class, unfortunately taken out thanks to one of the weirder incidents, weirder crashes that we've seen today at Indianapolis. Porsche curves here. Oh boy, this is an interesting place to come up on an LMP2, and it's disaster for Race Clutch. They find the wall. Oh no, this has created a track blockage. They're going to have to slow down. Oh no, Race Clutch escapes back to the pits. Peter Zuber, after a fantastic opening stanza, that car is destroyed, and they're going to be in the pits for a while. Oh, it's gotten even worse. Oh no!
Oh.
Suspension damage for Zach Kerr there. He lost it, collected the car on the outside, collected another one, so he got hit. Now he's hit, and Synergy Sim Racing eclipsed the only Porsche 963 in this race, taking big damage as well.
Wow, that is an absolutely disastrous incident. So, yeah, initially it was Peter Zuber for Race Clutch making contact with Hyperion's Zach Kerr, and I mean, Casey Kerwin's view of all of this is going to be interesting as well. This is the initial contact. Kerr gets spun around, and look at the avoidance there from Casey Kerwin. Beautifully done. But yeah, then the Synergy Sim Racing car, unfortunately, getting caught up in all of this, with Dylan Burse coming up on the very slow recovering Hyperion car, tries to go to the outside, but that car is uncontrollable, and it takes out 2 other cars in the process.
That was just a wild little bit of sequencing there, and like I said, the car, especially if it's hit it in the rear of the car, the car will just sort of want to leach itself a little bit left and right. So he's done the right thing going slow and trying to sort of stick to his line. But yeah, the car's just all of a sudden decided it's going to lurch, and you really can't do anything there in that situation. No player was involved there, but man, that is so disappointing. We were just saying it might calm down a bit, but no, we've unfortunately had 3 drivers damaged.
This is the view on board from Casey Kerr when he sees the incident happening and is immediately on the brakes. Competes in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, so he's got plenty of experience at avoiding wrecks, and he just employed all of that experience right then and there.
He's got to believe that you can drive through the smoke, and he gave himself a fighting chance. That's what was super important about that, is he gave himself a little bit more time, a little bit more space to see how it was evolving, to try to get through. And that's where a lot of these cars that have gained big positions have done so, is they're still running while there have been significant incidents from inside of the top 10 in GTP, and also from GT3 as well.
Oh man, I'm still getting over that initial incident. There's some discussion going on in the broadcast chat about whether or not the Hyperion LMP2 should have towed. I mean, I think it was within his rights to try to make it back to pit lane, but I think by that point, yeah, you do have a point, guys. Probably should have towed at the point when he realized the car wasn't controllable, but you know, c'est la vie, right? We are in France.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those things. In hindsight, you'll sit there and look at it, okay, maybe you should have towed, but no, I think you're right. I think we've got to sort of remember too that the idea is you can get back to the pits, prepare the car, get back going again. So I think everyone deserves that opportunity. Oh, that is very, very wide for a pit entry. Has he got away with that?
I think he has.
Wow, I thought going over those lines would have easily given you a unsafe pit entry or something like that. So, if he's got away with it, well, good on him.
Indeed he has. That's the next round of pit stops in the LMP2 class. And we'll have the GTPs going on for a few laps longer. Yeah, fair points from the chat. If you can do it safely, then he has the right to return to pits under his own power. But I think you got to put yourself in the shoes of Zach Kerr. You're trying to get back going, and you just get tunnel vision after an incident. It's like, get back to the pits, and maybe just didn't think for a moment that the car wasn't as controllable as it should have been. Regardless, we move on. The pit stop cycle complete for the LMP2 class, and it's still WSR Esports Butt Kicker leading the way in that class. They have a solid couple of seconds over P1Docs.com. Thibaut Prévost at the wheel of the number 12, and it's taken over from Beckham Jasir there. So one of the first driver changes we've seen in the LMP2 class. Eric Newman taking over the Delta Sport number 3 as well. Starting to see some teams decide it is time to give their starting drivers a rest.
And no penalty for the driver change in any of the pit stops, because by the time you take a full tank of fuel, it's taken long enough that your driver change is entirely unencumbering the pit stop. So you can change the driver at every pit stop if you feel like it from LMP2 and from any of the other classes. It's just not normally the done thing. You're better to let someone get into the rhythm, and then also extend the amount of time that your drivers who are out of the car can stay out of the car. If you're in, out, you never have enough time to really decompress outside of the car or really relax or unwind.
I think that's probably key there. You're sort of mentioning that constant hopping in and out of the car. It's actually sort of one of those things. It's weird. You'd think, swapping drivers at every stop, drivers stay a bit fresher because they can hop out, have a stretch, and everything else. But sometimes that's a massive detriment, because you can't, as you said, you can't get to a rhythm. By the time you sort of start feeling yourself into it, then you're already halfway through the stint. So most cases, like especially when you start talking prototypes, you might try and do 3 stints. That's because you've got a much reduced, like you're only in the car for like 40 minutes per stint, so you might try and triple stint the driver. Gives them enough time in the car, they have a really good rhythm, and they can really focus on trying to put that stint together. So yeah, typically that's the way you'd want to go with it.
Well, this fight keeping up here in LMP2. It is a 3-way fight. Really enjoy seeing these 3-way runs, but the geodesic racing car of Nathan Olsen looking for a move at Arnage potentially. I have no idea how these guys manage to keep up the pace that they do through that section. It really is amazing. The LMP2 is just very difficult to control at times as well. It's a fantastic car, don't get me wrong, and there's certainly been some big major improvements to it recently, but I still find you need to be very precise with your applications in that thing. And so seeing the quality of racing that we've gotten from the LMP2 class, really something to be said about that.
When they go around the outside of these Porsche curves, where a lot of the incidents have come from, I've just got to hold my breath there and no, think about how much space you've got to leave the GT car, and then leave them a little bit more, please. I
was doing the same. I like how it's like all of us was like quiet. We were like probably all doing the same thing. It's just like, oh, get through there, because it is quite tense at the moment. Yeah.
Oh man, I love this. Right in the middle of GTs, and you think about the speed differential, GTP versus GT3. Yeah, it'll be easy for the GTPs to make passes, but LMP2 versus GT3, there's a bit less of a speed differential between them, so you got to be a bit more precise with where you're making your moves there, and that's put a little bit of extra space there from the geodesic racing car to the cars ahead. And well, the geodesic car has a couple of names that we're familiar with, David. We broadcast the Geodesic Homologado Championship a couple of years back, and yeah, recognize Olsen, Botifer, Sanders, Austin Young as well, potentially. Good to get back in touch with those guys.
Yeah, good stuff. So, some long time geodesic racing guys there.
What making a move into Mulsanne Chicane 1, putting the Delta Sport car down one more position. And Olsen now up into 6th place, trying now to catch the IFR Esports 717. Jonas Visa at the wheel of that car as we make our way down the second part of the Mulsanne. Try and pick your line. Is there going to be any fight back from the WSR Esports butt kicker and Delta Sport cars here? Seems like WSR's just biding their time here. It does look like the Delta Sport car is the slower of the trio though, so we might be seeing a move happen soon.
Yeah, we keep an eye on it. The onboards are awesome at these speeds, exceeding 300 kilometers an hour. And hey, this is the first I've seen of that Eclipse. Porsche 963 is back out on track after the damage they sustained. And now they're pretty close to putting a little bit more extra damage on it again there. But they are back in the race.
Yeah, long way down on the rest of the GTP field. In fact, they are behind pretty much all the LMP2s, save for the 4 that we've currently lost. But I think they will just be focusing now on setting clean laps, trying to get themselves back on strategy. Maybe a full course yellow will happen at an opportune time for them, and they'll be able to get a few laps back. But it's going to be tough.
Yeah, very tough to do on this track, especially with how long the laps are and how long you spend time in the pit. So you're sort of looking at the moment, you know, Dylan's next car in front's about a minute 16 up the road, so it's going to be a fair while before he's able to get there. But it's a little battle at the moment between the the LMP2s surrounding around Porsche curbs and just trying to come out of here. Such a technical part. Oh, you can see that Eclipse car again trying to make its way through. You got the IFR car as well in 5th place. Just sort of trying to manage his way through as well. So it's going to be a bit hard, especially for Dylan. You know, yes, he's going to be well down on the field. He's probably actually technically fighting for position. Oh, he's not quite yet, but eventually it'll be for actual position. So it's difficult. You know you're a fastest car and you want to get through, but you're still going to be very, very careful when you start mixing yourselves up with these positions as well. So, you know, you've got the geodesic car as well. They're in this battle for 5th place against the IFR car. So, you can see trying to snake through. Oh, just slid in behind the GT3 as well. He's done a very, very good job there. He hasn't lost too much time, but it's a very calculated being able to slide that car in where he did.
Yeah, well placed there for Nathan Olsen. Managed to get the move done cleanly in the end. If you're a Fiercely Forward fan, meanwhile, Fiercely Forward Black have just taken another pit stop. They made it 12 laps on that stint. Linus Stjernlund is now in the Fiercely Forward car, taking over from Nick Jeličić. So we'll see now what Fiercely Forward can do to move on forward. It's been a bit of a rough time for them, getting involved in a couple of shenanigans over the course of the first hour. But we'll keep our eyes on IFR Esports, the Danish team. They've managed to find their way past the Delta Sport entry. So let's see what they can do to chase down the geodesic entry. It looks like he might have messed up the exit of the second Mulsanne chicane a little bit there. So Nathan Olsen still with a bit more breathing room.
Yeah, that little bit of a battle pack forming behind as well. The Delta Sport car. The WS car's not that close at the moment. I thought they were a bit closer, but it's a bit of lap traffic they're sort of involved with. But yeah, you can see they're not too far behind, but making their way through the GT3 traffic. You really, especially in the P2, you've really just got to wait for an opportunity when you get on the straight to sort of make that pass. You've got that bit more pace there, but heading down in towards Indianapolis, still line astern for the moment. no real opportunities, but the IFR car is closing up on the back. You can see geodesic car just in front at the moment. So sort of what looks like we've got the GTPs are in the pits. We're up to lap 12, so yep, on cue. Next round of pit stops.
Except your top two. Isn't that right?
Interesting. Yeah, exactly. I was about to say the same thing. Took the words right out of my mouth. BS Competition and Movano Cube Controls Red. Well, they have been playing the fuel saving game, and they've been able to stretch this stint out an extra lap. Longest stint we've seen so far from the GTPs.
I wonder how they've managed to do that. That's obviously, I know there was a little bit of fuel saving, but yeah, how they've managed to extend that gap as well and do a bit of fuel saving at the same time. So done a really good job with that. So driver change as well for the Movano car. Casey Kerwin staying in the 4th place, number 95. David Barker in the MSR car as well. German Sim Racing, P6. Ruben Polino, P7 in the Parnell Racing GTP coming out of the lane. As you can see, they're all streaming out of the pit lane at the moment. So, but we'll wait and see. Just, yeah, quite bemused. I'm sort of just scratching my head a little bit that, yeah, they've managed to get an extra lap out of these GTP cars.
Yeah, while leading, no less.
This is the strategy between the two Movano cars as well. I mean, I think a couple times now tried to hype up how good it is they've got, 2 cars that were in the top 3 positions. Maybe they could have worked together to do the fuel save. Maybe the strategy could have worked out there, but no. As the 3rd place Movano car has to stop after 12 laps while their teammates go to a different strategy and are now, well, before the stops, were 10 seconds ahead of them.
Yeah, so how is this going to affect the fight for the overall top 3? I would presume that these guys are going to come into the pits at the end of the lap. Surely they wouldn't have been able to fuel save enough to make it 14 laps on a stint. So watch for them to peel right about here. And they both make their way into the pits. Now, question is, which of them will manage to nail the run into the lane? Seems like a bit of time being made up for Pablo Lazar, but Nicolas Boy making his way into the box now. It's a battle of the pit crews, and questions still in the air on whether or not there's going to be a driver change in either of these 2 race-leading cars.
Both cars have run 2 stints to this point with the drivers that started the race, Pablo Lazar and Nicolas Boy. So we look to what could happen for them in this stop and how far ahead of 3rd, 4th, 5th in class they might be once those stops are done. I do love LMP2. It's, it doesn't have that sort of brand luster that the other categories have got, with Ferraris, Porsches, Corvettes. It's, Dallara LMP2, it's a little bit Costco brand, it's a little bit home brand in that way, but they race so good. That it's a spec-ish kind of category. Yeah, Linda.
Yeah, that looks like the GT3 leader that just got run off the road there a little bit by the LMP2 battle. No matter, they hold on to a pretty good lead, have to say. But out of the pits comes our leaders, and it looks like BS Competition getting an excellent run out of pit lane there. Movano Cube Controls red car not getting off to the best run out of pit lane. That is extended the battle for the lead. And look at the lane time, full second slower is Pablo Lazar, who remains in the car. Same for Nicolas Boy in the BS Competition car. He remains in the number 89, so they're going along. We keep our eyes on this battle, though, in LMP2. The geodesic car of Nathan Olsen has run away from this battle. They've got a GTP in the midst of all this as well. It's the Parnell car, Ruben Paulino in the 177. And here's a move for Jonas Wiese in the IFR Esports car. He'll try and snatch maybe a tiny bit of slipstream off the GTP to get the move done, and it is complete coming into the Dunlop chicane. And this gives a chance now for Adam State in the WSR Esports Butt Kicker Black Car to have a go at a position in the top 5.
He's done exceptionally well to get that job done before he even got to really the braking zone at sort of pseudo turn 1 there. But yeah, I actually kind of agree with Dave. Actually, the LMP2s are basically, if I'm ever going to race prototypes, LMP2 is probably going to be my go-to. Not that the GTPs aren't fantastic, but you're right, it is that bit of a spec sort of series. So, and the racing it generates, as we're seeing today, it just generates some fantastic racing. But look at this, trying to find a way through the Acura. He's going to have to go around the outside, but he was looking every which way to try and find a gap. Looks like he'll get it done. But then there's going to be a battle between positions here. On the outside, Ciro Zambra. He's going to try and get the switchback maybe off the corner. Try and get a good run off the corner. The ASR Motorsport Black Car in front at the moment in P9. But Ciro's got a really, really good run. He's going to be right on the rear bumper. He'll pull out as they come down towards the second Mulsanne. They're alongside. He's trying to stay there using the crown of the road. No, he ends up falling back behind.
This battling's helping out the Delatraz car, by the way. You see the number 8 getting a bit closer now. Alexandre Delatraz has given the car over to Thomas Imborg, and this battling is starting to bring the number 8 back into the fight. This is interesting. Because Delatraz, remember, they lost the front bumper in that incident for, I believe it was the Fiercely Forward LMP2 at Arnage. So they've been on the back foot, but it looks like they're working on getting themselves back on strategy here with the rest of the LMP2 field. They do have an extra lap completed over everyone else on this stint. So they did pit a little bit earlier, but you never know. We might be able to get back on strat here and have a run at getting back up through the field. Got to keep an eye out for this GTP, though. The Acura of Garrick Motorsport, Justin Alonso Jr. is at the wheel of that 877 machine, and he'll make short work of these guys down the straight up to the Porsche curves.
Point out here that the trap speed for the GTP is about 318 kilometers an hour. It's 311 for the LMP2, so the end of straight speed isn't grossly different. The GTPs have got a little bit more downforce going on, as evidenced by how many car lengths they've now pulled through the Porsche curves there. They also got just a little bit more punch off the corners with the horsepower, but the end of straight, you can see these LMP2s, they cut a rather slim figure through the air. They just keep pulling with that high revving Gibson V8.
Black flag, meanwhile, for car 118. That's the Absolute Motorsport Asilith car for causing an incident. So there will be a drive-through coming for them, and major position change for second place in LMP2 here. Looks like the number 12 P1Docs.com car, Thibaut Prévost, not getting the best of runs there off the chicane, and that's going to be the run then for Andrew Dawson in the Effect Simulations car. It looks like Prévost just lifts out of it. Might have gotten a slowdown.
Probably just got a little bit too far over the curbs in the final corner there.
Yeah, it's always a problem at this circuit. You want to take as much out of those curves as you can. It's the fastest way through, but if you go too far over them, you stand a chance of damaging the car or definitely getting a slowdown. So that's the way things are for P2 in the LMP2 class right now. But this fight between WSR, IFR and Delta Sport is still far from over. These guys have been with each other for a very long time now. They're going to have to work through some GTPs making their way through as well. How much of an effect is this Acura going to have on the 124 of Adam State? It looks like it's going to dispatch, at the very least, Jonas Visa. and will wait for the run into Mulsanne to grab Adam on the exit there. And all of that has given a little bit of breathing room once again to WSR Esports.
Yes, watching him go down that Mulsanne, you can see the Acura, as you pointed out, you know, sort of getting alongside off the corner, but as soon as they sort of hit the top speed, the P2s actually sort of start to edge out in front. So yeah, it's that whole situation was kind of tricky just to spot the corner. A big dive down the inside for the number 8, the Delatraz Motorsport car, and that's a position change as well. So the ASR Motorsport black car down 2 spots. They dropped from 9th, 10th, now into P11.
Yeah, well, the advance continues for Delatraz Automotive after their unfortunate incident earlier. We'll have to wait and see how much further they'll get by the time the sun goes down. The fight in GT3 is still on too. This is for 6th place. Federico Godoy has managed to stay in the MAG Performance car, but the 56 Racing Team entry, Antoine Bastard, is now in that Ferrari and chasing down the Mercedes. How much of a good exit is Antoine going to get from this chicane? Seems like just not much of a gain being made initially, but potentially the Ferrari will make up some time under brakes here.
From memory, there was a little bit of a change to the aero model that is on the GT3, so I'm not sure if we'll see as much of the draft playing in effect with these cars, with this new sort of aero model they got going on, but traditionally I think the Ferrari has been the stronger of them when it comes to top-end speed usually.
Yeah, looks like very well matched between the Ferrari and Mercedes at the moment, but now Bastard is in the box seat for getting the slipstreamers. Oh dear, that's the WSR Esports butt kicker car. The LMP2 leader has had a massive crash at the start of the lap.
Once again, this race keeps getting turned on its head in incredibly unpredictable ways, and LMP2 had been spared some of the carnage that had befallen GTP and GT3, but as we strive to bring you a replay of what's happened, the LMP2 lead has been turned around.
Yeah, and Matteo Arucci making contact with our LMP2 leader there into the wall, unfortunately, and the front right suspension destroyed for WSR Esports butt kicker. So the Tatum Vesta red number 11 was the car that made contact there, and I expect they'll have a penalty coming their way very soon.
Yeah, just had a quick look at that one myself as well. Yeah, just I don't know what it is, but just no one seems to be giving each other sort of the room that they need to sort of to get these passes done. It's the same thing we've sort of seen, especially in the Porsche curbs coming out of there. Drivers trying to sort of use the slingshot to get past them, but they're just not giving each other enough room, and that's where these contacts are happening. So unfortunate to see it again, but yeah, it just seems odd that we're seeing so much of it. Just drivers just not giving each other enough space in these situations.
Yeah, it's like just go a little wider. You're not going to lose much more time if you decide to give a car's width or so on entry. It's just a shame. WSR Esports was prime at the front of the LMP2 field, but now they will well and truly be on the back foot. They're probably going to spend a few laps in the pits at least getting repairs.
Yeah, big hit, a lot of damage. Obviously, they thought, can we bring this one around, and ended up parking it, needing to tow the LMP2 leader.
That's always where it hurts the most, especially in like the first sort of couple of hours of the race, especially when you're in such a strong position. Like, yeah, got a feel for him. That one's going to really sting for a bit.
Yeah, certainly will. So that'll ultimately promote effect simulations to the front of the LMP2 field as this fight continues between MAG Performance and 56 Racing Team. Seems like Antoine Bastard is not quite getting the runs that he needs. but he's staying within slipstream range, which I think is crucial. That's going to allow the number 56 to save a little bit of fuel potentially as time goes on. As long as they can stay within range, they might be able to get something done through the next pit cycle. Look at that, getting a bit more slipstream from the LMP2 to bring them a little closer to Federico Godoy.
Gentlemen, how's the call been thus far?
Scott Rankin, hello. Things have been going pretty well from our end. It's been an entertaining race so far, and it's certainly not without its fair share of drama.
I mean, that's just the nature of the event, isn't it? You spend all year preparing for this sort of an occasion and everything that's going on, and you know, it's got history. It's got a lot of significance in terms of the sim racing world as well. The preparation. And I think that was one of the keys listening into the drivers' briefing this morning was, this evening, Australian times, was the emphasis of the admin team to all the drivers as well. Hey, look, you know, you've taken weeks, perhaps for some teams potentially months, you know, years even if you consider your preparation starts at the drop of the checkered flag from last year's event. Just remember that, keep that in the back of your mind. But yeah, just having a look at some of the traffic incidents, it's the other thing I'm seeing as well is cars not looking to get that overlap. You know, obviously the draft is quite significant and quite a key part to all the overtakes, but just popping out and showing that nose, it's a risk. Yeah, you lose a lot, but being clear and concise in the move, I think, is going to be one of the big keys coming out of these first couple of hours.
Yeah, exactly right. The Penguin RC Lightning car, meanwhile, looking to make a move up into P3 in the GTP class. It's certainly been a good run for Casey Kerwin so far, and there's a change for position between Weitzel and Baker. German Sim Racing Blue getting it done on WSR Esports number 23 there. The one and only WSR car in the GTP field, but here comes Kerwin. Gets up into third place and puts Simon Colart's Movano blue car down to P4 in class. Tell you what, Penguin RC Lightning is really getting into its rhythm now.
Yeah, and there was a time that Movano blue car was sort of up there with the top three. They were like a 3-car breakaway. And they had a couple of scruffy laps. They dropped 10 seconds behind the lead. And they've run a bit wide there. Don't quite seem to have the same traction. Casey Kerwin now with 6 spots gained for Penguin RC Lightning, getting into the top 3 positions, while one of the Movano cars just seems to soften a little bit. Movano red car still, you know, up there with the lead, still challenging. Their sister car not quite able to go with any longer.
Speaking of that league battle, sorry, Reese, but
Go for
just
it,
quickly looking at that lead battle. But yeah, that gap has opened up as well. So the BS competition of Nicholas Bowe is opened that gap up quite substantially now, out to about 2 seconds. So, and the pace is really good as well, significantly lapping faster than Pablo Lazar. So yeah, into the third stint, you can see Nicholas is really finding his rhythm and starting to really show the pace of this BS competition car.
Yeah, indeed, he's really into his rhythm, and the point I wanted to make regarding the third place transition in GTP is Simon Carlart's still very new to the Movano blue car. Marcus Hamilton, remember, started that car, and Carlart's is only on his 6th lap in that car, so obviously still getting used to the conditions and getting used to the setup again. So you never know, a little bit more time in the car and we might see some more from him, but right now the advantage is with the teams that have stuck with their starting drivers. I'm listening in again on the BS competition car in the lead, and Niklas is clutching into all the heavy braking zones at the moment. Might be giving up a little bit of pace to Pablo Lazar. But regardless, you have to admire his commitment to trying to extend these stints. Let's listen into Indianapolis and see how much he saves fuel. My Lord, that's amazing. I can't imagine how much work it is to keep the car stable through those high-speed corners when you haven't got any engine braking slowing the car down.
Someone also needs to have a look into how the hybrid system generates if you're doing that. I'm not sure it's quite how it should be on a combination hybrid car like these are. That surely it should be also costing something around the hybrid system. The electric is obviously, so important. Out of the slow corners is what I'm seeing from everyone. You spend so long just in a straight line, and you get to these slow corners, it's so easy to ride up the rear tyres.
Pit stop for our GT3 leaders. Looks like a driver change there for the Grid and Go car. Jarno Koch is going to jump into that car as obviously forward yellow is continuing on for another lap. Going to make it 14 laps on this stint for Rodrigo Mies. Excellent job there. But Ethan Critch is going to take over the WSR Esports Butt Kicker GT3, the 223 entry. Impulse Racing also in the pits, same for 56 Racing Team, Precision Racing GT3 with Dominic Olivier at the wheel, and now we'll see how all of this stacks out.
41 pit stalls means if you qualified 42nd, then you are sharing your pit stall with the pole sitter, hence why you also see some of these GT3 cars at the pointy end of the pit lane, where your sort of top 10 from GTP qualifying also have their garages. How iRacing only has 41 pit stalls from a circuit that famously has 62 garages on that pit lane, I don't completely understand.
Yeah, that's certainly something to consider, isn't it?
More importantly, where's the Bugatti circuit? When's that coming?
Oh man, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Probably when iRacing scanned a motorbike.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah.
Well, I've got the
Wondering-
gyro sim. It's sitting in the garage, ready to go. I'll be waiting.
Yeah, well, I mean, you think car tires are tough enough to simulate? Bike tires would be a whole different beast.
I mean, one of the unique things about racing the world over is that motorcycling you can have the harder compound and the softer compound at both ends of the bike. You don't have to run the same compound. So
Sometimes apply the side of the tyre.
yeah, true. You can have a split down the middle.
Oh, do you imagine the tyre model chat we're going to have if you actually did that with motorbikes in iRacing?
Lordy.
Jeez.
Perish the thought, dude. I don't want to think about that.
Your safety rating will actually just be your collarbone rating, and you stack it too many times, then your collarbone rating gets dropped, and you can't race leader bikes anymore.
Oh no.
Collarbone is actually a really uncommon injury. Normally it's hands and feet more than collarbones in motorcycling. It's that's one that doesn't happen a whole bunch. Talking from experience, by the way.
Yes. Not gonna lie, I was thinking when we started this whole thing, we'd be like, this would be cool, I get to go back at the Cobbers box and I'll be free of Scott Rankin. And it's like, no. Not only do I host a podcast with him, he has to come and jump in on every time I'm broadcasting. So just cannot escape this guy.
Mez requested special dispensation to not do a podcast this week.
Was it approved?
Oh, it was, yeah. Got to enjoy our public holiday weekend somehow, right?
Well, it's also the fact the guy recording it's not going to be there, so he's got no choice. There ain't no podcast happening this week. But anyway, we've kind of got a race going on at the moment that we should be calling, not our personal little squabbles going on. But anyway, IFR Esports 717 still on the back at the moment of Adam State this is the battle going on for P4 in LMP2. So they're heading down the Mulsanne into Indianapolis. We keep marveling at this track. You can see they're actually going into that section as well. The sparks are coming off the back tyres too. So they're carrying a lot of momentum into that Indy corner, into Arnage now. You can see that the WSR car just seems to be a little bit sort of trying to get the power down. You can see it's sliding a little bit more off the corner. The IFR car seems a little bit more stable. So might be just maybe a bit of a setup different between them. Sort of making that a bit more noticeable. The GT3 is going to get in the middle of them though. That's going to slow. Oh, he's very, very wide at the apex there. You've got to be so careful of that one, especially if you're the passing car. If you run too far to the left-hand side, it really compromises your line. It is so easy to carry just that little bit too much pace into the left-hand section. And that wall, we see it all the time. Every time they come through there, there's that wall that's just going to greet you every single time. So always got to be very careful of that one as pit stops for P2.
Yeah, it looks like this will be the third stop on the line for the LMP2 field. Our leaders already in there. The P1Docs.com machine has certainly had a good run of things. Thibaut Prevost taking the LMP2 lead as, well, obviously the car missing its bumper there is the WSR Esports butt kicker entry that was so sadly taken out of the P2 lead. Pit stops complete for Prevost and Jordan Johnson in the Apex Racing Team car, and the number 12 having the exact same pit stop time as the number 99. Effect Simulations, who pitted a lap earlier, they're going to move through into second place there. We have got a race on for the lead.
Now, I can't help but notice it get a little bit darker around the race. It's not just the full-time day, it's crossed 5 p.m, but it's also those weather conditions out there. The clouds are getting a little bit thicker. The track temperature still remains relatively high at 31 Celsius. The chance that begins to drop in a little bit as we take a look at what the weather's done across the last hour. It has just dropped away a little bit, which is kinder to the tyres, tougher on the wall.
I was actually just going to talk about this. So I know Jay's been messaging me in terms of text chat to just sort of check in, but I was just looking at the weather going on in down in Split 5 where my car's actually running. We're still sitting around a 37-degree track, so a lot of cloud cover is giving Split 1 a little bit cooler in terms of those track conditions, but we're now into that phase where the track is starting to cool. Other splits are losing around that 1 to 1.5 degrees Celsius out of the track temp at the moment. So.
More incidents under review from race control, by the way, as the other WSR Esports butt kicker car, the 124, trying to overtake or trying to stop from being overtaken by the IFR Esports car. Jonas Visa has been in that car for quite some time now. It's been a long and hard stint for him. He's going to be doing at least the first 2 hours of the race, and he's in the slipstream, getting ready to try and get back into the top 5, but he lifts out when they get to the braking zone. Not close enough to get a move done. Might as well get off the power and fuel save a tad. If you're interested in how things are stacking out in GT3 as well, I mean, you can see the positions there on the left side of your screen, but the cars that managed to make it 14 laps currently looking pretty good. Mag Performance GTD, I think, managed to get that done, and Fiercely Forward Yellow with Pedro Valencia taking over the car up into P3, but Emanuele Oliveri has taken over from the starting driver in the Mag Performance Mercedes. Meanwhile, have a look at this. Penguin RC Lightning, Casey Kerwin trying to get back past Simon Carlarts. These guys pitted some time ago. Not too sure what happened there. I think
last lap a couple seconds off Penguin RC Lightning. We're about to find out how the blue Movano got back into third place. The answer is the Porsche case. He's already off pace here. It might have been from earlier. He's already backing it up through there, so it could have been the It's got a name. Karting Corner.
Yeah.
Corvette something back there. You can run wide on the exit of the corner before pit entry. Immediate
And
response.
up the inside, yeah, very immediate response. Gets past at Mulsanne Corner, and unfortunately not able to get the exit they need, though. Karl Arts staying ahead for the time being, and they've got a 10-second gap to work with to the cars behind, but they've got to keep an eye out for that LMP2. You don't want to cost yourself too much. You see Dylan Burse lurking. Sorry, not Dylan Burse. Who's driving the Eclipse car? It is Dylan Burse. He's still in the car and just trying to make up places. Looks like it's actually going to be a change for position between that 266 Alpha Esports Blue LMP2 and the Eclipse Sim Sports Porsche for 26th place overall.
Right now, there are a handful of those GTPs that are in outright position behind some LMP2s or even some GT3s, depending on how many repairs they had. So yeah, there's a few that have a chance to work their way back ahead of the LMP2 leader, like ST Racing Esports, who had that long repair after losing their lead clip, Motorsports, Eclipse, and Tattoo Fest and Red. There's a few others that are sticking it out in this race. Good to see that even after a couple of minutes of repairs, they stay in it.
Slow LMP2 coming out of the Porsche curves, meanwhile. Looks like some damage there. I'm not sure who that is. I think that might be the Ganzia Racing Team car, the number 10, that's had some issue somewhere along the line. Oh, wow. The suspension is gone on that thing. The amount of toe out on the front left is ridiculous. It looks like it was contact with a GTP. The 75 Movano entry. Oh no! That's the Movano red car. They were in second place. The car that we were looking to have a great battle with BS Competition, ending their run there, and they've escaped back to the pits, I believe. Loic Marchand is now in the car, taking over from Pablo Lazar. So it seems even our front runners in GTP are not immune to very big incidents.
Porsche curve strikes again, doesn't it? There just doesn't seem to be the
That's another
speed
car.
delta.
Who was that in the background? That was an LMP2 running incredibly slowly into the second. That's the first Le Mans chicane, actually.
Yeah, it might have been the 266 or Alex Caruso and the Hyperion number 14. Not too sure.
They're back up to speed. It was in the background of that secondary shot just before we panned away to this shot. So I think it might have been a slowdown from Tetra Rouge.
Yeah, maybe. 14 car, it was the Hyperion car. And correct, it was from a slowdown, we're hearing from our producer Jay Kennedy. Meanwhile, the number 8 Delatraz Automotive car is facing off against IFR. Looks like Visa potentially has lost the position there. Don't forget that Delatraz Automotive is a lap behind on strategy thanks to their incident earlier, but they're certainly showing great pace. And they could very well finish in the top 6, maybe top 5 by the end of the race if they continue on the way they are. But yeah, seeing things calm down again a little bit after the massive crash for Movano Cube Controls Red. So now it falls down to the Movano Blue Acura, still holding on to a position on the podium now to represent that team going forward.
Oh, a bit of a slide out of Arnage there, losing a little bit more time. So Kerwin got back up into second, but yeah, just pace doesn't seem to be there in this second Movano car. So Simon Kurlat's on board, but either way, running a comfortable P3. They got a fair gap back to the cars behind, about another 9 seconds. So just sort of playing it as is. It sort of wouldn't be worrying too much at the moment. Like I said, we've got another 22 hours left in this race. There's still plenty to play for, but this has all sort of worked out really, really well for Nicholas Bowe in the BS competition car. 17.5-second lead. So it's still early days, but it does make their job a little bit easier up front.
Yeah, it does. They've got a nice amount of breathing room and have BS competition. They need to be careful at every single hurdle, though. GT3 traffic very spread out now. You're coming up on them in places you might not expect. Truly international team here at BS competition. We have a Spaniard, a German, an Englishman, and Nathan Lewis from the United States. Be interesting to see further on. Yeah, indeed. And they say, let's form a sim racing team.
Perhaps it was an anti-roll bar.
No.
Well, it wasn't an anti-roll bar because you see those tires, they be rolling.
Oh my lord.
I'm so glad I only have an hour left of my stint.
I was going to say, do you want to go, Reese? Do you just want to leave these two? I'm sure they'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll manage just fine without us. So we say goodbye an hour early, me and Simon. But No.
Yeah.
Jay doesn't want to be left alone with these two. We have to protect Jay.
Oh! I think I just saw something. Leader. Yes, leader of GT3. The car is off the track. It's got massive damage on the back of it.
Oh no! The Grid and Go Ferrari. That rear end is gone. They have to tow back to the pits. Yet more dramas for front runners in all three of our classes so far. We're only 2 hours into this race, guys.
And so how many times have we seen a Grid and Go Ferrari crashed out of the lead of category? Well, twice, because there's been 2 of them. We're about to see the second incident here. I fear for what I'm about to see.
Yeah, oh no, it's the million car. Oh, at Indianapolis, that was a poorly judged maneuver there by the Acura. And heavy into the tyre barriers there for the number 2. That's such a shame. Jarno Koch had only just gotten into the car as well. He was on his 4th lap by the time Bailey Ford came up on him. So, well, we'll have to wait and see if there's going to be another penalty coming Vermillion's way. It was definitely an unnecessary crash.
And it goes back to the driver's briefing again. You know, one of the notes that, and they did kind of stress this just a little bit, because it's going to be the way that I'd be putting a lot of things into my mind is, particularly in terms of driver notes and driver handovers, is what did we learn from that driver's briefing? Well, the key factors were, to the slower class car, hold your line, take your regular racing line. And the second key part of that, and this is how the penalties are going to be deemed, was if you're a faster class car, you need to have significant overlap, such that you have a right. And there was no, in every incident that I've seen since I've been here, no overlap, full stop, none whatsoever. So therefore, no corner rights, which means that the trailing car does have to lift, and that's multi-class racing.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
no right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there was no chance he was making his way past there. I mean, you got to think about the closing speed coming into such a fast corner like that. Should have been prepared to get on the brakes there.
Yeah, and it's one of those corners too. It's not technically, but it's what a lot of us would sort of see a no pass zone. Like, unless you're alongside the driver when you're going into that sequence of corners, you're not going to try and pass through it. Like, you look at that situation and sort of say, I'm going to roll out of it and I'll get them in the run between Indianapolis and Arnage. But like that instance there, it's just, yeah, you look at that and you say, well, that was never going to happen. There was never an opportunity for that pass to happen. So, but yeah, like Scott was saying, we've seen a lot of it so far in this race. And I don't quite understand it. Like, there's a lot of experience in this field. There's a lot of quality drivers in this field. It just seems like we're seeing incidents that you probably shouldn't be seeing from this split. Just not giving enough room, not timing the passes properly, going for moves when they probably shouldn't have. It's just, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to be a bit honest here, but it's just a bit disappointing to see that in this split at the moment.
If that was the last
I
hour,
can't disagree.
mate, if that's the last hour and you're competing for a podium position, I mean, look, you'd have something, but there's nothing in that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's still 22 hours to go at the time. So, yeah, I mean, those kinds of moves being made, probably a little bit less of that please and thank you.
I think the psychology of the entire race has got to change. Instead of what I'd be saying right now is, if I'm sitting in any of these teams' garages and I'm communicating with them, is look, you're in a pack like this, back it up, okay? Yep, sweet, no problem. Just build that run. There's no point in going for a move right here. And the words and thinking that I'm sort of going for, even from the GT3s, and I'm seeing it from a number of splits as well, moving straight across the middle of the road. I mean, yeah, sure, but should you perhaps indicate to the car where you want them to overtake first? But it's multifold. The safety cars. So what is the point in being aggressive right now? There is none. The field's going to get neutralized at some stage. Keep yourself relevant is basically all you need to do.
Yeah, indeed. I can't come up with any counterpoints to that. It's just a shame, some of the incidents we've seen. What's more is these incidents have taken out some of the front-running cars that really deserved to be up the front of their fields, and now they have very little to fight with, at least for the next few hours.
And like you're saying, you're pretty much in a position where now a lot of those drivers, yes, they can get back to the pits, yes, they can repair the cars, but they're going to be a couple of laps down. And really, your only way back at this point is for a safety car to happen. Your race is dependent on a safety car happening. We're looking for a battle on track, side by side through turn one. How good was that?
Now
Gets the job done. But no, I think there's a bit of damage there.
Potentially a bit of damage, maybe a slowdown. No slowdown, but there could be some damage there for Austin Young in the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing car. Yeah, that car doesn't look too healthy at the moment.
No, you saw it come off that chicane, and when they turned to the left a little bit, just the car did not look settled. So maybe it seems okay now, but maybe that rubbing was a bit more than what we thought.
Yeah, I mean, you only need to look at the, on our left, the right-hand side of that car, the tyres poking out a little bit more, the front right, so there is definitely some damage to the Geodesic 214. Driver change, meanwhile, for Penguin RC Lightning. Casey Kerwin jumps out, Blake Reynolds jumps in, and I'm interested to see what Reynolds will be able to do in this field. There's a lot of drivers here that I haven't really quite focused on in my other broadcasting exploits, so it's a very new experience for me. But Reynolds out of the pits, then he'll re-emerge, still in second place. The Movano Cube Controls blue car hitting at the same time. Karlat's staying in the car there, but Nicolas Boyd has managed to extend his previous couple of stints, and still out there to make it a 12-lap run. Now it's between WSR Butt Kicker and German Sim Racing Blue, Baker versus Egbers coming out of the pits. This is a very difficult situation, isn't it? You come out of the pits, you got fresh tyres, they're still cold, still warming up, and with the cooler track temperature, the warm-up will take a while longer, but you've got a position to fight for. What do? Do you try and get the car up to temperature first, or do you just go for it?
Hopefully everyone's approaching a 24-hour race with a 24-hour race mindset. Apparently not everyone doing that, so you look at what's going to give you the best pace on average stint. Basically every car that hadn't made a driver change made one at that stop just now, so we've got vanishingly few of the original starting drivers left in these GTPs. Obviously BS Competition haven't come down just yet for their next stop. It's either end of this lap or the next, and we'll see what they do. They're definitely in a position to call shots on strategy, and everyone else is trying to be the ones to catch them right now.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the geodesic car here. Slows right down. There is definitely something very wrong with Austin J. Young's car at the moment, but I think they caught a slowdown at the exit of the Porsche curves. I did see them run a little bit too far out past the white lines. Hello, this is a fight that's come up at the moment. 3 Mercedes fighting over 4th in GT3. Dorian Delan at the moment occupying that 4th place in the Delta V Racing 1 machine, a car that we haven't given much airtime to. They are followed by Emanuele Oliveri in the Mag Performance car, and Solpec Precision Racing, Elliott White having taken over the wheel of that one. This is a nice little fight.
Probably something worth noting as well as we look at the GT3 entries. I wonder how many of them for that first hour might have just run a touch more wing, just knowing that they were probably going to be in a big chain. Remember at the pit stops now with the GT3 cars, you can take ARB and wing chain. So there'll definitely be some strategy for the first time on iRacing happening for these cars throughout those pit stops. Just a lot of changes you couldn't do, knowing previously. It was basically tyre pressures were all you were tinkering with. So hotter track, maybe a touch more wing. Maybe, a little bit softer on the bars for a hotter track?
Yeah, I think that'd be a good thing to go for. But yeah, I would presume that they'd be tuning a bit of rear wing out of the cars as the temperatures come down. We are rapidly approaching sort of sunset and dusk conditions. Still a few hours away. However, yeah, that's something that the teams are going to be keeping an eye on when the track really cools down through the night.
Great having all of the flags next to the drivers, because we get an idea occasionally based on a driver's iRacing club, but those are a little too, generic sometimes. Like, Dayach Club and, Club Eastern Europe or whatever, all of that. We've got the specifics right here. It's Dominican Republic, is it? It's not DR?
No.
Oh, I'm in the right. I know I'm in the right region, but it's not DR.
Well, it is Caribbean at the very least. It's oh man, Jay showed us the graphics before the broadcast.
He said St. Kitts and Nevis a few times. He just Jay Kennedy just enjoys saying St. Kitts and Nevis, I think.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
I think I've heard of that band.
Oh, Dominic
49
Olivier.
more minutes, buddy.
Yeah, 49 more minutes. I'm counting down every second. But yeah, honestly, Dominic Olivier is gearing up for a massive move, I'm thinking, because he's trying his best to... Well, actually, my apologies. I just completely had a brain fart and thought that Dominic Olivier was in one of these cars. He is not. My apologies. Mag Performance GTD here, trying their best to hold on to their position in the top 5, but Elliott White is starting to gear up the pressure, isn't he? And they've got the 3rd place.
Yeah.
You know?
2nd and 3rd from GTP, going to try to cut their way through here as well.
Yep, exactly. Simon Cowlarts, and then, of course, Blake Reynolds, and really outside of Indianapolis, this is going to be tough. But he manages to get it done. And there's a little bit of cooperation, I think, from Dorian Delan there.
At this point in this race, if you're a GT3 driver and you see a P2 or a GTP coming along, you just get off the racetrack at this point. I think a lot of them will be thinking, especially if you're in a good spot. But while to try and do that around the outside, yeah, lots and lots of cooperation as well.
Well, see, I'd say counterpoint. I mean, be predictable. If you all of a sudden you're jumping off the road, it's just what do they call it? Telegraphing. I love a good telegraph, and I've had many chats with many drivers of the years of endurance racing about you could be telegraphing a little bit more here, and I think that's what it's all about. Telegraph where that hole is.
The headlights is my telegraph. If you see me come up behind you and I give you a flash, just be prepared I'm bombing you. That's your warning. So, you know.
Jay
We never asked you, Jay. We never asked.
Jay saying to Simon behind the scenes, "Is that why you end up in the wall all the time?" Oh dear, we are a bunch of wobblers at the end of the day. I think I do pretty all right for myself in my racing exploits, but regardless, we're not here to talk about ourselves. We're here to talk about the racing that's going on here, and this battle has reached a bit of a stalemate at this point, I think. Just not able to make up the time. I will say, though, that second and third place battle in GTP, it was reversed. It seems Blake Reynolds lost a bit of time somewhere along the line, and he's struggling to keep up with the pace. Actually, I just noticed on the last lap, Blake Reynolds lost 5 seconds with respect to Simon Carlarks in the Movano Blue machine. So something went very wrong for the 95, but no damage from what I can see. They can at least continue on.
Quite a few of the cars, their pace isn't quite where it was right at the start of this race. You're seeing a lot of 324s, 325s, rather than 322s from these GTP cars right now. I don't know if it's because the traffic is more evenly spread. Every single lap now is a GT4. You're going to catch 1 or 2 cars here, there, or somewhere. And of course, the big point is your leader has a new driver. So Pedro Sanchez Albert gets a very, very nice present of inheriting a very clean race-leading car with a more than 20-second lead gap. You don't need to take so many risks here. You're in a position where you're holding the good cards, so you can play them as you see fit.
BS Competition are in the best place to pretty much everyone right now. They're the overall leaders. They've got a solid 21.5 second gap, 22, nearly 23 seconds, depending on what timing screen you're looking at, over the second place team. And they've got clear track for the most part. Everyone else in different parts of the track is having to deal with all sorts of traffic, like this battle for 8th in GTP. The Garrick Motorsport car and Fiercely Forward Black. Fiercely Forward, of course, was just trying to edge their way forward a little bit in these stages. They could potentially use traffic to their advantage to get the move done, but we're still very early on in the race, and I certainly would think that Fiercely Forward will try and take their time with these moves.
It's important to talk about this car as well, the Fiercely Forward machine. Some sort of insider knowledge that I actually have is they've just currently won very, very recently the F3A 2024 Teams Championships. They're looking for a move down the inside. That'll result in contact, trying to go for the drive on the outside. They were desperately trying to use that GT3 as a pick, and that didn't necessarily work. Yeah, but the Australian driver pairings who were, I believe, in the LMP2 car, it's no longer in the race, actually, did manage to pick up the F3A 2024 Teams Championship. That only finished a couple weeks back.
Yeah, Fiercely Forward, a very competitive team with a great roster of drivers. We've certainly got a lot down here. And their 2 Corvettes, at least one of them is doing all right in the GT3 class. The Fiercely Forward yellow car still maintaining second place in GT3 as we speak. Look at how close they get in the chicanes. The GT3s, they have similar cornering speeds to the GTPs in these low speed sections, so not much of an advantage to be gained. But tell you what, Linus Stjerneland, he is absolutely rounding up the back here of the Garrick Motorsport GTP. Justin Alonso Jr. dealing with the pressure and soaking it up nicely.
Righto, gentlemen. Well, it's been a pleasure dropping by and saying hello to you for a little bit. I'm going to go ahead, step away and jump into my car here in the near future. But more importantly, to the driver from the Caribbean, hope that they thoroughly enjoy, and to actually any Americans that are watching along as well, thoroughly enjoy the T20 World Cup in terms of cricket that's going on over there. Tonight's a very special night in terms of motor racing, but it's also very important to both Australia and England's World Cup campaigns, so they'll take the time in a couple of hours.
Indeed. Well, thanks very much for joining us, Scott Rankin. We'll say goodbye to him, and maybe he'll jump in for a couple of hours further on down the line. All depends, of course, on how things work out. But we'll keep our eyes peeled on the battle between these GTPs, as thinking this is a blown engine potentially for the number 14. What's the deal here? The Hyperion racing car, they already had their issues with getting involved in the massive incident that at the Porsche curves. What happened to them down here? Coming into the S's. Oh. Okay, a little bit of a swerve. What's going on there? He's just stopped. Something's wrong there. Okay. Hopefully we get further news on what the issue was there for Hyperion Racing. But if you're interested in that GTP battle between Fiercely Forward and Garrick Motorsport, it looks like Linus Stjerneland has managed to make the move. Got past on the Mulsanne Straight. And now David Baker will continue to try and fight his way forward. Well, actually, he made a mistake. He lost the position, it seems, at Arnage. Oh, yeah, too deep into the corner. Managed to recover it nicely, but Marcel Egbers was right there. The door was wide open, and he just strolled on through.
Yeah, like rear locking on the way in. Very, very early little slide there, but it's deceptive how low grip some of the parts of the public roads can be, and I feel like Arnage and Indianapolis, two places here where the grip is a little bit lower than you expect, just a little dustier. Racetrack pavement and road pavement can be a bit different in terms of, the bitumen and the aggregate and the treatment and the whatever and the weathering and everything. Road pavement is just a slightly different beast from how you would pave a thoroughbred permanent racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not a pavement mixologist, but you can feel it. You're like, no, it doesn't quite give the same grip as the start-finish line or the first chicane, the Dunlop chicane.
Yeah, you do hear that spoken about quite a bit in real life racing. The different track, different track textures and stuff like that. And then if you go race in America, which is like a lot of it is street racing, so it's all on concrete, but it's very, very different as well. So yeah, it's the grip you get back is quite something. And like I said, with this track where it goes public road to permanent circuit, yeah, you're going to be something very, very aware of it, how it's going to affect the car balance. So it doesn't seem to move too much in iRacing, but 100% you've got to be aware of it at least.
Yeah, indeed you do. I mean, you even see it in the colour of the tarmac here, like this initial section of the circuit, and then the transition over to a slightly older surface, coming through the intersection that goes off to the right to make the Bugatti circuit, the permanent venue here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and then on your way out here through Tetra Rouge, then you transition to the highway, French national route here that has been used for racing since 1906, in fact, the first ever Grand Prix event, I believe. No, actually, I think it was another circuit in the area that eventuated a few years later that ended up using the Mulsanne Straight, which would ultimately make up part of the Circuit de la Sarthe. The 56 racing team, meanwhile, having an issue. That's a big spin and something you don't usually see in a GT3 car coming out of there. So I get the feeling he might have hit those anti-cut curves on the outside that unsettled the car, and then the traction control kicked in and just made the slide worse.
Yeah, because that's a slide that happened late in the corner, in the traction zone, not like the one we just saw earlier. Sort of rear locking and the slide happening very early in the corner. So it's like, is it a problem on braking or is it a problem on throttle? That one was on throttle.
And that corner 2 as well, it's like you're right, was it right about the curb, but that corner naturally seems to have just a little bit less grip. So coming off that corner, you've got to be very careful about how you apply the throttle. But just noticing there on screen at the moment, looks like a slowdown for the Delta Racing cars. Drop back a couple of spots now, falling in behind Elliot White. So wonder what happened there, but losing a couple of spots out of it.
It's all good now, but there's 2 other cars with slowdowns. DTIX Motorsport, and I think we just got cleared for
Alpha Esports.
Yeah, that's who I was looking at, Alpha Esports.
You get a slowdown, you get a slowdown, you get a slowdown.
I mean, think about it. There's only a couple of corners around the circuit that can give you a slowdown. So, turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, Tetra Rouge, both of the Mulsanne chicanes, the apex of Mulsanne corner, all through the Porsche curves, exit of the Porsche curves, Ford chicane. There is a lot of places here where there is sort of, a line in the sand. It's a painted white line about what the track limits are. And so they're published out there. You know what they are, like Tetra Rouge. You've got to get back onto the racing surface before the end of the curbing on the exit of Tetra Rouge there. So when you get it wrong, you know you've got it wrong.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened to Marcel Egbers there. He's just given up the position to David Baker for 4th place in GTP. So German Sim Racing Blue with a slight whoopsie there. Obviously Forward Black, meanwhile, for 8th place, still holding on. They made their way past some time ago on the Gericke Motorsport GTP. But it seems like Justin Alonso Jr. is, careful. Dennis Stjerneland with a little technical issue there. Won't exactly inspire confidence in Alonso behind. This is another one of those long-term battles that's been eventuating throughout the classes here today, as it looks like, 10 laps on the board for the LMP2s once again. We've seen our LMP2 leaders come into the pit lane for their 4th visit to the pits. Thibaut Prevost doing a fantastic job out in the lead there. On board at the moment with Alessandro Romanelli in the WSR Esports 124. Look at how much he takes out of those chicanes on the way into the pits and just slows down in time for the 60k an hour speed limit here. Now, pit stops in the LMP2s, they run around 30 to 35 seconds depending on tyres, and wow, what on earth happened there? Jorge Augusto giving up the place to Marriott. That was a pass made on pit entry. I'd love to see what happened there.
Yeah, so all right. I was going to say one more corner of this racetrack where you can also, get yourself in trouble with the track limits, and it's here on the pit entry. We'll take a look. So you've got this little chicane, and they've run in too hot and gone off the circuit and been passed on pit entry as they ran wide on pit in.
Opportune moment there for Delatraz Automotive to make up another position in their recovery up through the field. Well, Delta V Racing still trying to chase down the 5th place GT3 of Precision Racing. Elliot White having gotten the move done some time ago. Seems like Emanuele Oliveri is running away from them here at the moment. The 4th place GT3 at the moment. There's a lot still going on in the GT3 class. We're not giving it as much airtime as we have, say, GTP and LMP2 up the top, but man, this class is insanely competitive, at least if you're looking at 5th place on back.
Another great show of who's got the endurance lights fitted versus who doesn't. You can see Delta V definitely do have all of the extra lighting available, while the two Mercedes in front of them do not have those fitted. Once it gets dark, your regular headlights come on. At that point, you'll have just a little extra lighting if you're sixth place Delta V.
They'll just rely on all the prototypes passing them to give them the headlights. They don't worry about it. They'll be fine.
Some of the invitational cars at the Bathurst 12 Hour this year basically had no headlights. It's like only the first 30 minutes of the race is dark. Someone else with headlights will be in front of us. We'll be fine. Crazy, man.
Yeah.
If need be, they can just read the track by Braille. They'll figure it out.
You know what Bo does?
Put a blindfold on. Feel a big bump in the wheel. Break your wrists. Oh, there's a wall there.
Oh,
okay.
This is Griffin's car.
Oh, yeah, it is.
You're kidding me. Another slowdown. For Delta Sport, in this case, costs them 6th position to IFR, who are charging up for.
Yeah, Andreas Linder now at the wheel of the IFR car, and behind we have the ongoing battle for 9th and 10th. In fact, 8th, 9th and 10th. The Geodesic Racing car still right in the midst of all of this, but we keep an eye on the 31 AZR car, a little bit wide out of Mulsanne, almost gets sideswiped by the Maniti Racing purple entry. 78 with Francois Aldrini at the wheel, but that's a position then for Austin Young, who I believe has gotten the damage on that car fixed. These guys are fresh out of the pits as things stand. They've only just come out, and looking at the pit stop times, looking reasonably equal. The AZR Motorsport car had the quickest pit stop, but we'll have to wait and see if they can carry that momentum forward. They've had to give up a place to a GTP there, Matthew Roberts in the Parnell 177, but this is really close between Young and Aldrini.
It's on for Young and old.
There we go. Tick that one off the checkbox list.
It's on for Young and Aldrini, whatever.
No! Oh, hello. Into the Porsche curves. Close quarters for Geodesic Racing and Parnell Racing. 177. Oh, just getting into the rear of Aldrini a little bit. Oh, that was scrappy. That was a little bit messy. But ultimately, all cars come out of it presumably clean? Question mark.
Now these GTPs, they just don't have that. They don't have enough speed on the entry into the Porsche curves there to take it too wide. They are a little quicker through the high-speed corners. They are carrying a little more downforce, but their key strength is the punch off the corners where they've got like 200 more horsepower or something. They just, yeah, they're quicker than LMP2 cars everywhere. That's how it works. That's why they're the top prototype class, and LMP2 is the middle category here. But they're just not that much faster that it isn't always a giant risk to try to, squeeze tight around the outside on the entry to the Porsche curves.
Yeah, I mean, not the first time we've seen an incident like that, and the other times we have seen it, it's erupted into something disastrous, hasn't it? I think just obviously the track is still very young in terms of rubber being put down on the circuit. So if you're trying to take the outside and the Porsche curves to pass a car, you're not going to have as much grip as you will at, say, the end of the race. And you've got to think about the marbles being thrown away from the tyres as well. So I understand why the GTPs are trying to go as tight as they can, but honestly, you're not going to lose out all that much if you just go a little bit wider. You'll still be able to carry that tiny bit of extra power on the exit and be able to get the move done. Speaking of getting moves done, Geodesic Racing moving up into 8th in LMP2.
I was wondering how that one was going to play out. Looks like they've had to back out of it to let that position go. The 78. He's losing a lot of time out of that one as well. He's got the GTP to go past as well. But yeah, gets through that. But the geodesic car picks up another spot. Will skip down the road a little bit as well. So But yeah, I keep thinking back to like what you're sort of mentioning as well, like the pace difference as well. The thing is, like, where they're just basically going for that move around that sort of the exit of the Porsche curves. Got to also think too is that they're putting himself in. Oh wow! They're really getting close in these positions there at Indy. So I was looking at the other one too. The other incident we saw where there was nearly contact. It was like there was pixels in it, and then we just saw it again the second time through Indianapolis. This is getting so close with some of these cars.
Yeah, massively close. That's the Delatraz automotive car, I believe, almost getting rear-ended. Oh, that is just a matter of centimeters between the cars on the entry to one of the most dangerous corners on the circuit. Well, WSR Esports, they've certainly got a lot to fight for. Their car that was leading LMP2 was taken out about an hour ago or thereabouts. And now they want to try and get on the LMP2 podium, but they've got a long way to go for that. Currently still taken up by P1Docs.com, Effect Simulations, and Apex Racing Team. Those are your top 3 LMP2 teams right now. Remy Legrand has taken over the Delatraz automotive car, and I'll tell you what, for all of the troubles that the Delatraz car has had, I'm really impressed at their driver lineup. They've certainly come here very well prepared.
It's insane that there was no front on that car not that long ago, and then they've come back, they're pushing forward, clearly super determined. Also insane that they lost their whole front and just got the clip replaced, and ST Racing lost their rear wing and somehow couldn't get a rear clip replacement. So that didn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but this is such a performance for Delatraz at the moment. Heading towards a podium position in not too long as well, and then the world's your oyster with so much of the race still to go.
You just got to maintain the pace, really. So, seeing a couple of GTP pit stops going on here. Bailey Ford bringing the Vermilion Esports number 18 in. And I don't think that's a driver change, but it is for service. They've had to take a couple of penalties on the way, and they're at the end of a 12-lap stint now. They are a very long way off sequence from the rest of the GTP class, but we are seeing ever more cars from further down in GTP. The cars that crashed early on, the Altitude Esports LMDH and the Mag Performance GTP, that's Grabowski and Leonardi up on the screen at the moment, taking their next pit stops at the end of a 12-lap stint. The rest of the GTP class mostly around 8 to 9 laps into their stint. Looks like a move's just been made for Garrick Motorsport. They've gotten back past Fiercely Forward Black, but I think they're going to be coming into the pits at the end of this lap as we keep an eye on the 4th place GT3 battle.
Yeah, this one has definitely been a little bit of a slow burn. We've seen them sort of hang around each other. And you see there's a GTP making its way through, just barely. Gosh, it's really making us nervous now whenever we see them try and go past, but through there fine. But yeah, definitely just like a bit of a slow burner. Decent pace from all three of these drivers as well. They're not really separated by much, so maybe a bit of strategy involved here, not wanting to sort of race each other too hard, maybe an opportunity to save a little bit of fuel. So, but there we are. There's the pit stop for 2 of them. One of them keeps going, but you can see on screen the 21 with the Mag Performance car will go around for one more time. So that's going to be a little bit of an advantage for them. Obviously able to stretch the fuel tank out a little bit more in that car.
Yeah, off sequence by a lap is the Mag Performance car. Same for Fiercely Forward Yellow of Pedro Valencia that's just taken the lead in GT3. Look at this battle here. Delatraz Automotive facing a lot of pressure. Not only having to make their way past the GT3, but they got a GTP coming up on them at the end here. Got to be gentle coming into these corners. You absolutely have to nail them. And this 1-2-4 is giving them a heck of a race. Look at that. Oh, they will lose time on the exit of the corner, but Very well recovered indeed from the 1-2-4 entry of Alessandro Romanelli. This is a great fight.
Tried to, I was going to say, he tried to do a bit of, oh man, that's gone out of my head now. Basically, no, it's gone. I was thinking the skateboard game. He tried to grind the final curb, but Tony Hawk. He tried to, tried to Tony Hawk the final curb, but it didn't quite work out for him in that instance.
No, certainly not. You don't want to grind the bottom of these cars. A skateboard, I think, is a bit more durable than the underfloor of an LMP2, which is where most of the downforce of the car is generated, incidentally.
I don't think they ever disqualified Tony Hawk for plankware, to my knowledge, but I'm not completely on top of
Well, I mean,
that type of skateboarding.
Well, I mean, you get plankware in a skateboard, and what happens? It snaps in half, and suddenly you're having to go to the hospital. That's the alternative.
And that's why they never let me go anywhere near a skateboard. I mean, they let me near a snowboard, and that's had some disastrous consequences. So, yeah, don't ever let me near one of those.
Yeah, well, me with my right arm disability, I've ended up with balance issues, so I actually can't ride a bike, let alone ride a skateboard. Fortunately, I do have a semi-recumbent tricycle that I need to take out for some tours now that the weather is a bit cooler down here in Australia. But yeah, at the very least, you're doing better than me, Simon, when it comes to board-related activities. But this is interesting. It's a battle for the lead in LMP2. P1Docs.com, still holding on to it, but Sasha Lehmann, who's remained in the Effect Simulations car, has been in there for a stint or two now. David Sobrero has taken the wheel of the number 12 from Thibaut Prevost. So I think still getting used to the car, and this has resulted in some big gains for the 909.
You just have to look at that graphic and see, 1.5 seconds on one of the laps, almost a second on the next lap. You get to the slipstream range, you're right within striking distance. That's wider than everyone else has been going through that part there for the leader. So, yeah, the pressure is on.
Yeah, it seems like it's definitely struggling to rotate, especially in that part of the track. As you mentioned, it was quite wide. I was keeping an eye on that little bit of battle, but it seemed to fizzle out a bit. But no, it's definitely back on now. Sasha Lehmann in hot pursuit to try and get to the back of him. That GTP sort of spread them out a little bit more. But yeah, the leader, David, just seems to be struggling a little bit with car balance right now. But we're looking where they are, about lap 4-5. So they're about halfway through their stint at the moment. So we'll just be nursing that car, try and get it to the next pit stop, get a new set of tyres on it. Look at that lineup. A lot of talented drivers to choose from. But, man, imagine driving with that. Oh, man. Just look at that lineup, and I just think, man, who decides who gets to drive when? Like, just the argument. It's like, yeah.
I mean, they're on both sides of the Atlantic, so I suppose it's a bit easier thinking European versus American. But all of the Euros in roughly 3 time zones worth of time there. So. Yeah, not as big of a difference as it'd be for someone racing in America and then Australia, for example. It's also one of the largest driver lineups in this field. We do have one team with 7 drivers projected to race in the team, but at the very least, a lot of drivers in these teams will get a solid rest.
That's the plan.
Sleep is good. I like sleep.
What is sleep? Jay Kennedy asks. He's going to be putting in the hard yards. I mean, he's already got 2 kids, and he's going to be here until 6 a.m. his time, and then he'll. Hearing news of no! It's the Delatraz Automotive car! Oh no! What on earth has gone on for Remy Legrand there? That car there's practically no rear end on that thing. Look at how much it's crabbing. Oh, I think we've just gotten a clue as to what happened.
I'm putting 1 and 1 together, and I'm pretty sure I'm getting 2 from this. So we'll have a look at the.
Oh, wow. Just full on missed the breaking point.
Oh, that is not the butt kicker that they signed up for.
Absolutely not. The 1-2-4 with massive suspension damages. We're hearing news of a penalty for the geodesic car, which is, I think, in the background of shot there. Not too sure what the incident was for, but geodesic 214 with a penalty now hanging over their head. They'll have to tour through the pits, but man, what a shame for Delatraz Automotive. You know, they were recovering fantastically from their earlier incident, putting on a great challenge, and then unfortunately it seems WSR Esports just forgot where the brake pedal was.
Yeah, didn't miss it by a little bit either. It was quite a big sort of distance between the braking, so obviously an honest mistake, nothing intentional behind it, but got a feel for the Delatraz team that come back so well, potentially fighting for a podium. They were not far from a podium spot, and that's just going to hurt a bit right for them.
It's starting to reach Ship of Theseus territories as well, because we know the nose on that car wasn't the one that it started the race with. If they put a new rear wing and deck lid and suspension bits on it, you'll ask yourself, what makes the car that finished the race the same that started it?
I'm sure there's more than a few cars over the history of the real-life version of this race that would have that paradox applied to them.
Yes, questions about gearbox changes, whole suspension assembly, what counts as a brake change, classic stuff. But yeah, the ingenuity and of the mechanical systems, the repairability of cars at Le Mans is kind of what makes the race great, what makes the cars great. Is like other categories you'd never think of. How do we, replace that kind of a part as quickly as possible? In any other series, it might be race over. Here in a 24-hour race, if you can fix it, you can replace it, you can do something advantage, and it can keep you in the race.
And such a good case in point in that is the brand new M4 GT3 Evo that they just released. One of the things they actually spoke about with the new car was that ease of more reliability, but the ease of swapping parts out for that exact reason. Is that if you've got to swap something out, it costs time, obviously. The quicker you can swap a part out, the more obviously you stay on track, so to speak. So definitely one of those things that a lot of them actually are thinking about in the real world as well.
And little point about the whole Ship of Theseus thing. I wanna share something interesting with you. Apparently, the Wikipedia article on the Ship of Theseus paradox, over the course of that article's history, has had every single line replaced.
I also follow Depths of Wikipedia Twitter.
Oh, you got me.
Good stuff.
Well,
good stuff.
Indeed. A couple of battles going on in LMP2 as this stands. Battle for fourth. On the top or bottom, Jay? Battle for fourth on the bottom, battle for the lead on top. And yeah, we haven't checked in with that lead battle in some time, have we? The Effect Simulations 909 is continuing to round up the number 12 P1 Docs entry. But again, looks like their run's been stymied a little by a wild GTP appearing. Maximilian Muir for the Precision Racing 111. He's gone past both of them cleanly, but the battle for fourth is still on here. And the IFR and Delta Sport cars, they haven't left each other alone. They've been occupying the same piece of racetrack pretty much from the very start of the race. And coming up to 3 hours in, that's really something special. I think it just goes to show how competitive the LMP2 class is.
Yeah, and for that lead battle, we saw as they were coming to the four chicanes 1 or 2 laps ago that a GTP got in the middle, created a little bit of space that's taken the heat off the P1 Doc's car for just a little bit. Now the gap closes back in, and the pressure resumes for the lead of class.
Heading up to Rouge. Such a high-speed corner again, as we spoke about, using all that track width, making sure you get back onto the track before the end of that curb, stop yourself from getting a slowdown. But now we'll see it in a straight line. Oh, a bit of a slide off the corner for the IRF car. It's going to have the Delta Sport all over it. It's going to pull out. It's going to have a look down the inside. Looks like it's going to be job done pretty easily. Slight little mistake from the IFR car is coming out the corner, but that'll be job done. Up an extra spot there, but I don't think it'll be the last time we'll see both of those guys racing each other.
No, certainly not. And I noticed in the background of shot on that 4th place fight, Blake Reynolds bringing the Penguin RC Lightning GTP back out of the pits. Looks like we've had pretty much everyone in the GTP class come in for their next pit stop in the last few laps, but BS Competition still standing head and shoulders over everyone else. They have made all of their stints so far last 13 laps. No one else has been able to get over 12 laps a stint. So, BS Competition with the true advantage for the overall lead right now, but for the LMP2 lead, it is still on, and trying to get on the distraction button, it seems, is Sasha Lehman, trying to pass David Sobrero, who's managed to get himself into a nice rhythm, I have to say. His first couple of laps, yeah, they didn't quite match what Thibaut Prevost was able to do earlier, but I'll tell you what, he's managed to run some pretty solid times. 0.5 of a second slower on the previous lap than the chasing car, but regardless, it seems like Sasha Lehman is not hugely eager to make a move, willing to sit behind for a little bit longer, and that is, as we've mentioned before, that 24-hour race mindset. Yes, you're battling for the lead. There's a lot of high tension going on here, but if you can afford to just take it easy, take your time with your maneuvers, it'll pay off for you.
Maybe he likes the view from there, you know, just soaking in the layman's perspective.
9.5 minutes. 9.5 minutes. Oh dear. Well, the battle will continue as we switch our attention back to GTP. Now, the fiercely forward black car has another machine to try and overtake. It is the Parnell Racing GTP. It seems like they've left the Garrick Motorsport car behind, fiercely forward, with Nick Jelicic back in the car now, starting driver, returning to take the wheel of the number 59.
Using all their money's worth of 7th gear there as well in the toe, so imagine that's happening most of the way around the lap, almost maxing out the gearing. And as I looked at the end of straight speeds up and down this whole class, basically everyone 318 kilometers an hour, so they must be getting pretty close to maxing it out. That goes to that point where they punch off the corner with so much more horsepower than the LMP2s, but by the end of the straight, they're a little more equal.
Oh.
Yeah, the LMP2s, the geodesic car, ruining the run of Nick Jelicic just a little bit, but just enough room being given through the end of the Porsche curves. So close.
See, that's what I was going to mention before. We just saw a case in point where they've tried to make that move happen. They've gotten alongside the car, yeah, sure, but now they've compromised their line into the corner. My first thought in that situation is, what are you losing by trying to get that pass done? What are you losing if you stayed behind them and got the shot off the corner? Because you're coming off the corner, you're going to have more pace than them anyway. Like the way the cars are, they've got more acceleration. Just that attempt to force themselves along the slide and then compromise their line. I don't know. Part of me would sort of think, is it really worth it?
Yeah, well, I suppose it's worth something, and that something is evidently very small. But you know, these are a lot of professional teams actually competing in this race. So you know, it's in their job description. They will find any advantage they can, and if they do the maths in their head and they figure out that it's worth taking that risk, they will absolutely go for it. You know, there's plenty to be said on whether that's the right attitude for a 24-hour race. We've seen that that attitude come to the fore a few times already, but I think it's a great attitude that the LMP2 lead battle has had. You know, Sasha Lehman continuing to pressure David Sobrero, and clearly the faster car in this battle, but yeah, not taking too many risks, and it's giving us a great fight.
Faster than both, though, was Apex Racing Team third in class. Is just 5 seconds behind. That's them. Hello. I'm going faster than first and second right now.
Yeah, Jordan Johnson now at the wheel of the 99, and he's put on a few very nice laps indeed. Yeah, 4/10 faster than the top two at the moment, and they're going to have some GT3 traffic to contend with coming up to the final couple of corners. I would suspect they'll be able to get this Ferrari on the exit. That car in question is the other Delatraz automotive car in this field, with Pierre Ubizu at the wheel, and that has really narrowed the gap for the LMP2 lead, and it almost results in contact between Lehman and Sobrero, but David is going to have the inside for the first corner, but we'll see if Lehman can hold on to the outside line, get on the brakes, and dive to the lead of LMP2. Well, Sobrero's going to come back, though.
I was waiting for that to see if he could get the drive off the corner. He's going to be on the wrong side of the road, though, but he is... Oh, no, not quite. He will go for another.
Oh!
It's still side by side. Not quite. Did not have the grip on the outside. They'll go to Turn de Rouge back in the position they were. That was a phenomenal bit of driving. And, oh, slow down for David Sobrero, and it looks like he might actually end up losing second place to Jordan Johnson there if Johnson is able to catch up to him. He's managed to get back up to speed. Still, it's a shame that he lost the lead like that, but that was a great bit of battling up to that point. That's the kind of battling we like to see. All right, well, with that, we're going to go through each class as the first stint of our commentary here of the fourth Majors 24 is going to come to a close, but the broadcast isn't going to end. These are the standings in GTP at the moment. 1 minute and 37 seconds is the lead that BS Competition currently enjoy over Movano Cube Controls Blue. We've still got plenty of teams in that top 10 who are trying to fight their way up after early issues. In LMP2, Effect Simulations taking the lead from P1Docs.com in just the last couple of moments. Jordan Johnson for Apex Racing Team closing in on David Sobrero. And in GT3, WSR Esports Butt Kicker is leading the way with Fiercely Forward Yellow only 10 seconds behind. Those two teams are fuel saving like mad and extending their stints. We're going to go to a quick break here on SimSpeed TV, but the show will continue with David Haynes leading the way for commentary. I'm Reese Gardner. David Haynes was alongside me in the commentary box, and Simon Mazzomo joining us as well for the first stint. Big thanks to everyone at the majors for putting this whole shebang together, but the show will continue momentarily.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Thanks for staying with us for coverage of Majors 24. This is the top split of many. There are over hundreds of teams, over 1,300 drivers in this year's Majors 24. It is a big deal, and this is the best of the pre-qualified teams and drivers, the most competitive. The most risk-averse? No, that's not what we've seen so far. It has been a chaotic opening 3 hours, but there are 21 still to go. A race through the night in France, and then into the new day. We'll also be bringing you coverage on SimSpeed TV at the final 6 hours of the race, all the way to that checkered flag. For this segment, David Haynes with Craig King and Robert O'Brien just had pit stops from the leading GTPs, and BS Competition lead the way there. Pit stops right now for the leading LMP2s, Craig.
Yeah, they've just come in. Good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. They've just come in to start theirs with P1 Docs and Apex neck and neck in the box. And it's really interesting to see what we're 3 hours into the race. And I'll be brutally honest, this doesn't really feel like it's an endurance race. There's been so much battling in both prototype class and GT3s down the order. It really just feels like they're taking this more like a sprint race.
We've seen lots of sort of risky, gutsy, perhaps ill-advised moves as well that haven't felt befitting of the incredible amount of time still remaining on the clock for this race. We go to a replay. The number 14 car in LMP2. This is the second of the Mulsanne chicanes. And is it the exit curb that's going to get us unstuck. Now, this car pulled over and just parked earlier. We saw it, and it happens again. So for Hyperion, I don't know what is going on, but they are not happy with something, and it is a weird, weird little something. Again at our GTP leader, 20-second advantage right now. Having just seen those stops, though, it is a much narrower leading advantage for our leading 3 in LMP2.
Indeed it is, and it's you think to yourself, oh, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, that's a massive lead, but it's a 24-hour race, so on the grand scale of things, you're looking at, in actual effect, it could only be, one mistake, one mishap, you go down Mulsanne, you accidentally cut through, you go towards Indy, you make a mistake, you go straight on instead of turning left, you could all, throw the toys out of the pram and you'd be under pressure.
Just saw Gerika do exactly as you said, wide out of Tetra Roof there, picked up a slowdown, and then had to give some spots to LMP2s that just worked to try to lap. They find themselves with a gaggle of LMP2s right in front of them that they're going to have to power past at some point. Here it was, so we'll get around to Tetra Rouge. They get past that WSR car. They're on this shallow entry to Tetra Rouge, and they get it so wrong out there. That is too much track limits, and that cost them dearly. So with the long Mulsanne straight and the slipstream for LMP2 doing what it does best, we've got our leading 3 within 1.2 seconds. It's coming back together, Craig.
Yeah, and I gotta love it when I see David Serrero for P1 Docs just going wide there. Remember the old days? Robert also remembers them as well. You go wide in the exit there, the second Mulsanne chicane, and you've got a bump in the road, and that's gone now. So that allows those drivers nowadays to really just put it a little bit wider around there. Something that I really enjoy seeing nowadays. Just so you get that little bit. Just see how it's just caught everybody bunched up here, and they've also got to have this one and hypercar just going by them. And they've got more traffic up ahead. That's going to cause a little bit of a bottleneck, I think, going into Mulsanne.
And that's sport. Now to Robert with the weather.
Oh well, it's cloudy, and a chance of more cloud. I'm using my finger. I'm doing my best, and it's not looking too good.
Just make sure you don't wear anything green in front of the screen.
Oh yeah, I don't think. Yeah, it'd be like the we had that recently where the unfortunate accident happened where it was just a floating head on the television. 21 degrees is the sort of main weather that you're going to have to look at. Cloudy with just a touch over a dozen kilometers an hour to the east, and 65% humidity. Pretty typical for the middle of France at this time of year, this time of day. Main thing to look out for is if we have any sudden shock in terms of the sun just comes out and absolutely blasts the track with some heat. Will overturn Skid
It's a very, very challenging moment for our top 3 in LMP2. There's the Gerika car that's just working its way through now. More speed in some places, but not in others. We are, of course, looking at the 3 fastest LMP2s. And that headlight flash, I think it's Morse code for what a great passing maneuver you've done. Very clean, didn't inconvenience me at all in the slightest. And again, Gerika now going to get down the inside of second in class. Effect simulations. One more to go, which is P1 Docs. It's the traction off the corners where GTP can really make its way known. Done too much to our top 3 order just here. One Docs, yeah, they can come back to a late apex there and they don't lose out too badly. And now the view backwards from your class leader. I've spent a while, thinking about what makes good racing. Is it cars that are very, very fast, or is it cars that can race well? It's cars that can race well, and that's what LMP2 is giving us right now. Just really, really good racing. Football fans don't spend their whole time with posters of boots on their wall. No, they've got posters of goals, of players. And I think racing fans, we love the cars, but we've also got to love all the racing.
We gotta love the racing. Actually, I would actually have a poster of a pit crew. That's for me, because it's one of the things that always got me into endurance racing with the Le Mans 24 in the real world is the strategies in play when it comes to fuel. And, you know, they have to rely on that something in this race. We looked at it, the 909 effect simulations in this gaggle here, they have hit it a lap before P1 Dots and Apex. So how's that going to affect them? If they keep being that -1 on the pit strategy, they may have to take an extra pit stop down the road, which could also just mean time in the pit, could be lost time and everything. It's very interesting. So, you know, when you see nowadays a Toyota team in WEC, and they do, you know, the cameras are always on them when they do their massive warm-ups, literally 5 laps before the car's coming into the pit. Yeah, that's basically what I would get a photo and put on my poster. I don't know about you, don't call me weird. To me, when it comes to endurance racing, it's all about the pit strategy.
They love a good midnight slow-mo shot of some mechanics, you know, doing their warm-ups, their jumping jacks, whatever it may be. Lots of great racing happening right now. Top of your screen, that battle for the lead in LMP2. Bottom of your screen, the way the battle is unfolding in the top class of GTP. Keep RC Lightning being one of the biggest movers, dare I say, a bit of lightning in the bottle. But Daniel Craft, top of the side, esports butt kicker, closing in on a podium spot. So tilt your head sideways, cross your eyes, whatever. Just make sure you keep an eye on both, because you'll need it to see what's happening in LMP2. 3 Dallara P217s in 3 car lengths. A change for the lead, Effect getting ahead. P1 Docs coming across the nose of Apex. Through the Porsche curves we go. From up high above, you see P1 Docs looking like they're struggling a little bit. Almost getting into the outside wall there. Well-timed move from Effect, who might be able to stretch ahead somewhat. And also Jordan Johnson in the Apex car, who was 5 seconds behind this battle a little while ago, brought his car and his team into contention.
Yeah, and that was very disciplined. The images that we've just seen, that was very disciplined driving from all drivers involved in the LMP2 battle. That could have been very, very disastrous for all of them, simply because of how close they were racing, coming up through and into the Porsche curves. And then coming out there all nicely in and nice and neat in a row like the couple of ducklings. But yeah, they're pushing hard, as you said, just having to pay attention to traffic as well, because, you know, it may be the widest track known to man, but when you have multiple classes and multiple cars, that wide track can certainly be cut down to mere inches.
So P1 Docs did get just a little bit of the wall through the Porsche curves there. Doesn't appear to have done any damage, but it kicked up just a little bit of dust, and goes to show how committed they were through there. Just a little bit offline, a little bit on the back foot. Effect Simulations now lead LMP2. What about for these podium positions in GTP? Blake Reynolds took over from Casey Kerwin, who did a mega job in the 95 initially. Blake Reynolds hasn't had easy sailing of it, and he's going to try to do some defensive work here, Craig.
Yep, how do you be defensive down the Gulf Straight? Well, it all depends on the lines you take here, and you can't take a defensive line down this real world part of the track. It's when you get past this final kink here, and now you've got to look at it. Do you defend the inside? You compromise the entrance into Indy here. No, Indianapolis is fine. This is good defense. Just going to hold it, because I think Daniel understands the assignment. We saw the LMP2s make an overtake here on Arch last lap, and I was a little bit shocked at that. But here, Daniel in that number 23 WSR Esports ex-butt kicker, just holding formation at the moment. He's going to look ahead into the relative. He's seen an LMP2 5 seconds up the road. He doesn't have to worry. If he wants to be a little bit aggressive, he can. He's not. And this is where I would say, perfect opportunity to start thinking about some fuel saving. You already are -3 to BS competition.
Are you saying that Kraft might have something brewing?
Well, I would say there's no reason to show all your cards right away. You want to take a draw step, and you want to play one card at a time, and that's what he's doing. And if he's happy enough staying behind Blake, and Blake's pace is fine, just stay there. Just stay there. I mean, if you look at the times here, when Blake comes across the line, in fact, we also look at when Daniel comes across the line, a little bit of a slide by both of them there. They come across the line with a 23.7 apiece, and that's basically on par with Movano in P2. It's competition out there at the moment. They don't need to start panicking. It's still early game, but they can do this.
It's competitive, and it sees the cars behind them get a bit smaller in the mirrors. So we're going to have a look again. Back up at LMP2, this is P1 Docs, who got to second place. Apex get right underneath the rear of them through there, and there's almost contact between our fight for the leading three, Robert.
And it can end as quickly as you saw the car of the 99 Apex Racing team snap coming into the first corner of Indy, and oh my goodness, I'm guaranteeing you, they were almost screaming and shouting in that car, trying to make the car at least didn't know it, and too wide through, coming out onto past karting, and just took way too much. And probably won't need to serve a slowdown for that. But same
P1 Docs.
Yeah, P1 Docs.
Off the track as they tried to have a look down the inside of one of the GT3 cars. It didn't quite work out, and they've now got to slow down to serve. They haven't even cleared it yet, so the lead gets further away. Third place, Apex Racing now becomes second place, and it's sort of do or don't, or wait and lose lots of time, or go for the move, but then have to serve a slowdown because of it. P1 Docs have gone from the race lead back into third place in the last handful of laps. Still very, very well placed, but it's Effect Simulation to go to first. Apex Racing team who go to second. That's a 3.4 second lead all of a sudden for the leader in LMP2. Still the slimmest margin of any of the classes though, because your GTP leader has 27 seconds of margin, your GT3 leader has 15 seconds. LMP2 has just been slowly delivering some very exciting spec action in between the big brother and the little brother classes of the three that we have for this year's running of the Majors 24. At GTP, there is something brewing, Craig.
There is something brewing, and he's also seen that the traffic is there. He's going to get a little bit of an overlap. He gets ahead of Blake right before they come down to the GT3 traffic, can go into the inside, and this is something I like to call the bookmark effect. There's a slow car right between you and your opposition. There's another slow car. You start to stretch that gap now, and what was as they came onto the Gulf Straight, basically neck and neck, there's almost a second gap between them just for that, putting those slow cars there. Really good work in the traffic from Daniel Kraft. I'm not saying he set that up knowing the traffic would be there at the right time, but he took the opportunity and he saw the situation, and now he's going to give a lot of dirty air to Blake, and Blake will come around the first part of the Porsche curve in the dirty air, in the clean air, and it's just going to really upset that car.
And he's throwing the car through here as well, just trying to manage that gap, extend that gap through the longest continuous sequence of corners around the 13.7 kilometers of Circuit de la Sarthe. Great decisive move into third place, and trying to stay there as well with the pace they are delivering. Second and third here in LMP2, and Effect Simulation also put the hammer down here to try to extend their class lead. 4.2 seconds, despite Jordan Johnson getting the second with an opportunity to maybe stretch his legs now to close it down. It just opens up a little bit.
Oh, well, absolutely. And speaking of Effect Simulations, they'd be the kid that had the hand caught in the cookie jar and have bolted away at lightning speed, and they've made good effect of both traffic and situations. Apex Racing coming up to traffic just at the perfect time through in the middle of a corner, and they've been able to stretch their legs a little bit. And for Apex, we were talking about before, effective use of traffic, and track position. These guys are going to have to let the car come to them, let the track come to them. Most importantly, sometimes you give it and sometimes you take it away.
Tough little moment for the traffic, but more patient through the Porsche curves than we've seen from some other GTPs, which is nice. Maybe we're all learning, and by the end of 24 hours we'll be very, very smart. Kicking it a little bit wide through the gravel. Not great drive off the final corner for third place P1Docs.com. It's on Apex Racing Team to see now if they can get a bit of clean air, get a couple of clean laps. Do they have clean air pace to match new class leader Effect Simulations? It's Andrew Dawson leading and driving that leading car. It's Jordan Johnson in Apex Racing Team there who just sees that little position through the traffic. And David Sobrero driving the... I kept the accent on for too long past the name there. Driving the P1Docs.com car, Craig.
That's like how I do it, isn't it? How do I pronounce his name?
Man, I got into a groove.
What's
I
their
just couldn't-
nationality? Yeah, and you just
couldn't
put
get
the
out.
accent on. You know, it's a weird one. No, I do understand that. I keep my eyes on those lap times, by the way, because I know Apex and P1 Docs didn't have that slow lap last time because of the overtaking and the slowdown. But again, I have to keep my eyes glued, and you know, when we come back later in the race, that whole time battle with the laps is going to be interesting, because if this is Effect's pace without fuel saving compared to what Apex and P1 pace is with fuel saving, that could be very interesting later on in the race, as those two are back up because of traffic, and these two are back up on traffic. Penguin just trying to play it safe at the moment. Again, there's no need to be this aggressive so early, David, which is why the first 3 hours was very interesting to see in this class. But at the moment now, I think everyone, with drivers now starting their second stints, just calm down a little bit, and I think they're just finally getting into the groove. They're in endurance mode now.
Craig, which one's better, a Penguin or a Tim Tam?
Oh, we don't have Tim Tams. It's going to be a Penguin.
I've known you for 20 minutes, and I'm ready to pick fights.
Okay, but put it like this: if I had Penguins with me right now, I would be finishing every time on the microphone reading a joke from the back of a Penguin rapper. I'm just saying. And you know, I'm just saying that's the only good a Penguin is just for the really bad jokes. Come on, you can't deny that.
So we're going to have to go to a replay, and it's for a dramatic incident for 378 Mercedes. Oh, just gets a little tap from behind in that quick kink into the braking zone. A little bit of action at a distance going on there as well, but it's a tough race for GTPs to make their path. Mercedes didn't quite know it's the Manisi car, and you've had half of their rear vision being occupied by another GT3. GTP car comes barreling in, and a death blow delivered to that GT3, and they are now out of the race.
Indeed, and it's a very harsh front end hit as well, especially in a completely front end collision as well. Just as they did, you can look on board as the car was coming in, braking in towards Indy. Oh, and just the slippiest of tappiest of taps. You think you just poked somebody, but you might as well have just absolutely flung a water balloon at their face.
Do you know what I was thinking looking back at that? Sorry, David. There was a little bit of a twitch there in the Maniti car going into Indy. So I'm thinking he was ready to give all the space there, but I think just a little slide just put the car where it wasn't going to be. And I know there was a little bit of a gap there due to internet, but I still feel that little twitch entering Indy might have caused the wreck there.
Yeah, so you've got the GTP to the right-hand side here. Maniti are kind of like, are they going to throw it down there? Okay, no, they're not. Comes back across, but has a wiggle because of the hesitation and because the GTP switched from the right-hand side to the left-hand side. And once we saw the onboard, you're like, no, I think they managed pretty well. They didn't do what we've seen before, which is point your prototype nose to the inside of that right-hand kink that the GT3s are always going to want to take to get on the correct line for braking for the corner. So I think it's just an unfortunate way that it played out with just not complete control of the car, and it's obviously a challenging braking zone because it's got that kink going into it.
Especially for the fact that it always comes down to it in Le Mans especially. It may not be the most complicated technical track out there. It still can pose a challenge to you. We're looking at the 56 Racing Team with Traval at the wheel at the moment. He's doing quite well for himself. tipping around an 8th. You know, he doesn't need to do anything more than just keep the car pointed forward and going. But you know, you can have an incident where the car in the absolute motorsports situation, the car number 88, the car ahead makes a mistake or gets clogged up with traffic issues. That's a good position, thank you kindly.
Absolute Motorsport SLF are flying along right here as well. Their last lap, very competitive at a 3:55.8. Get the comparison to the car in front, chip away half a second, lose 2/10, chip away another half a second. So with the Ferrari versus Ferrari here, 9th place car is beginning to reel in 8th place just slowly and steadily. And the lap times for the number 88 car competitive with some of the cars even further up the order. So quicker than 7th, matching what the leaders are doing in this class here as well. Wonderful. Will have an effect of a cooling track and night-time conditions, maybe favouring some of the GT3 models that weren't quite so strong at the drop of the tricolor and the green flag, where the race track was quite a bit hotter than it was now. It was about 36 Celsius track temp then. It's 26 now. That is quite a difference. And of course, across GT3 is where we've got the most variety of models and manufacturers. You see the Mercedes out there, the Ferraris. We had Corvettes. We had all sorts. Unfortunately, GTP with a little less variety, and I think it's a positive to LMP2 that it is in effect our spec category.
It's what everyone wanted. Everyone wanted an LMP2, and all right, people can say it's not the top one that everyone's using in IMSA or WEC or, well, Le Mans 24 now, just for that, and of course European Le Mans, but it's still just great having just a prototype that's a one-class prototype after the old days. Rob will know what I'm talking about, the old HPDs, which, you know, is still our babies in such and where we grew up, but also having these cars nowadays, really nice to see. And it gives you this info, this gives you this here. 717, the IFR Esports, the Maniti Racing Purple, battles everywhere. And again, this is, I've said it before, every time I come to Le Mans, and Rob probably gets annoyed at me saying this, the Porsche curves through karting, through Corvette, dirty air, and there is not a car that hates the dirty air more through there like these cars. And a little flash of the headlight probably saying, could you get going? I'm trying to do as much as I can. These three cars back in P4, yeah, I wouldn't want to be in the Maniti car right now because of all that dirty air.
Yeah, indeed. Who have we got that's off the pace there in front of Delta Sport? Oh, it is Delta Sport. Okay, they've dropped back to IFR Esports and Maniti Racing Purple. It is for position three-way here. We had three-way fight for first, second, and third. How about the next three cars now? Fourth, fifth, and sixth. The scruffy lap, 2 seconds lost there from Kyle Domark in the Delta Sport machine. Sees Andreas Linda in the IFR car get closer, who's bringing Maniti Racing Purple's Francois Aldrini along for the show as well. LMP2 is having its little moment in the sun right now, Rob.
It's a little moment in the sun, but probably not where you would expect it to be, because you would expect top three are doing... Wait, this is not the top three. This is fourth, fifth, and sixth. As they go side by side, that's the 78 making the move, wanting to be in the hot seat from the car in behind. Now, the Maniti Racing team, I've had plenty of experience with them. They are a very determined bunch, and they will not leave any stone unturned. They'll try and see if they can do a bit of slaloming, a little bit of looking on the inside of the P1Docs.com car number 12 when they get to it. But first, they have to get past this one. Car number 3 of Delta Sport. And that's the problem. They're being held up.
We also have WSR Esports butt kicker 123, Gabriel Adelyi, who is unlapping himself through all of this, so that he's now in and amongst this 4th, 5th, 6th, and a very competitive but lap down WSR Esports butt kicker machine. LP2 is really delivering right now. Backwards from 4th place, Delta Sport at Maniti making progress, at WSR making progress with a lot of work to do. and the lead gap extends in this category as well. You can always see it on the left-hand side of the screen on the timing column there. Apex Racing Team 4.5, 4.6 seconds behind Effect Simulations. Here comes WSR looking to unlap themselves against another car, but Maniti closed the door, and WSR realized they weren't quite close enough to try to make a move like that. Probably got to be a little more cautious unlapping yourself than if you were racing for position.
To be just a little bit more cautious here. Yes, they've got the speed, but did they get a lot of that speed due to the overspeed with the double, almost triple toe? Just got to be careful. Another car up ahead. That is P2 in the GT3. It's the fiercely forward car. Fiercely forward yellow, actually. They're all going to get by. Maybe not the 717. That's not going to help Andreas there. And the 717, the IFR Esports, is going to be held up. And I think, well, yeah, Dennis Grabowski in a hypercar is well right behind them. So the top two in this battle, and then the 1, 2, 3 right there with them. And I've got to say, I'm looking at this Maniti racing car. Robert was talking about how he knows them very well. I know them very well. Not like this, side by side. Gonna go for the move? No. And now the 1, 2, 3 goes for it as well. Hello, 1 second.
Must have been a slowdown for Maniti.
No, after you.
I think they're still serving it, so they lose one of those positions. They fought so hard. No way for them to attack Delta Sport in conditions like that, and they're still serving that pain. Elsewhere, the leader from GT3 hits pit lane WSI Esports butt kicker, so hitting another round of strategy for the GT3 field. Well, the Porsche curves and then through to that Corvette curve that's off camber, so finishing up that sequence of continuous high-speed changes of direction, fully loaded downforce corners. Has caught Francois Aldrini a little flat-footed there, and in his desire to keep moving forward in this pack, he's lost a little bit of time. It spreads them out. Delta Sport now comfortably in fourth, and IFR Esports from Maniti. I think it's helped that WSR P2 unlap itself off another one. They're now in behind Delta Sport, and they only need to worry about Delta Sport to be able to keep getting some laps back. There's the GTP leader ducking in and out, Pedro Sanchez Albert in the number 89 BS competition.
I could just imagine that probably Francois is going to be absolutely kicking himself. This is Akira Iwata of Team Nishikan coming into the pits, 14th position. So that is going to be an unsafe pit box entry for them, and that is going to even more ruin their day. Oh dear. It's a big old kick in the teeth when that happens.
Yeah, so it's been relatively hands-off as far as penalties have gone, but a few of them have come through at this point. So there are a few teams with some penalties to serve. Again, with your outright leader, look at this, the pace that the LMP2 cars have got at the end of the straight. They just keep pulling and pulling, and they're very aerodynamically slippery. There's more downforce, but a little bit more drag, but more horsepower on the GTP car. That's where they're generating their extra speed. Punch off the corners and through some of the fast corners, they're carrying a little more speed. It's not necessarily in 6th or 7th gear where that is happening. 10th and 11th. This car's pitted 3 and 2 laps ago. And so they'll fight out for a little bit because there's a few other cars in class making their pit stops at the moment. Off-road Adventure for Daniel Kraft in 3rd place. And it means he's not able to break away from Blake Reynolds in the Penguin RC Lightning car, who gets a better run out of Tetra Rouge onto this first segment of the Mulsanne straightaway. And once you're back within that sort of 1.5 seconds, you're back within the slipstream. It could be on for the podium once again. Here's Howe trying to stay left, thinking I can go around the outside here. Not really a whole lot of space, but also if you waited, you were going to lose some time as well. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, I suppose there.
It's a case of... Oh.
I was going to say, damn you do. What were you going to say, Rob?
I was going to say the exact same thing.
Great minds think alike. No, it's one of those things, especially the official name for that name was one of the replays, the S is the Tête Rouge. And there is a little ridge there if you're not aware of it. So going around the outside there is a makeable move, but it's on a crest and you've got to be prepared for the rear to just get a little bit light in any car. So that's probably where the time was lost here between these two cars, and that's why they're back up going together. And the Penguin car trying to catch up to the WSR Esports butt kicker. And Robert, talking about penguins, a penguin joke. Where do you go to weigh a whale?
I don't know.
It's a railway station.
Oh.
There we go. There's my penguin joke.
If you could see my strained smile. I'm telling you now. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Like I said, that was one of those from those penguin wrapper. Other assortment biscuits are available as we're seeing more driving going through the field. As we are, I believe we're in the middle of pit stop because Movano's coming for their pit stop, and that's a +1. BS Competition yet to come in for their pit stop, and they were already +1. So keep looking here.
BS Competition had extended earlier, and now Movano Cube Controls have kind of reacted to it a little bit, but perhaps a little bit too late. But suddenly it's going to look very, very flattering, these race leads for BS Competition, because all of their rivals have hit, and they've got a couple more laps to go here before they need to make their next stop. So their race lead is going to look very, very handsome indeed. Also on pit lane, Mag Performance GTD. And there is Movano Cube Controls Blue rejoining the race in second position, ahead of that fight for the podium that we had been thoroughly enjoying between Daniel Kraft and Blake Reynolds. Third and fourth, here they are, just finishing their outlap after their stop. I think that is where Blake Reynolds got a little bit of that time back, got back within the slipstream, might have been a slightly quicker stop, about 1 second quicker cone to cone through the lane. Helpfully, Jay is all over the production and has all of the graphics for the sort of ways that I like to unpack the strategy, Rob.
Can you go faster than the guy in front of you? That is the only strategy that I would ever have. Well, it's a bit more complicated than that, but obviously, cone to cone, time and box, fuel save, it all feeds into it. Yeah, exactly. Can you even just get a millimeter of a second from ironing out your bodywork just so? But it's important in the grand scale of things. With two drivers that are seemingly very equal in terms of raw pace with each other, what's going to separate them out is who is clever in the box, who can save more fuel, and who can pressure that's the other thing as well. Pressure the other drivers to make a mistake if one, or two, spend more time looking at their rearview mirror than looking straight ahead.
Yeah, and perhaps we can have another look at the driver lineups from both of these cars as well, because that is so critical. And what we're seeing, I think, from some of the driver lineups here in Majors 24 differs slightly from some of the multiple split big iRacing special events, in that the way that the splits have been crafted, etc. I think there's a little more variation driver to driver to driver within some of these cars than you might see when there is, 100 split iRacing special events and there's just no weak chain in any of the drivers there. Here there's a little more variation going on. So the Penguin RC Lightning car made so many positions up when Casey Kerwin was driving it. Blake Reynolds has held himself well, but I think he's not the quickest driver in that car. And then we're seeing at WSR Esports butt kicker that Daniel Kraft is in right now. I think Glerum was driving earlier. Actually did on 23. David Baker was in. So sometimes you get flattered by the matchup. You've got your best driver in the car, while someone in the other team is sort of clearing their laps, and then it comes back to haunt you as well. So that's what can keep this race very interesting for a very long time, is we've got a lot of 4-driver, 5-driver, 6-driver lineups, and the gamut of drivers sort of top to bottom within each of those lineups has just a little more room for variation than you maybe see out of some of the iRacing special events teams.
I would say yes, and I would also say no, because when you do iRacing special events, usually, if you're not taking it super competitive, you're with your mates. And if it's like my mates, one of them's a 5K driver, and there I am just under 3K, and there's the other guys at 3.2, and you're just driving for the fun of it, but you're also driving for consistency. The age-old thing, it's not the fastest lap, it's the fastest stint comes into play with some of these quote-unquote slower drivers. They're still quick because they're keeping all four tires on the track, and they're keeping the car clean and not trading paint. So it really just goes to show, but you have to show your strongest drivers at the start to really just show that you're the, I wouldn't say you're the alpha of the track, but you get the idea that you want to show that you're the top car there, set a strong precedent, and then you get the rest of your drivers to just put in the lap to keep it clean. And then you get situations like we're seeing right now, where you can finally make an overtake at the 255 DF Racing, trying their best, and it's going to take a while to try and get over the 88 ahead of them.
Battling for position through here, just a little bit of a scrape off the curb here and there. What's that between friends? Pressure is certainly on. Here comes the lead from LMP2. Now, we had Effect hit one lap earlier, and we covered off that before, that their fuel strategy was missing one lap of fuel compared to their key rivals. They'll likely come back around and into the lead of class as their rivals stop, P1 Docs and Apex Racing Team. Driver change at both of those cars. Matthias Orjula for P1 Docs and Daniel Civisabo for Apex Racing Team. In Effect Simulations, they also had a driver change. So Andrew Dawson has gotten in. And okay, how about we get two classes of prototype on the lane at once? Pedro Sanchez Albert, finally, it's time for him to stop. 2-3 laps later than all of his rivals have done. Coming back around into the lead of LMP2. Effect Simulations lead, and he is second and third coming off pit lane. In what order? Well, Apex Racing Team ahead of P1 Docs.
Standard order as they came in, the standard order as they go out, but with two new drivers at the helm, as we said before. Matthias in for P1 Docs, car number 12, car number 99, currently being piloted at the Apex by Daniel Civisabo. And the both of them will obviously have been told by their teams, hey, it's grand, we're here now, we made it through the first few hours, do not bin the car. I know I've said that before, but take it easy. Obviously you're going to be racing the guy behind you for Apex in this case, and P1's going to want to push up to the top. We're looking on the screen now, and even another battle coming back to Penguin RC Lightning v WSR Esports Book Kicker. When I was looking at Blake, by the way, how he was comparing to Daniel Kraft, Blake is a much more comfortable driver out there. Daniel is tearing at that wheel.
Different setups, different inputs, different driving styles. We made note already that there's a few places around the track you go, oh, those guys are opening up the corner, but by getting onto some bumpier parts, using more entry curbs, some others more planted. Okay, can we get the close cam? Yeah, your driver in third place certainly got a little closer to the wall through there than fourth place did. Daniel Kraft really opening up the flow between the apexes there. So battles in GTP, battles in LMP2 have just resumed after the pit stops, and through GT3, fiercely forward yellow are just stopping now from the class lead. 10th and 11th sees Absolute Motorsports SLF closing in, staying with the slipstream, but that's Strumented DS have made the move? Question?
Copy, we are checking. Yeah, I think they have made the move before, and they're looking to make all goals again.
Replay? Consider plan replay is apparently what we're going to get for this battle. 10th and 11th. In GT3, Pedro Montero closing in and having made that move, made that position on the Ferrari. Any second now. Okay. It's a case of good drive off the first chicane, now called the Daytona chicane, right in the slipstream behind the new Ferrari 296 GT3. AMG GT3 pulls across and definitely seems to have enough power to just keep motoring along, having the inside line for the next chicane that goes in the opposite direction. And once they're down the inside that far along, not always worth fighting the fight, Rob.
Absolutely not, no. It's a case of, the 255 did a masterclass of just squeaking on by keeping just the tiniest waffle of the gap to make it by on the in-between Mulsanne 1 and Mulsanne 2. He did very well, to be fair. Now, I wouldn't have to do that. I wouldn't have been that brave. But when you're in a 24-hour race, you might not think it might be worth it. Sometimes it absolutely can be. Looking at German Sim Racing Blue, Marcel Egbers at the wheel, with Fiercely Forward Black currently being driven by Nick at the wheel. They're going to be coming through the phase that I'd like to call "you're settled in." It's in the middle of the evening. If you're a European, or maybe sort of on a different set of continent to the team that you're driving with, you're going to be wanting maybe food or whatever. You're going to get distracted.
Sounds like you've been distracted by food, potentially.
I have indeed.
There we go. Oh, it's the best part. It's the best part of endurance racing is the real racing is the snacks we met along the way. My favorite meal of any meal ever is cooking breakfast beside Mount Panorama as the sun rises at the start of the Bathurst 12 hour. That is possibly the greatest breakfast of the year for me.
I'll share some. I'd love some.
Battle's on. That's a good drive off the final corner for Nick Jelicic. The Fiercely Forward Black car, which qualified really well. Qualified on the third row in 5th place. Everyone has had some dramas except for basically your race leader in this class. The first 3 hours, super chaotic. I think we might have seen that car with some body panels off it or some point, or backwards in the wall or somewhere or something. Jelicic trying to get them back up through the field. German Sim Racing Blue, one of the cars picked up a bunch of spots as other cars went off the road, got penalised, etc. Now it's coming back around to them as the Jelicic 0.9 of a second faster last lap. Now with a good drive, now right in the slipstream. This for 6th and 7th. The yellow and black Fiercely Forward machine looming large behind German Sim Racing Blue for the moment. Craig.
For the moment, there was a little look there. Jellic had a little look, decided against it, and he's just going to wait. Does he get the better launch? It doesn't look at the initial pull that there's a better launch there, but there is, and he's starting to close in. Now here's going to be an interesting, will he look to make the move now? He's right on the bumper. In fact, here he goes. He is going to take this. This is going to have to be an out-braking maneuver, and he realizes he can't do it. Smart move, because while you want to make that move, you are 17 seconds behind the next car. You don't really want to take it too wide there this early in the race. I know, we're 4 hours into the race. You still don't want to take it this early into the race to make that move. Manages to pull it back, and I think he'll get a run this time if they head down to the Mulsanne corner.
Love our telemetry graphic where you see that this Acura ARX 06 GTP revs past 9,000 RPM, and that's where it generates a lot of its power. And this is where it will for Nick Jelicic as he gets a better drive off the shallow exit. His opponent runs wide, and they go side by side down towards Arnage, Indianapolis, that complex of corners. Jelicic has gotten himself ahead. He's got what I'd consider the inside and the high ground into the next braking zone. There he goes. Took a little bit of work, took a couple of corners. Fiercely Forward move into 6th, one more position, and they will be back where they started this race after qualifying. It's quite a little way up the road to 5th in class, though, Solpec Precision Racing. About 20 seconds before they can consider biting off and chewing another position, Rob.
Well, if they keep by their team name, they're going fiercely forward. They'll go fiercely forward to 5th position and try and tackle that. With the way that they've been driving, getting back to where they were, and then sort of acting like that didn't happen, and continuing on, getting better and better positions is the best way to be, especially during a team event. You can't cry over spilt milk. You have to keep looking forward, as is the Maniti Racing Purple team doing. Francois still in 5th, behind Delta Sport, and the gap between Delta Sport and P1 Docs has massively increased ever since we sort of took a last look at them. The Maniti Racing Purple team being held up.
Yeah, it's IFR who was part of some of these battles previously with Delta Sport, with Maniti, that dropped just a little bit. And of course, it's always excitement for the podium positions for the race lead. Is Solpec in 5th, and they're right up behind Penguin RC Lightning now. They are flying, actually. Maximilian Moore is one with his GTP. He is the fastest car on track, going quicker than BS competition, going quicker than everyone else in the podium spots. He's right behind 4th, he's right behind 3rd. Good chance in this stint to make some solid gains. Slipstreaming off the LMP2, trying to pull out of that gap right at the end of these straights, is where those LMP2s are right in their element. They just keep pulling down the long straights with the same peak speeds as our top class GTPs. So there is 4th, there is 5th. WSI Esports butt kicker, I don't think they had a great time through any of that traffic. There they are in 3rd. And Blake Reynolds has closed big time. 3rd, 4th, 5th. Get your popcorn, Rob.
Get the popcorn, get the syrup, get the drinks, lay them all out. You'll need them all. Because when the accordion effect happens in certain situations, like this has now happened. It's gone from is the Penguin's going to make the move? Are they going to do it? Are they not? It's not gone to a 3-way, so you kind of have to. Otherwise, you might as well shuffle backwards and let Solpec Precision Racing take a crack at it. So Maximilian Murillo will be licking his chops and saying, "Not 4th, please." Oh, sorry, did I say 4th? 3rd. Thank you. No.
It's certainly good from all perspectives, this racing. Solpec Precision Racing closing in quickly on 4th. It was closed on 3rd. It only takes one inopportune piece of traffic to turn this whole thing on its head, Craig.
Just one moment, and you just look ahead at the radar. There is your one moment. There is a lap GT3. They're trying to get through. Very tight for the last car, but Maximilian gets through. Could have been a little bit dangerous there, but holds on. If I'm Muir right now, I'm holding, I'm waiting. Unfortunately, now look at this. It's a double bookmark, and that's going to put over a second ahead. In fact, actually, let's keep looking. It's 2 seconds now. Just getting held up by a GT3 and an LMP2 has cost these two cars from the 95 and the 111 2 seconds, and Maximilian still can't get by this LMP2. You're going to have to do it under braking. Not what you want to do. And now, if you're that team, you're telling him to calm down. It's done. You've got the pace. You'll get those 2 seconds back on Daniel Craft.
Yeah, so a bit of traffic halfway around the previous lap through one of the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight. Cost Daniel Craft a little bit, put him in such a pressure situation, but then approaching the Ford chicane, I'll be stealing that, by the way, double bookmark, so you never forget your page. And Daniel Craft gets a little bit of a reprieve from Blake Reynolds and a charging, rapid Maximilian Miller who's gotten here, but then not being able to show his pace, potentially made a little mistake in this lap as well, because it hasn't been good. So right as they close in, situations conspire to just spread them out. a little bit once again what was a very promising battle in GTP.
I will, yeah, I will. I was actually watching on his viewpoint. Maximilian Muir, he was cooking it too hot. You can just see here, just cooking it way too hot. You see that blue rectangle just on the outside there? If you do not cross back across the, the old rules were don't cross back in time before it runs out on the tarmac. It's a further black flag, and you have to slow down, sir. Pain and suffering was my name when I was going through Tertre Rouge at speed, when I was trying to learn this track in the old Audi R18. I love that car. But yeah, Maximilian just has to chuck it over his shoulder. Champion on, soldier on. Blake is just 1.5 seconds up the road. He's got the pace, as Craig has mentioned. Now it's time for Maximilian to sort of calm down. He's got them.
Can you two guys give me your best impression of, they say you cut the course, you'll have to slow down and give up the time gain?
Rob's got that down to a T. Rob, it's all yours.
They say you cut the course, you'll have to slow down, give up the time gain.
Possible. 7 out of 10.
I mean, I don't really have an Aussie accent or an Aussie impression, but I mean, I can go, say you cut the course, mate. You'll have to slow down. I can stop for a barbie at the same time, mate. Tell you what, footy's on as well. Come and watch us. You've got to watch the Doctors play.
Cultural reference, 8 out of 10. Accent, 3 out of 10. It almost sounded like West Country or something for a second there, man. I was like...
Yeah, because I am West Country.
Well, how did you sound more when you were trying to be Australian?
I gave up halfway through. If you really want to go for the West Country, I can really go on the West Country. I'll tell you that right now. Really go down the West Country right here. You see Maximilian Murr right now catching up with Reynolds. He's coming out right behind down. I tell you what, I couldn't get my combine officer through these S's. That's quite tight there. Might have to get the tractor and just move some carpet around there, and maybe the hay belt. Right?
And
just take one at a time.
You had no harvester and no pickings. You couldn't make any soy there. Anyway, we're side by side here, coming towards through the Dunlop curve, heading towards the Dunlop chicane, and Murr, for all that promise he showed for a couple of laps, has finally been able to show it. Gets up into fourth place, gets past Blake Reynolds, dispatches that Ferrari GT3 cleanly as well. Now finally he can maybe show us what he was promising us.
What's he got? 5 seconds to make up? I think he's got a chance of doing this. It won't happen right away because, come on, catching 5 seconds in a single lap's going to be hard. It's going to be a few more laps. And they're near the end of their fuel stint. I would not be surprised as they get ready to look at pitting if they're almost close to one another. It just depends when it comes to slowdowns. And one of the interesting things when we talk about slowdowns, I know Rob was talking about that at Tertre Rouge. If you get one slowdown, you're starting to worry that you have to then catch up, and then you overdrive and you get another slowdown. So they're going to have to be careful just not to do that around here. And these are some of the best drivers. They won't be doing that. But I will say, I am off to Le Mans next week. I am waiting to get to Tertre Rouge just to stand on the corner there with a sign that just says, slow down.
Are you going to check out the KFC?
It's actually closed through Le Mans. Yeah, because to get there, you actually have to go.
All drummers, but couldn't go Ferrari. I don't pick up which one it was. There was a point in this race where the two Grid and Go Ferraris were 1-2 in GT3. That time was a long time ago. Now the number 2 version is 15th and potentially dropping further. Let's take a look as they go through the second chicane and they run out over the curb. Have they done that themselves?
It's a case of, you have a look at it, it's just a contact between two vehicles. It's not a case of, you know, both of them are trying to assume the racing line. We'll get another look at this as we come through. This is Mulsanne 2, by the way. Coming through. Ferrari's going to want to swing out wide, as is the LMDH. The LMDH says, who's here first? Unfortunately, chap, you are the weakest link. off you go. And just like the game show, you have to walk off with a sad look on your face and you just have to pick yourself up and carry on.
Do you know what? Just looking at that, it feels like that's on the number 2, not just because of where he was, but he took the exit there at the Michelin hairpin chicane really wide. And in fact, he had to yank that car back over the curb. Otherwise, he would have got a rare slowdown on the exit of that chicane. So it feels like he was just trying to go for that and just completely lost sight of what was around him.
Elsewhere in GT3, we've got a battle brewing between Delatraz Automotive and Arctic Sim Racing. On board with said Arctic Sim Racing, a little bit of traffic was clear when he decided not to turn in there, and it put a couple of bookmarks between himself and Delatraz Automotive. At the start of the coverage, we showed you a graphic, the nationality of all of the participating drivers here in the top split. Well, there was a few nations represented by only one driver, nations like St. Nevesin Grenadines or Kuwait. We're on board with our only Kuwaiti driver in the top split of Majors 24, making a little bit of an impression in that battle against the Delatraz Automotive car driven by Antoine Gremain, one of many Frenchmen driving in this race, in this split.
It's almost a rite of passage. If you're a French person and you love motorsport, at some point you will take the time out of a weekend or out of your day, get cracking on with some racing around Le Mans. It is a great track, especially if you're on your own. Like take one of the GTPs around, and it's exquisite. I just love hot lapping these cars around here, just trying to squeeze so much out of each of the corners. Looking at BS Plus competition, Pedro Sanchez Albert currently driving that car number 89. He's clear by 30 seconds, so he just has to kick back. Well, not too much though. The pit stops are happening all around. He's only lap 5 in his current stint, so you won't have to worry about it for now. But could change.
The Majors 24 is one of the largest community-driven iRacing events. So this is the top split of 13 splits. Overall, there's 688 teams made up of over 3,000 drivers. Just here in the top split, though, this is where those drivers come from. Look at that, 18 Australians, 28 Americans. Where's France? Top centre, 24, equal with Germany. Great Britain with 26 there, why not? So you see all around the world drivers joining together for one of the great iRacing events, the Majors 24. And there's a couple little standouts for sure, like I said, Kuwait, for example, with one driver, St. Vincent and the Grenadines with one, and then South Korea, Switzerland, Finland, Egypt, all sorts. Great to see them coming together here for a great sports car race.
I am quite surprised at that one South Korean, because we do know there are a few top Japanese drivers in the sim. You look at Sota Muto for Williams. You look at historic racing. You look at the Japanese driver, there's this Sato as well. And you look at Japan, they've got so many top drivers. But South Korea as well. Not a nation you'd expect to see racing like motor racing, but with their whole passion for esports, you would have thought something like sim racing, they would have caught up with a whole Japanese team. Look at all that with the flags there. Really nice to see just that as well. And again, I looked as well, the Australians, New Zealanders as well, because of the fact of the 24-hour race. It's a luxury, I feel, to have a team with people from all across the globe, because nobody really wants to be staying up late and then waking up really early to go and do some driving around here in any 24-hour race. So just have the idea that you may have a mixture of Americans or Australians with Europeans, it really does help in those long nights.
Inje Speedium in Korea. Look it up. Pretty cool racetrack. Not as famous as the temporary circuit that hosted F1 for a while down in Mokpo. Yeah, it's kind of cool. They have some local club racing there. Some guys got some GT3s there, and so it's growing. I reckon. You'll talk about the esports or whatever. If iRacing added a live APM counter, I reckon we'd appeal to that demographic.
I wonder how they would appeal to that demographic, because other sim titles as well, with the quicker races, might actually influence some of them to go and compete. But again, that whole nature that you just want to literally have a keyboard on a computer, maybe a controller, maybe a little bit harder when it comes to having a sim rig in terms of the space needed. We see that is the Mag Performance. Young Song Moon, not in the car at the moment, but he'll get back in the car, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets in early in the morning in terms of European time, or the evening in Australia. Wouldn't be surprised if he gets in there just to help out there, just to lighten the load, because 3 Italians, an Argentinian, someone from South Korea. Though that Argentinian and the South Korean, they may be called upon to try and do some of that night stint for the Italians.
It's a good spread though. 3 Europeans, and then someone in the American time slot, someone in an Asian time slot. They've got it all covered. Sumoon hasn't driven yet. They have had Emanuele Olivieri drive 20 laps. Frederick Godoy drove 27, and Leonardo Caglioni has only recently gotten in, and he has driven 7 laps to this point. Those other 2 drivers we have not seen yet. So by looking at this, Arctic Sim Racing have gotten past Delatra's Automotive by PC Design. And let me look, more than 4 hours into this race, we can begin livery chat. Something is classic and timeless and really nice about these Delatraz automotive liveries for me, Rob.
It kind of evokes a
I'm seeing Lotus, I'm seeing Brabham.
You know what I was seeing? I was seeing do you remember that Formula 1 car that they tried stitching together? The one that was the BAR Lucky Strike car. Yeah, the 555 Lucky Strike BAR.
Other cigarette brands are better.
Yeah.
Like, no, they're not. Don't.
But it's just kind of, that nice blue with a quite sharp light grey. Very nice indeed. And who would have thought Ferrari looked good in green?
Producer, is there LMP2 on track? Because when it has its panels on, I think that's tidy.
Yes, please. Yes, please. It's a really nice color effect. It really is nice. All the Maniti cars, when you talk about green, they all look good. And that's not a Maniti car, but it is the Delatraz. Just the green itself is very nice. And I have to slap Rob for saying a Ferrari looks good in green, because there's only one color a Ferrari should be, and it is yellow.
Blue and white.
And no, it's yellow.
This better not be friendly fire between WSR Esports Butt Kicker.
Oh!
It's not. It's the next LMP2. Man, Ramazan Blanche. What on earth? I need to see that again. It all happened so quickly, and of course it always does in racing, but it is the Clip Sim Sports car that ends up with a meatball. My, massive incident at massive speed. It's such a weird place because the racing line is to sort of cut diagonally across there. You can go too wide flat out through there, no worries, but only if you see the other car there and you purposefully, deliberately make space. We're going to see it from onboard, the only Porsche 963 in the GTP class, the only non-Acura in the class. So here we go, at speed. Okay, GT3 is right, I will go left. Oh, they are closing that door. That door has closed. I didn't anticipate it right. And it's a massive accident for both cars.
It's the closing speed as well that does it in that section as well. We can, from our perspective, we can say, oh, well, it's a bit silly of you, old chap. to hit him, but you have to sort of sit on their perspective to really get what had happened in that case, with the GT3 taking its naturally desired line, cut through, going on towards the Ford chicane and on toward the start-finish race. The GTP was, I would say, about 50 kilometers an hour faster in terms of speed delta, so you're not going to get a lot of time to make a change, and he's on the wrong side of the track, so accident was going to happen.
So this is where the next battle is going to come from. Can I get a fact check on the last lap from Solpec Precision Racing? Was that the fastest lap of the race? The previous lap? They are flying. They are the fastest car. Okay, well that is, yeah. Alright, here we go. Speed, suddenly, from Solpec Precision Racing. Maximilian Murr is a weapon right now. Hunting down third place. Quicker than the race leader. Quicker than second place. Craig, do they have a car that's set up for these conditions or something? They've come from 13th on the grid to suddenly be looking like podium contenders, race leading contenders.
I'm not entirely sure. I'm also looking. Have a look at the laps. We're on lap 72. Both of these cars we're looking at right now, the 23 and the 111, pitted lap 60. They've managed to get 12 laps out of this stint. Which,
no,
when you then,
not yet. They haven't.
They will when they cross the line. It'll be 12, but they'll come in. Regardless, they've managed to extend, and that's at the same time the fastest lap of the race. Only BS Competition had actually done a 21 so far in this race. So really, I am really curious what they have done to that car to make it work. The track temp is still warm, actually. 24 Celsius track temp. There it is. There's the conditions. The wind helping a little bit. The humidity helping a lot, I would say. But what has Maximilian found that nobody else has? Because to do the extra lap in the field and hit 21s, yeah, I said he was going to get on the back of Daniel when they come into pit, but he's on the back of Daniel before they come into pit.
Rob, sometimes less is more.
I cannot believe that was very Moorish of you. But the thing with Maximilian is that he probably has unlocked just an ever so, little thing of a teammate call giving him the saying push. You'd want to get ahead of somebody before going into the pit stall, if possible. If they're running the same pit stop strategy on the same lap at the same time, if you're ahead in the pits and make a good stop, as in get to the pit stall, no fussing about, on you go, and you're ahead coming out of the pits, you're going to have a nice little gap once you exit. So he may have been told, all right, Max, you're going to have to change your last name from Muir to Verstappen and get going.
Had to change his first name too.
Absolutely.
Anyway, we'll see. So this is what it's all led to, closing in on this position for third place. And a typical strategy, this would be the in-lap. After 12 laps, we'll see. Have either of them saved much? I don't imagine so. And we're about to see, no, and we're about to get a great perspective of this challenging little chicane on the pit entry. We've seen some get it wrong. No worries there. Gonna take a look at our replay. Delatraz Automotive and the Ferrari, the beautiful, beautiful Ferrari, has a look down the inside here, spins out, bounces off the wall, damage to both GT3s, and that is a damn crying shame. A meatball flag for the Ferrari. You can tell, look at that suspension, no good at all.
I can get that back to the pits. No, I can't. No, I can't. You know what it's like when you've got that meatball, you've got that damage. You get through Arnage, It's happened to me before, not in an endurance race. You get to Arnage, and you're like, oh, here it is. Oh, yeah, this is what I mean. You think you can make it, but you forget how much the camber and how much speed you take through the Porsche curves and Corvette and karting. That's such a shame there, because he could have made that. If it was any other track, I think he would have driven that back. But at Le Mans, that is so tough.
Pit lane beckons for all except your race leader, BS Competition's Pedro Sanchez Albert. He's still got so much range to go, but drivers behind him making their stops, and it's game on once again. WSR Esports butt kicker out into third. Precision Racing out into fourth. Penguin RC Lightning have had a driver change. In fact, there's been quite a few driver changes all round. So Robin Glerum gets back into the WSR Esports car in third. Jesse Lyon gets into Solpec Precision Racing. I think that's going to be their first laps of the race. We'll fact check that. Flynn Lazier gets into the Penguin RC Lightning. We're about to have our first safety car of the race, though. So it's been green flag running uninterrupted since the drop of the green flag with 24 hours on the clock. Now with 4 hours and 15 minutes of racing, we are heading into a safety car period.
I could just see them actually getting ready. The LMP2, the LMDH Porsches, they look very fantastic. But they're getting ready to sort of head out, so we could see something happening, yep, and the cars are slowing down indeed, yep. Here they go, getting ready, and the safety car is deployed. So, after 4 hours, 14 minutes running, whoever has just managed to get to the pit lane probably is chuffed a bit.
So BS Competition decide, okay, well we're gonna stop early with this now. So after just 10 laps into their stint, they are pitting, but it should cost them a little bit less, and it would cost them a lot if they didn't pit right now with this safety car. So we just stopped, punch some of the pack back up, and perhaps breathe some life back into GT3 as well. We'd been enjoying some of the battles amongst LMP2, definitely enjoying what was going on with GTP and the speed that Solpec Precision Racing were bringing, contending for the podium. GT3, well, they've been punching bags at points, and this could bring some of them back together. Leader of class there, fiercely forward yellow, Rodrigo Mises. And you see the little queue forming of GT3s.
Sorting each other out, trying to get to where they need to go. A little bit of a panic moment. You would have thought that, oh, we can just calm down, everybody. Don't worry about it. No, not quite. You have to respect. It's like when you get pulled over by a police officer after you ran a red light. It's like, hang on a minute. You have to respect the rules of the road. That car 58 you see there, that is going to be the safety car for the LMDHs. So they'll have to respect the big red menace, as I'd like to call him. It's a very nice car, though.
Yep, and it has BS Competition. Will Murdoch is in for the first time in the leading BS Competition car. But look who has caught them after all of this. Movano Cube Controls Blue, they also had just ducked through the lane, but there's dramas with the cars catching the pack.
That is oh my goodness.
Who was that? Was that the 20? No, that was the 60. That was the 23. Yeah, that was the 23. That was WSR Esports.
Oh my, drama behind the safety car. Cubs looking for the podium in class. WSR Esports butt kicker there. And they've come out of Corvette and through Maison Blanche at an incredible amount of speed. Found some of the safety car. So we're on board with Solpek.
Goes around the outside. That's the 23 on your left. He winds up and he wows up. He gets slowed down. And oof! And the car behind him said, "What's slowing down?" He couldn't stop in time, unfortunately.
That LMP2 train. So the GTPs were allowed to pass it, and I think Solpek was expecting them to pass the LMP2 train. But then there was again, probably not at that kind of closing speed. So now the rest of the GTPs catch their train. A lot of the LMP2s are taking the opportunity to stop as well. So there's Apex, WSR, P1 Doc, etc.
Don't really quite the melee in and around. You have to take advantage of the pit stops as you get them. And BS competition definitely did. They were not, at the end of their current stint, obviously, but they were right there. It might as well have been a free pit stop as far as they're concerned. They're still ahead, while they do have Movano and 13 other ready to go cars, with 10 of them on the lead lap. They're going to have to be happy in the fact that they've got a free pit stop, and they're also ahead of the rest of them. Now we're looking at the GT3 stack. Fiercely forward yellow leading that in a very nice Corvette.
Taking a look. They've got to be careful how much they weave, though. The LMP2 is like, I'm allowed to pass. I'm allowed to come through. Stay in your lane, potentially figurative and potentially literally on this public road. There you go. That's me when I got to pass a road train and you just floor it for a couple Ks.
I was just thinking about this because with the majors, they're splitting all three classes. Can we get back to 3 safety cars in the real world, Le Mans, instead of the 1 safety car? Because those days where they were forced to have safety cars with big incidents, just the whole strategy, you don't get it here, but the strategy where you take your pit stop during the safety car, but are you going to be given a closed pit lane so you can't get out and you then have to wait for the back of the next train? Similar to that, but yeah, we don't have those road trains over here. The closest I would say is just trying to overtake about 3 lorries at the same time and then a caravan. So I probably will experience that one day, but it's going to be quite a while, I reckon.
When you come to my place and then we drive down to Bathurst for the 12-hour.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. If you're taking me to Bathurst, deal. Be a few years, but yeah.
Let's you have to recover after Le Mans first. Let's recap what's going on. Who's on the lead lap and benefits from this? What's that smoke in the chicane? That's not a good sign. Across all of the categories, who's this good for? Well, BS competition, they still lead, but their lead is 0.7 of a second now. Movano Cube Controls Blue right with them. WSR Esports Butt Kicker are there in 3rd. Solpek in 4th. Penguin RC Lightning in 5th. And then Fiercely Forward Black 6th. German Sim Racing in 7th. Parnell Racing, Tatum Vesta Green, and Gericka Motorsport are the top 10. You see that on the lead lap is then also 11th place Vermilion Esports, but it's 2 laps down to Absolute Motorsports, ST Racing Esports, Tatum Vesta Red, and then 4 laps down to Altitude Esports, 5 to Mag Performance, 6 to the Eclipse Sim Sports Porsche 963, and retirements are Movano Red and Race Clutch, as the safety car for the GTPs continues to just pick up the whole GTP field. Craig, let's go to LMP2.
Let's have a look at LMP2 because Effect Simulations will be leading them, and there is actually almost the whole field, or half the field, sorry, on the lead lap because Apex will be behind them, followed by the P1 Docs car, and then Delta Sport, Maniti Racing Purple, then the IFR 717, then the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, and then Alpha Esports Blue. All 7 cars on the lead lap But oh no, sorry. There is also the AZR that looks to be. They've got a chance of getting on the lead lap, and the 266. I said the Alpha Esports there, and in the pit, there's the AZR. I don't think they'll be coming in. I believe that they're still trying to get that car fixed after a bit of an issue.
Yes, there is a meatball on the 31 at the moment, but good news, they got a whole lot of time to soak to try to fix that. As we look at GT3 and their pit stops, Rob.
You know, I was gonna I was waiting for you to say, oh, what about the GT3s? Has there any complexion change there? Well, I was gonna say the biggest loser as of right now was Fiercely Ford Yellow, because they were very quick and they were absolutely putting bread to butter. When not only have they wound up having to sit uncomfortably with the fact that everybody behind them is now with them, they've also decided to come into the pits. However, not every other car has. Delta V Racing 1 being driven by Johann Martin Meyer, the 56 Racing Team, Nathan Lafrong in that car. The Sturmatelli DS Racing, Pedro is driving that 255, and the Absolute Motorsport Aceleth GT3, Marco Massetti is driving that. They have not pitted, so going to be a difficult day on the box, I think, for Fiercely Ford on this restart.
Because of where the safety car fell, your top 5 cars in this class had just stopped, so no need to stop again, no advantage to stopping again, and lucky them, they've cycled to the front. Fiercely Forward have stopped with the safety car, gone back to 6th from Shera Esports, and Performance GTD, Impulse Racing, Solpec Precision Racing's GTD, and then 1 lap down, it looks like, to one of those grid and go Ferraris. Obviously both of them were in pretty big accidents. So David Bosca and that grid and go number 35, maybe they're hoping they can get a lap back. DTI Motorsport are 12th and 2 laps down. Same for Delatraz Automotive's Ferrari that we saw go into the wall there. Now 2 laps down. 3 laps down is the Japanese team Nishiken. And the next car, 15th in that class. And 3 laps down is Virtual Coach GG by Grid and Go, that other Ferrari. So, looking at that overall lead behind this safety car, BS Competition had done an immense amount of work and gotten a very large lead both on strategy and on time, and this has evaporated some of that just as Will Murdoch gets into the car. ASR Motorsports Black have completed their repairs, so they're going out and trying to catch the train of their LMP2. I'm hearing race control in my ear, and we'll be going green shortly, they say, and something about wave around procedure. So we'll keep an eye on what happens in the next moments. Most of the field have been caught behind their respective safety car trains, which starts to bring us towards the end of this procedure, Craig.
Yep, and this is where they're going to have to be prepared not to be a little bit too hectic. It will be single file, but for the LMDHs, the hypercars, they're kind of used to single file. This is usually the gentleman's agreement on any start on around here that you take the chicanes at single file. So look at that long train. It can be really weird to start going back to racing. I'm really curious what BS Competition can do, because they are still technically net 1 lap in terms of pit stops for everybody. However, it's going to be very tough to see what they can do to make it. We're not going.
What do you think of this strategy call
yet? Strategy call? I like it. Why do I like it? Because that just allows them not to be off sync. You want to make just almost like it's stage racing in NASCAR. So hey, stage 1's done. Let's go on to stage 2.
Preparing for green. And WSR Esports, Bart Kicker and Solpec Precision Racing are both going to just top their fuel off before we go green flag racing here. They'll cycle to the back, but be 1 or 2 laps, perhaps even 3 laps better on fuel than some of their competition. They're banking on playing strategy from here on out. expecting green flag soon, but it has not been called just yet. While we look at GTP, similar procedures are happening in LMP2 and GT3, and green flag gets called. We go racing once again in the Majors 24. 3,000 drivers, 13 splits, 688 teams. You're watching the top split with 19 hours 32 to go. We are green flag racing once again, and we are bringing the action once again, as Lee Diffie likes to say. The fields have been compressed, the green flag is waving, and we're at speed. BS competition lead. There are some teams looking already to be opportunistic right here. They've never seen a buffet like this. So many positions up for the taking since the first hour of the race. Now it's all back on the menu again, Rob.
Yeah, so it's going to be an absolute melee. What's going to be even more challenging is that the drivers are going to have to remind themselves that first lap, that first run through traffic for the likes of BS competition. We're looking at traffic right now. And in class, as they try and get past each other, Parnell Racing, GTP 177, Joseph Loke getting up there, absolutely getting into the scrap. Flynn Lazia getting into the scrap. This is P2 coming through. Absolutely stupendous amount of driving going on now. The lights have all opened up, and in GT3 too.
I think there's tremendous yes racing are leading these cars that had just made their stops before the safety car was called. So it's fiercely forward yellow that have something to prove here from 6th place. Your top 5 getting a little bit of a free bonus from just the lucky timing of that safety car. Here's the positions looking to be made at the end of the Mulsanne straight into Mulsanne corner. And see the Aslith car perhaps dropping back somewhat. And you've also got some cars that were the whole lap down. So actually there's where Aslith and Tattletester Red and ST Racing Esports are in this train, but a lap down, looking to make some moves. Here's a replay of GTDs and their car park. Oh no.
It looks like just so much there. That looked like the grid and go. Is that the number 2 once again for grid and go? And it was. But they have had not the best of races so far, and they keep on going. But they just got caught out at the wrong time. They're slowing down because the track is blocked, but no one else can see the track is blocked, and there's nowhere they can go. We get back to the hypercars. German Sim Racing had a slowdown at Terre Rouge just on the restart. So they're down a little bit, but you're seeing there was Kimi Tan as well making it through as they continue on. The gaps are starting to show this early on the restart. Just look at how far ahead the top 3 are already.
BS Competition and Movano have said, see you later, and we'll see Lightning. Some of the first laps in this race for Flynn Lazia, and trial by fire there with some cars in behind. It's Solpec, who certainly in an interesting position as well, with a lot of work to do to try to catch. LMP2, of course, they've also had a shot in the arm as far as the excitement stakes go. Effect Simulations lead over Apex Racing team is slim. F1 Docs are there in 3rd. You've got WSI Esports Butt Kicker still trying to get their lap back in and amongst that. While we look at Delta Sport fending off Hydro Racing, Geodesic Racing. Quite a few drivers got in for their first laps of the race during that safety car pit stops. And so for them, it's like a whole new race start all over again. WSI Esports Butt Kicker are dropping back there, not able to make the forward progress they were hoping for.
It's going to be difficult. I think it's, when we look at the start of an actual race, it's an absolute pandemonium. You get, massive amounts of moves all throughout the 3 classes. No, not to say that's not happened here. Absolutely, it has. But you're also reminded, wait, the race is ongoing. Time is being lost. And not only that, I'm in the wrong position, most likely. Like, I've out of position of where I started. Or all the work I have just done for the last 4 hours, it's It's a disaster now. Just as you see on the top, passing under safety car period, several cars are under investigation. You don't want the the FIA in this case is the majors IA, the MI, the Institute of Automotive Autosport in the majors, and looking at several cars out there.
You're just going to have to imagine that I'm showing you my shocked face right now with how shocked I am at that. There was a few little things around the pit entry there that we saw, some other things that definitely at least deserve looking at after that safety car. I know there was a very comprehensive driver's briefing before this race got underway. Hopefully everyone read their rules and everyone was paying attention. This for the outright lead of the race. No one's challenged BS competition in this race for many, many hours now, but suddenly gifted right back into the fight. Movano Cube controls blue, and Wesley Spurs now driving is going to keep the pressure on. Likewise in LMP2, Apex Racing Team, Daniel Sabo taking the lead away from Effect. And this is how into the Mulsanne straight, into the Mulsanne corner, pulling out early to the inside, flag to the mast, and just a tidy move. So a change of lead in LMP2, change of lead maybe just brewing underneath the surface here in GTP.
Don't say anything yet, let's not curse it, but Movano, first drivers, Wesley Casper, catching up to Will Murdoch in the BS competition, really now showing what the pace is. And Movano's not had the race they wanted. They started in third, they're second now, took advantage of that safety car to get here. And this is what they wanted. They can lead Penguin away. Penguin can just hold back. Later they may catch up, but now Movano's just in about a BS competition. Know a lot about Movano from other races, so they will know what to expect. And they probably will also be happy at this stage of the race that Movano's there, because they kind of expect Movano to just play it steady. And realistically, they're trying to pull ahead of everybody like BS started. There's 2.5 seconds between them and the rest of the field. Maybe just stretch it out a little bit longer before these two start the battle.
GT traffic, let's go. Basically where all the different safety car trains were. It hasn't taken long off this restart. And the GTPs are carving their way through GT traffic. A good run off Tetra Rouge, side by side for the race lead, but approaching an absolute gaggle of GT cars. How will this play out between BS competition and Movano Q controls? Wesley Casper's for Movano has to pull out of the throttle because he's got nowhere to go approaching the GT cars. Sanity had to prevail, and Will Murdoch keeps the race lead for BS competition. But you look at this traffic and you know he's going to get a couple more opportunities before all of this can be done. And of course, these GT cars are all battling for positions now. You see a split amongst their field there as the car that was the race leader before the safety car works their way through. Fiercely Forward Yellow have made a handful of positions since we've gone green flag racing again, looking well poised to make a couple more. They might be back in the race lead before you know it.
Right now, it is difficult to gauge where, where the race will go from here, because Delta have been quick. We're on board with the melee that is BS competition. Movano, the BS competition car, has been absolutely, it has been pushing and pushing and pushing again. The flash the headlights button. Will is absolutely trying to signal to absolutely everybody, hey, I'm trying to get through, please stay to one side, I am under pressure, I've got no time, I can't go 88 miles an hour. Can do a lot more, but he is, I think for the first time, BS competition are under severe pressure, and Movano have woken up with Casper at the wheel, going wide,
go. So it's not just your leaders, but it's once that whole rest of the field approaches that it becomes danger, danger, danger. And that's what I see here at Indianapolis, at Arnage. Some cold tires as well, some new drivers getting a little late for some as well, some getting a little weary. Straight line performance advantage can let them pass GT cars easily in the straight line and then approach the danger zone. And it is dangerous for the GT3 leader. They're offline through the Porsche curves. They're trying so hard to hold on. This is the view from behind. Such closing speed. Here they come.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in that GT car right now. It's horrible for the Porsche Racers in the slower class as it is. And he's just got half of the GTP, the LMDH field to go. Now there's a little bit of a hold up here. And behind them, 54 Yellow, who was leading at one stage and looking to catch back up. Safety car really threw everybody off here because the Studimenti DS Racing who was leading, they were nowhere in the racing picture. And they took a shot when it came for the safety car. They managed to use the traffic in their favour. Real good heads-up driving there to use that. Pulled away from the others. They're creating a cushion from these guys. 54 with Yellow battling that Delta V racing car as they go over the hill. That gap between those two and the lead GT car is 1.5 seconds. And they've also got to be worried because the 16, the Shure Esports blue car, can catch up here. Really good decision here by the 255 to try and take the lead in the safety car.
So somehow most of the GTP field has worked its way through without too much drama, because they were close enough together that they all just rocketed past in one go. And we look to LMP2. They're going to be next to catch the GT cars in not so long. And when they do, will it still be Hydro Race Geodesic Racing in front of Delta Sport? These are two cars that have gained so many positions throughout this race. They will find themselves inside the top 5 of their class. On board with the Shure Esports blue Ferrari, Julian Reimer in 4th.
Trying.
Ford is pulled second as well, by the way. So now we're looking at two cars trying to slipstream off that Corvette and close down their class lead.
At the very least, they'll try their best to do the leapfrog. You know, when you're in school, when you're younger, and you wanted to have a little bit of fun, a game called leapfrog. Leapfrog over the person, they leapfrog over you, and that's how you got forward. And that's unfortunately the way they'll have to play by ear. Now you can see the fiercely forward Corvette trying to catch back up to the Strumenti DS Racing car being driven, and that is going to be Johan losing 2 positions. Delta V not under the best of Deltas right now because it's going backwards down the grid. But hopefully he can keep on the straight and narrow. Fiercely Ford has to make up 2 seconds. He's outside switching range, so might have to do a little bit of a leapfrog, but Shure Esports has to get up there to even.
Shure Esports have the driver with the highest height rating on the lap in class. He's got more in grid goes number 25. Is not on the lead lap, unfortunately, so we'll see how we go. If that number translates to pace in these conditions today in the Majors 24.
Track temps dropping, and now they start to really see the nighttime coming in now. 23 Celsius, that extra drop, the more it drops, the more you've got to pay attention to it. They wouldn't be getting the news right away, but these cars still having their little battle. T1 Docs in the number 12 trying to battle that 214 again. The Hydro Racing Geodesic almost looking at a move going into Porsche, deciding against it. They've got Nikolai Peterson behind them in the Delta Sport. Maniti just trying to catch up behind, but it's so tough to catch up. These three at the moment battling for third position. The rest of the field kind of pulled away a little bit there with Effect and Apex just in their own little battle. Again, an interesting how the safety car has changed things up here, David, because again, look how close we had these battles with some of the cars in the LMP2s, and they've got the battles, but it's almost like everyone changed partner and dosed up.
It's such a refreshing new excitement to this race to have all the battles back together and to quite a little bit of strategy variation as well. Teams that stopped underneath the safety car, teams that didn't, teams that popped through the lane twice just to really top off their fuel and try to let them run long from here through the rest of the race. P1 decided that they're coming under a little bit of pressure here, no doubt. Tedesco had gotten closer, bringing Delta Sport with them as well. Meanwhile, the top two of Apex Racing Team and Effect Simulations getting a little bit further down the road. Here they are, just passing the GT leader, so it will be clean racetrack for a long way up the road for your leading two cars in LMP2. Likewise for the rest of class, once they work their way through all of this, it's LMP2s to the right, GTs to the left as we work our way towards the Daytona chicane. And there is P1 Doc dropping in behind Hydra Race GS Racing. Nathan Olsen takes themselves to third place.
Yeah, that is a good. Very hard since the restart, so that they're able to effect a very good spur. Should there be another safety car period? The main thing is don't get too excited. Try and just keep level, keep calm. Let the race come to you. This is the car number 95 versus the car number 877. It is Penguin RC Lightning v Garica Motorsport GTP, and thankfully I was able to get Garica the first time round. I'm very happy. Coming through Porsche.
Flynn lost a lot of time on this lap, so they find themselves 2.5 seconds behind the race leader, and it's happened on this lap. Would you take a guess as to maybe where that time went?
Is it Tetra Rouge?
I'm willing to
No.
bet on a slowdown somewhere.
It was a slowdown, but it wasn't Tet Rouge. It was another rare slowdown. It was the inside curve of the left-hander of the Dunlop chicane, not the outside, as many people do. They cut the inside too much. Usually when we talk about slowdowns here at the Dunlop chicane, we're not looking here, we're looking here. And then on the exit, don't go through those cones. But yeah, on the inside, and with the new slowdown system, they lost a lot.
You come to the replay of it, there it is, too greedy.
And if you're too greedy, it'll come back to bite you. It's like remember my first quip was running away like you got caught with your hand in the cookie jar. Well, absolutely, it's just absolutely like that. If you don't respect the track's not gonna respect you. Oh, crikey.
I thought they were going to crash.
I thought that, yeah, I thought the exact same thing. I was about to say that was a very, very close chop of the nose for comfort for me.
I thought it was like some kind of MC Escher illusion there, because I thought they were absolutely side by side and he was coming across, but no, he was a whole car length clear just from that very, very compressed angle down the straight there. Garica Motorsports gets ahead of Penguin RC Lightning eventually there. The field is beginning to spread out. Now we've had a couple of laps of green flag racing after the first and so far only safety car intervention in the top split of Majors 24 for 2024. So, battling is these cars for the 3rd, 7th and 8th. You know, we saw that extra stop from WSR Esports butt kicker underneath the safety car, so they carry more fuel than everyone else in class, and they're slowly chipping away at a few positions. So Robin Blairham, I don't think we've seen all of the passes he's made, but I suspect he got by Vermilion, German Sim Racing, now looking to get through Parnell, and then eventually you expect will run green for quite some time, and they'll be able to parlay that strategy advantage. Well, we are going to learn about some penalties now. shortly.
They're writing in the gold envelope, you know. It's handed from person to person all the way up to the teams in gold envelope.
And the drive-through penalty goes to La La Land.
No, wait. No, hang on. No, I've read that wrong. No, sorry. It's the wrong envelope again. Rob, make sure you pick up the right envelope this time, please.
Okay, hang on. And the award for 30 seconds in the pit box goes to me?
I think it'll be it might be a bit more than just 30 seconds in the pit box. We'll wait and see. But with everything that happened, and, you know, as we were saying, colour me shocked. There was quite a few incidents during the formation of the safety car there. One of the things with the Majors 24 in the top broadcast, it's not an automatic safety car. It's actually manually done by Major Series himself. So drivers may not be used to it, but again, they were given the briefings. So unfortunately, that has happened, and some people will unfortunately have to pay the toll.
How much is the toll, Tinkwood?
Well, I mean, what currency are we doing? Can we do the hello? That's a car just going a little bit wide. That's the 39 of Armstrong Racing. Just
I've
having
got
a little bit of
French francs from before the Euros. Are they still legal tender?
No. I've got a $50 coin that I was given 10 years ago. Don't think I can use that anywhere else. I might have some old British pounds. Don't think I've got any half pennies or anything, but could be interesting just to go through there. May have some pesetos from Spain, but yeah, there might be a little bit out of, I wouldn't say out of warranty or out of their best before date, but yeah, I don't think I'll be able to use them right away. So
after that off-road rallying adventure, that Performance GTD has slotted back into 7th in the GT category, behind Impulse, behind Absolute Motorsport, but still just ahead of ArcticSimRacing.com Team Yellow, one of the other Mercedes AMGs. I think the Ferrari and the Mercedes have been relatively popular as far as a make for this race.
I think if you look at the likes of GTP, it has basically been the Acura and Ferrari in the obviously the fan favorite seemingly, but you know, there's a fair few AMGs out there.
Fiercely Forward have had a problem, and it's
And I
it's LMP2 shaped. It's Dallara P217 shaped for the car that before the safety car was leading GT. Fiercely Forward being hit, damaged, broken, and their hopes utterly dashed.
That was if you looked at what the replay and saw the car swerving violently, that wasn't just a collision that tore and broke at least the rear left suspension, because the car was not able to hold a straight line. So that's at least a look at how much that is. That's a more than 5-degree crab right there.
That's race over. That's the 100% race over, unfortunately. The rear is absolutely destroyed by that. And you've got to feel for Fiercely Forward, because while the Alpha Esports did have a moment in the gravel trap, they were able to just keep on driving, no damage to them. And if you're Fiercely Forward, you don't want any car to get damaged, but if someone's taking you out, the thought process might be a little bit toxic, and it might be, hey, I wonder if they caught any damage from that, and they're still driving. And no doubt, even if Fiercely Forward's out of the race, there might be a penalty being applied there to the Alpha Esports Blue. Can't confirm that, just saying there might.
GT lead is cursed. Strumenti DS Racing have just served a slowdown. It's brought them back towards the rest of the pack in GT as well. So the action continues long after the safety car restart. So it would seem, riding on board for 4th place in LMP2, as P1 Docs have been up and down through the field, led at some point, back down to 4th now, getting ahead at Delta Sport and staying with Geodesic for the moment. Of course, you play the long game, maybe you've got a teammate that you know can work some magic when they get back in the car later on. You just got to keep the car in the race, keep it in one piece, keep it in a competitive position. And then later on, things will change. We'll race through the night, or don't wait at all. Dive down the inside of the first chicane. Try to take a position away. That was a good move, I'd say.
I just wanted to look because first thing I did when I looked at that move, did P1 Docs go too hot? Did they get a slowdown there? They managed to keep that car in the racing line, and because of the slide, it forced Geodesic to slow down. So that actually helped
to slow down.
well.
Class leader in LMP2 as a slowdown. Apex Racing Team are now going to come under pressure from Effect Simulations, who know they have a slowdown. Hit him with the headlight flasher. Don't dare block me. Is that a rule on that? So now Effect Simulations goes to the lead of LMP2. Apex Racing Team into 2nd. P1 Docs have moved themselves up into 3rd from Geodesic. Delta Sport dropped a little bit on the last lap. But everyone in the top 5 stands a chance. And iRacing Purple sits in category at the moment.
A lot of toing, a lot of throwing. And, while it has calmed down somewhat, we're looking at Impulse challenging Absolute Motorsport Acelith being driven by Marco Massetti. We're looking backwards from the Impulse car to that car. There's a lot of words with car, and that's very car and car. Coming through Dunlop.
I'm on a low car.
Here we go. I'm going through Tetra Rouge. That was a little bit wide there. It's going to be like this for the next, I'd say, 10 to 15 minutes while everybody kind of sorts themselves out and you get the first round of post-safety car pit stops. But I think if you looked at it, you couldn't shake a stick at it if you wanted to, because the prediction that you'd make probably would be thrown out the window as the Garriga Motorsport GTP1 comes into pits for a pit stop.
Didn't stop with the safety car. They had just stopped 2 laps before, so I think to take the track position rather than the service. But eventually all things come due, and all debts must be paid. So they'll be one of the first to make a green flag stop since that safety car, at least from the GTP category. We saw an LMP2 and maybe a GT. So still wide open for GT. As you can see, a couple of 2-car packs here. Had Strumenti DS Racing have managed to get a bit of a mojo back out to 3.5 seconds, but everywhere behind that is constantly in flux. Shura Esports just ahead of 56 Racing Team, just ahead of Delta V. And then what's becoming a 4-way fight here, 2 Ferraris, 2 Mercedes from Impulse, Absolute, Mag Performance, and Arctic Sim Racing.
Really interesting to see how close this battle is. And then you look at the fact that you've got the Strumenti DS up ahead, but here is a free driver team in a 3-car battle at the moment with Impulse just holding on to the lead of this. Was actually a 4-car battle. Just going to be the worst car out of this track because they won't get a chance to fuel save, unlike Absolute Motorsport, because they're going to be able to be in the middle here, do some more lift and coast, get a bit more fuel save, and this could be where battles could change hands when it comes to the pit stop, just for that fuel save. I'm really curious to see, are they using the most of this ability? You don't talk a lot about the fuel save in a GT car. Usually the pipettes that the LMP2s and the GTPs have, but these GT3s, just that one extra lap would be absolutely mega for one of these cars right now.
Swooping through the Porsche curves, the Ferraris leading from the 2 Mercedes. be a scuff or two on that blue wall there on the driver's right-hand side, the way that they all push up onto the curb through there, as much speed as possible. Some overstepping the mark just slightly from time to time.
You can see. Oh, that is a bit of a mark. Oof. You know, you can just. It doesn't look like much, but you know, I wouldn't want to bump a wall like that at 30 miles an hour, let alone 130 miles an hour. So. But I will say it at least, as of right now, you know, you mentioned before, David, that we definitely did want to see a grouping together of the GT3s. Well, they're grouped together and they're fighting hard.
Double GTP pit stops come due. Fiercely Forward and ST Racing Esports. Fiercely Forward are on the lead lap, but ST Racing Esports, from earlier damage, find themselves 2 laps down to the outright lead, which of course is their class leader because they are GTPs. Effect Simulations back to the class lead from Apex Racing Team. It's traded a couple of times, and the advantage that they have over the rest of the field, not so great there, as you can see 3rd, 4th, 5th, the rest in the back of shot. Director has found the slow-mo button, so after the Porsche curves, a little bit of a look through the Ford chicane as well. GT cars known for maybe being able to nibble a bit more curb, hang a bit more airtime than the prototypes can.
And if you hold too much of the curb, you've got to slow down. That's what's just happened to the absolute Motorsports car. Took too much curb on the exit of the Daytona chicane. So that's happening in the GT3s, if we're still watching this intense battle in the LMP2s. Daniel Savo, he is not a slouch. He is a very good prototype driver, really throwing his worth out there today against Andrew Dawson. It's just going to be interesting to see what he can do later into the stint. They are now, I believe, on their last lap before they come into the pits. In fact, Maniti first in the LMP2 to dive into the pits. So expect to see some pit stops next time by for some of the cars. In fact, all of these cars. And then it just comes into who gets to jump. We see, unfortunately, Maniti drop in, and Francois, that might be his stint done. They might be changing driver.
Possible now more traffic once again for GTP as they catch the GT3 field for the second time since the green flag dropped. The GTP field and the GT3 field each a little more split than they were before. A couple more, it looks to fit your car in between corners and work your way upstream through the traffic, 1 or 2 GT cars at a time. Not short of headlight flashing though. We're not far away from that being extra noticeable. Time in session 8:15. So it'll start getting dark. Sunset, of course, still a little while away. It's summer with summertime in a place that is relatively far north and quite west in its time zone as well. All of that conspires for late sunrises and late sunsets. Will be a bit further into this race before it is completely dark around Circuit de la Sarthe.
Especially given the fact that with the weather as it is, that's the more important thing as of right now. 23 degrees Celsius, or a certain amount of degrees Fahrenheit if you are of the Fahrenheit users. There we go. 74 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind has actually it's been fluctuating between right around 5 kilometers an hour to about 12 or 13. It's sitting at 8 right about now in a southeasterly direction. And we're looking at the 2 graphs. The one in green is going to be the air temperature from the sun, and the one in blue is the track temperature. It's currently dry, but they're kind of coagulating together, so it means that sort of temperature drop off will taper off up until the sun goes completely down, and then there will be a further dip towards about 18-19 degrees, depending on depending on what's what. But they won't expect anything further down than that, and then it'll get into the real nitty-gritty. You have while the tires are not going to be nowhere near as strange.
I hope this is a good thing, not a sad thing for my favorite Ferrari.
Oh no!
Wow, Delatraz, another tough break for their Ferrari. There is too much curb through the right-hand kink, unsettled in the braking zone, spun around and clipping the wall and sustaining quite a bit of damage because of it. Meatball flag out for them at the moment. And a couple of penalties have started to come through after the safety car procedure, but your first and second in LMP2 will hit the lane together. So will all of the rest of them that pitted all at the same time underneath the safety car. Well, that was 10 racing laps ago. They're due the pit stop. So, penalty, top of the screen there, Craig.
I was about to say, Rob, you can get the gold envelope out now. It's car 11, who was the Tatum X Vesta car, and they had unavoidable contact. I believe that was one of the ones during the safety car period. And it's a stop and hold, and it's a 1 lap penalty. And I don't think I want to say it's their first penalty of the race. And that's because it is. But that 1 lap penalty, it feels like it could be a race over. It just depends when you come out. It could be very crucial when you come out, but that has got to hurt, knowing that one mistake there has caused you to go a lap down.
Racing again with LMP2, Effect Simulations lead off the pit lane from Apex Racing Team. This is a bit NASCAR Super Speedway, isn't it? For third place though, P1 Docs just hold off iRacing Geodesic Racing, and then Delta Sport slot in behind there as well. With the 1 lap down, WSR Esports butt kicker intermingled. They've been a lap down, but with the leaders for a long time, and I'm sure that's painful for them, Rob, knowing that they have the pace to go with the leaders, but because of what happened earlier in the race, they're a lap down and they're struggling to get it back.
At a certain point, you kind of have to. If you didn't laugh, you'd cry, or insert your. If you didn't blank, you'd cry, because there's no. As I said before, there isn't a thing to do if you want to cry over spilled milk, because there's just no point in doing it. Just try and keep going as best you can with the current deck that you currently have been stacked against you. You see I was about to say LMP1s. They haven't been raced in years. GTPs cutting through, and the GTPs actually are going through a pit stop cycle at the moment. 4 cars in, 95, 67, 177, and 36.
iRacing wanted to give us a realistic LMP1H experience that make them cost $80 to buy, and then they'd only go official 6 times a year. That was, I think, the experience. It's better now. It's better now. So more pit stops happening from the GTP cars. Some driver changes, of course, happened for LMP2 with those stops that we saw. Sasha Lehman back in the Effect Simulations car. So he now leads the race. Alexander Spetz got into the P1 Docs car that you see appear back a shot, leading a ferocious little group of Dallara P217s. Still Nathan Olsen for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, but I think Nikolai Peterson got into the Delta Sport car that runs in 5th, and they cut a striking view heading towards camera, right up tucked in amongst the toe and in the train.
I love it. I love the cameras that you get at Le Mans and the real world cameras. We're going to get back to this battle though, because it does look like one of those cars getting overtaken, and it is the Vesta. They have finally come back out on track. It's not the Vesta, sorry. It's the correct Motorsport.
There's 2 Tapping Vesta cars. Red has the penalty, green. So red means stop in the box for a lap, and green means go.
What about, do you have the amber lights as well? I can't remember. What about the amber?
Those mean go even faster than green.
Oh, Oh, but we all stop for the amber lights, don't we? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, the best investor. It looks like they've just come out as well. Effect Simulations still battling as well with Savo. They have to be worried a little bit because they know Spets is out there, but it looks like he's had a moment on track because he's lost the position. Did he get a slowdown somewhere?
It's possible that he might have cut the course somewhere, but certainly the slipstream super strong. He had those guys right in behind his tail. Maybe he got caught wrong-footed by some traffic, maybe just a little mistake as he settles into his rhythm. He goes back to 4th place. We will endeavour to find it if we can. Geodesic just sneak one on him. No, he's wide. And there's a slowdown if you turn in from wide enough out there, and sure enough, he pulls over to this side to have to try to give it up. Oh, how about this? Onto the pit lane for the GTP leaders. BS competition. Movano Blue, WSR Esports from 3rd, follow them in as well. This race is well and truly alive, including the battle for the lead in LMP2. Daniel Civi-Sabo with a great run off Tetra Rouge, using the slipstream up in a 6th gear, puts his nose to the inside, and they are nose level into the braking zone, into the Daytona chicane. An Apex Racing team take the race lead back.
Masterclass. Very, very well done. You know, just needs to be executed at the right place at the right time. And with all the cliches and all the jokes we've been making so far, you could say they hit the apex.
Absolutely. So these are the stops on the lane. Tyres is done. Fuel's still going in. Not many driver changes happening, so I think Wesley Capers stays with Movano. Will Murdoch stays with BS Competition, and they leave pit lane as close as they arrived. A little bit of overlap as they press the button. Pit lane speed limiter goes off, and they rev into life once again.
Fastest finger first, isn't it? That's what it's like. Fastest finger first. Who can get on the pit button the fastest? That's why I shouldn't be using a paddle for my pit limiter. But regardless, getting out still ahead is the BS competition. But Movano, remember, they had a slowdown and were 2 seconds behind. They've done really well in that stint to catch those 2 seconds back. BS competition still having to fight again. Now Movano have to make sure they don't make the mistake again. Because fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And the last thing Movano want right now in this situation is to get another slowdown.
Indeed, so they are racing again. 7/10 separate them as they get up to speed. 317 kilometers an hour seems to be the maximum speed for the gearing of these cars. They accelerate so potently. Far more horsepower than an LMP2, which already is not a slow machine. So they do have plenty of poke to help them get around this circuit in under 3.5 minutes.
One thing I am noticing, that's more and more, obvious, at least to, the way I'm crunching the numbers. It seems that before that safety car came out, we only had about 1 or 2 cars battling it out. Throughout most of the GTP field, especially the car we're seeing now, it's Movano versus BS, WSR versus Fiercely Forward Black. A 4-way battle between German Sim Racing Blue, Tatum X Vesta Green, Gariche Motorsport GTP 1. All fighting for it. And the car number 18, oh dearie me, speeding in the pit lane. Who is the car number 18?
Vermilion Esports have that penalty, and it's Teo Sorono driving at the moment. Of course, sometimes it's not a matter of who's driving right now, it's a matter of who was driving in the car into pit lane and was speeding, but it was him. And that's a black flag hanging over them at the moment that will send them back into pit lane to lead, to serve it. Elsewhere in the class, this is Gericke, Tatenvester Green, and German Sim Racing sneaking up on them as well. Alexander Weitzel, and they're just behind Penguin RC Lightning in 5th. Great battles all through this class now that they've all made their green flag stops in this stanza of the race. Speaking of the makeup of this race, there is only 47 minutes left of the SimSpeed coverage of the opening 6 hours of the Majors 24 in 2024. Do not worry though, because we'll also be bringing you the final 6 hours of this race. The battle to the checkered flag for the top split. That sure looks like a slowdown penalty for Vesta, and they will lose a couple spots.
Yeah, it was 100%.
German Sim Racing.
Sorry. It was 100% a slowdown there. Yeah, it was one of those. Just catching the exit of the Corvette curve a bit too much. So, unfortunately, losing out, but still in the pack per se. And these guys all in the pack for 3rd position in the LMP2s. It's P1. And then you've got Delta Sport and Hydro Ray Geodesic still battling on. And they do have a little bit of help in the front, because that's the number 11, the Tatenvester Red, giving the 214 a little bit of a tow. Will that allow the 1-2-3 to finally unlap himself? I mean, he's been in there. If I'm the 1-2-3 right now, I try and work out a little bit of a friendship to try and help somebody, just because if you've got that pace, surely you'll be able to be used as a little bit of a fuel-saving strategy by almost being like a pace runner in the marathon. You know what I mean when you see those pace runners in the marathon? Maybe the 1-2-3 could be like that right now for some of the drivers.
Yeah, they've been for many hours here, right with the race leaders, hoping to maybe get back on the lead lap, and it hasn't quite happened for them yet. This is our race leaders, Will Murdoch in BS competition, Wesley Caspers in Movano Blue. 4/10 and closing. Watch the margin shrink every time it recalculates, just as Movano Blue use the slipstream when they get past about 300 kilometers an hour. The drag increases and the benefit of the slipstream also proportionally becomes greater towards the end of the straight.
Movano needs to just keep calm heads. You know, they have BS competition right where they need them, and they have another 18 hours 45 minutes and 23 seconds to go as the time of saying that. So plenty of chances and plenty of laps still to go for them. So if they can just keep BS competition looking in the rearview mirrors more than going forward, I'd say they've got in the bag. But Fiercely Forward is going very fiercely forward, so discount them just yet.
Could even be 18 hours 50 minutes. Barney has no idea when to throw the checkered flag around here. He gets very confused by the timing in France.
We're all just a bit, late where it's like, you could go for another lap. I'm having a coffee,
I am tired.
He just wakes up like, wait, what am I meant to do? Oh, right, yeah, the white flag. Yeah, sorry, yeah, oh. No, come back to me, lads, I can't find it. Just go around again. Let me just find the white flag. Yeah, just keep going, But it's just not going to be like the Daytona 24 in the real world where they went a lap early, despite they all knew it was 2 to go, and they still threw the white flag. So I don't think we're going to see that. It's almost like, remember in the real world Le Mans, the tricolor always starts the race, and the rules goes the race starts even if the person holding the tricolor doesn't drop it. So if Sedan this year doesn't drop the tricolor, the race still goes green. And it could be, I don't think it's happened before, but it could be really awkward if somebody just doesn't tell them start waving the flag.
Well, that's cost a little bit of time for Movano Blue. And they're no longer on the back of BS competition. It's so hot everywhere else in GTP though, with German Sim Racing making some gains here. Penguin RC Lightning dropping a couple of stops. Tatenvester Green we saw dropping a position or two. And there is a lap down car somewhere in the middle of this. Don't tell me ST Racing Esports and Absolute Motorsport are battling for position. A lap down, nesting dolls between a battle for position on the lead lap. You bet they are. You bet that's what's happening in GTP. It's looking good for Garica Motorsports though as they lead this train. It's been a few cars losing a tad bit of position in this group. GT cars are going to set off that alarm at pit entry that warns everyone that some cars are coming in.
There's a quite large group of them coming in now. I count 8 cars coming into the pits, and at least one of them, the Stormetti DS Racing, is having a driver swap, as is 56 Racing, Delta V, and Impulse Racing $1.57. Is that? Yeah, it is $1.57.
Impulse Racing, $57.
Yeah, 50. Is that how much? Is that how much it's worth, or how much they want us to wave, in our hands? Exactly $57. Thank you. But they've all done driver swap.
Well, they're for sale. Are you looking to make an impulsive purchase?
Oh, you've done it again. You've done it again.
That's better of a slowdown. That's better of a slowdown.
Not the first time in this stint then, right?
That's probably the third slowdown he's had. He's really pushing. He just made the overtake at the start of the lap. Middle of the lap to get past Peterson, I believe. He also got past Nathan Olsen. And now he's lost all those just by one mistake on the forward chicanes. I hate them. I love them. Tell me to drive a car through them. I hate them. Because you just always feel that you're always going to get a slowdown through those corners.
So use both hands to count how many GTPs are engaged in battle right now. Remember that we've had green flag spots since the safety car. It's been basically an hour, but we are still having an absolutely cracking 2024 edition of the Majors 24 in the top split. The Motorsport still ahead of German sim racing. Tatum Vesta there have gotten ahead of Penguin RC Lightning, so a car that was in contention for the podium at times now finds itself back in 8th place, but still only 20 seconds away from the race lead, only 10 seconds away from a podium, with a lot of Le Mans still to play out. We all wait with bated breath and know that for all the racing that has taken place, it hasn't been 6 hours of racing yet, but still 18 and some hours of opportunity for you to show your skills, your team, your strategy, and fingers crossed for the best.
That's all you have to do. Just try and try and try, and sometimes it really is just Lady Luck comes around and says, "Oh yeah, for you." Justin just needs to hold position right now. He just needs to focus on putting in laps. The Garica car is quite stable, quite a good set of wheels on it, and they're pumped. They're nice. German Sim Racing Blue under Alexander Weitzel that was a very wide line. That was quite close for comfort there on the outside wall coming through, but at least he made it through Mulsanne 1. But I be able to actually get a lot of slipstream. I noticed it's 4/10. It's quite close behind one another, and yet the speed difference of only 2 or 3 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, some weird things play in with the way the slipstream quite works on these cars. And one of them is that with a good run, even a car without a slipstream seems to be able to get close to the top of the tallest gear. Because when that happens, everyone is a pony on the same carousel. They're not moving or getting particularly closer to each other. Of course, it's still useful for fuel saving. It helps you accelerate a little bit better. That's a great run off Mulsanne corner from German Sim Racing Blue to just be right tucked underneath Garica Motorsports. And so we'll go side by side down the straight. defending that inside to the kink is Skarika. German Sim Racing goes playing around the outside and move themselves to 5th position for the moment.
Half move to make around the outside there. Really going to have the commitment, and they all had it. They know the age-old adage of 2 to tango, and they were both on point there, and the respect given from Alonso Jr. Just making sure that Weitzel had the freedom there, but of course now he's done that. Kimitani right behind them in that 36 Tatum Vesta green car, but now they get held up on the brakes hard for some GT3. Just one car on its own just goes to show exactly how much that can cause issues. And look, it's almost like that fiercely forward yellow car is just slowly trotting along with the speed difference that those cars have.
Looking now to the lead of GT3, excitement across all the classes. You love to see it. Such an exciting race for the drivers as well, knowing it's all to play for and the way the cars are playing out. Scherer, though, are being closed down by Strumenti, who are going to get to the inside for the first chicane on the Mulsanne, the Daytona chicane, a car that has led many laps since the safety car gets back to the lead of the race ahead of the Scherer Esports Ferrari, who stopped 1 lap later than a lot of the other cars in class here, and have now been shuffled back with everyone else's stops and with their stop.
And you can see on top of what we were just seeing was the Strumenti DS Racing. On the bottom is a group, and I suspect it is the group being led by the car number 36 of the GTPs. They'll be coming together, coagulating, and we'll get a good demonstration of what can happen. It's a case of 2 flashpoints, if it were. Usually you'd find a flashpoint between the leaders of each class, but this is also important as well. Seeing how other cars interact with each other, and in this case, one side just happens to be the leaders. On the bottom, we can see Tatum and Vesta Green Kimitani leading Alexander Weitzel in the German Sim Racing blue car number 67.
Yeah, we talked up their move, but they've gone back to 7th, having made that move for 5th, haven't they?
Yeah, well, oops. Commentators cars.
So now this is the new battle for 5th and 6th. We're going to get it. Oh, good look. Always good. I was wondering if we were going to be able to see inside of the nose, but not quite. No ultrasounds, no X-rays today. Actually,
due for
ultrasound. Carbon fiber sometimes to check for like internal cracks and stuff.
Well, I'm not due for mine yet.
I don't want to look up at any nose right now, if I'm brutally honest. I just want to see this. We're on the nose camera this time with Tanny, and Tanny's just going to get by. If you saw behind Wimmy, behind them, right on the back, they've got an LP2. It's going to be interesting because look at the gaggle of GTPs behind. Not all of them is going to get past his LMP2s. It's going to get up to the top speed it can reach very quickly. So I reckon we've got 4 GTPs here, one of them not battling. I think the last one, the Weitzel in the 67, I don't think he's going to make it.
Even Kimitani hardly makes it. So Greco Motorsports gets through, but then the rest of them have to wait, and they've got to wait through this first part of the Porsche curves, heading towards Corvette. The LMP2 nearly jumps and hops and gets sideways off of the apex curve and runs out wide. Leaves a bit of space for Alexander Weitzel, but that compromised his line. He's got Penguin RC Lightning, Flynn Lazier all over him now as T-Racing. Well, all happening. So much congestion caused by the whole field just being backed up to that place where it's difficult to pass through the Porsche curves on the LMP2.
Car number 59, that's 54 Black, under a little bit of a battle from it all. This is this 877, just a bit further back to Gericha Motorsport GTP1. We're going to be looking again at what that move was. And the yellow car is the Fiercely 4 Black, having to go around the outside. Inside goes WSR, and just a bit of a switch. But unfortunately, Pearson Ford slow down.
I've got the display up on one side with all the flags, and at any given point in this race, there has been more time with a slowed down flag being displayed to at least one car than without. It's interesting. Everyone knows the limits, and everywhere around the circuit where those limits are, I feel like they make sense. Like, hey, you can't cut Mulsanne corner, but hey, you need to eventually get back on the racing surface at Tete Rouge. Hey, you can't just blow straight out into the runoff at Corvette corner. But yet still, everyone dances with the devil and occasionally has to pay the price.
It's interesting to see how people just do that, even nowadays. Like, a lot of it is consistency. Sometimes you have a line that works, but you know you're on that edge, and just a millisecond difference, and now you can change injection, and it just affects you. As you see, these drivers are going to hope not to have a moment at the Mulsanne corner. They almost did, actually. Almost just jinxed it. I probably should keep my mouth a little bit silent there. That's the 56th there of the 56th racing team in the Delta Racing. And then the 21 will get in a little battle, and they say hello and goodbye to these GTPs having their own little battle.
We're listening to Craig King's commentary. He's hoping not to find 200 quid underneath his pillow tomorrow morning when he wakes up.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome, you're welcome. Got to use your powers for good as well as for evil. Yin and yang.
Say though, the way that the traffic is cutting through right now, it's a marked sort of cordial, enhancement. Obviously it was cordial before, at least on the whole. But obviously with it getting into the night, the drivers are definitely getting a lot more, after you, here you go. Here's a gap for you. They're not going to fight each other to the apex.
I think a lot of them have learned from the first safety car. Like, there'll be another one of those, so I can actually lose half a second here, and I'm better off keeping my car in one piece, not getting any penalties, just staying here on the lead lap and then fighting on later in the race. This is an event with a couple of safety cars in it that presents some opportunity. And if everyone had in mind, they had known, if they didn't, if they had known, there's going to be a safety car 4 hours in, 5 hours in, maybe they would have driven with slightly less aggression initially. Everyone knows the rules of the race, but they just hadn't seen it demonstrated yet with the safety car and sort of felt that. Now, a car that was challenging for the race lead, Sherra Esports Blue, is this a fuel problem for them, or just serving the slowdown on the racing line, which didn't endear them to their competitors?
That was the car 56.
Yeah, that was a little bit scary though, because that didn't even look like a slowdown. I thought they were coming into the pit. When you look at the replay, I think Rob was going to say as well, like, you look at that and think, that's someone coming into the pit. Are they low on fuel or something? Well, no, they can't be. They just refueled a few laps ago. Such a weird place to serve the slowdown, but at the same time, where else do you serve that slowdown, especially going into the full chicane? So, yeah, I don't think that would gain a lot of favours from some of the other drivers, but at the same time, you're trying to keep yourself safe and trying to keep it back.
Tough decision to make as well, as there's other kind of traffic coming along as well, and then you're like, do I jump offline here and slow down, and then how does that play into the next corner? But yeah, I think all of us saw that and didn't immediately clock it as a slowdown, and I guess that should maybe say something.
Well, it demonstrates that if we couldn't see it, whereas, not to But we would have a more of a bird's eye view. You know, we would kind of see a lot more of what's in play versus the driver on the ground. These drivers, they've only got their own viewpoint, and only what they can see. So when they see a car, kind of indicating that they're going towards the pit lane, slowing down, it's like, you know, the obvious deduction is they're going to the pits. And then, you know, when that car does not go to the right, and instead sticks on the line, it's like, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Slotted them after all of that excitement is back into the third place behind 56 Racing Team Ferrari and ahead of the 2 Mercedes of Delta V Racing and MAG Performance.
One of the more tricky sections, I think, for these lot is going to be coming through the Porsche curves, especially when it comes to traffic. Especially with the 56, because it has to lead a group of cars and it doesn't necessarily have the lead tow cars. So the Strumenti DS Racing car, what we saw on the screen, is going to be the yellow and orange Star Wars Trooper looking car, AMG. Up ahead of it, the 56 has to be on the road under its own merit. Coming through now. Want to hit the wall on the outside, sweep around, coming through the second half, out, past, and out of karting. Oh, you want to just kiss the apex. There you go. So the 56 will have to go full whack, and the other guys can just kind of spot him and see. You're gonna go. You're gonna make a mistake now. Can I have the spot now? Can I have a chance on the hot seat?
I don't know if anyone else does, but every time I see cars at that angle come through the Corvette curve there at the end, I'm always straight away checking to see, hey, was that a slowdown? I can never remember what is a slowdown on that corner. Sometimes it is, like, we talk about the slowdowns are like, yep, this corner definitely deserves a slowdown penalty there. But the Corvette one there, I never know what is a slowdown, and I'm always checking when seeing racing. Because I thought there that 56 might have had a slowdown, but maybe it's just me. That corner has always caught me out when it comes to slowdowns.
You know, that's the thing, isn't it, with a lot of these, where the fastest racing line and a slowdown are 1 millimeter apart from each other. So using all of it right up until the limit is the fastest way to go, and then somewhere is a millimeter thick line in the sand, and over it is a slowdown. Inside of it is a good lap, and it's day and night, one to the next, just as a very, very harsh line. So you see that quite commonly. You're like, is that a good lap or is it a slowdown? And there's hardly anything to separate one from the other.
If your car is going slow enough, racing. That's the only obvious choice that you have when it comes down to it. But in regards to slowdowns, you know, I remember when Le Mans was introduced into the service. It was one of the first. I think it was one of the first tracks to make extensive use of the slowdown system, and even when I was getting into the service, I was having a torrid nightmare with figuring out where all the various bumps, various zones were, and you can get caught out in a track like this, especially if you're a GT3 and you just go ever so slightly wide on the chicane, which none of them did, thankfully. So keep on going, but look at that, it's a GTP.
Well, you don't see him, and then you see him all at once. So, like a bus?
Like a London bus.
Exactly like a London bus.
Imagine a double-decker LMDH.
Oh, I'm
No.
gonna go to sleep tonight. I'm gonna go to sleep. Yeah, me and Craig are gonna go to sleep tonight. We're gonna be getting double deck LMDHs, and we're gonna be confused.
I want a double decker chocolate bar. Do they still do them?
I thought they did.
The product
Yeah.
I'm thinking of like that was called Top Deck. So
man.
yeah, I could go for any of that if you guys. Do you guys want to share?
I want an Oreo Milka bar.
No. I just want some sweets. I think I may have half a bag of Haribo left after this, but Delta Racing, no Haribo until he's finished that stint at the moment as he continues through. Going to be interesting to see when they decide to utilize the pit lane. We've already seen one
Haribo
team.
Ferrari GT3, greatest of all time.
Yes. Yes. Wasn't it a Lamborghini as well?
I think it went on a couple. I can think I maybe even remember it on an Audi at some point. So, you know, very, very flexible livery, just like a gummy bear.
I mean, there's a lot of liveries that are flexible. You're gonna go
That's
for
a slow
livery to slow down. Yeah, I was gonna say.
I didn't notice it at the time, except he pulled to the side and apparently just a bit too much curb.
Martini. That's a livery that can go on almost anything. And if you look at trading paints, it is on everything. So that's something that's just it's so simple. We just do to the stripes.
Bare carbon fiber.
Yeah, no, you see too much of it. It's not an F1 car. Come on, these are cars that don't need the weight restrictions. I mean, to be fair, the old Lotus designs with the black and gold, you see that everywhere just because it's just so easy, because it is literally just a black car with gold accents around everywhere. You know, a lot of the legendary liveries can just go on anything. As we see an overtake here, battling on, that is the green for Tatum Vespa, trying to make the move. Cannot hold it on to Weitzel. Weitzel holds his position.
And the leader from LMP2 pits expecting the rest of the field to come through as well. They were all on the same strategy to begin with for the most part, but they've really been unified and synchronized by the safety car. So everyone from the top 5 comes in and expecting quite a bit of the rest of the field there as well. So German sim racing yo-yo up and down through the field, up to 5th, went back, now back up into 5th ahead of Penguin RC Lightning, ahead of Tatum Vesta Green, and also getting ahead of Garica Motorsports as they pitted at the end of the last lap. This will be a look with Geodesic in LMP2 as they hit pit entry. A little hot, but I like it.
That is what we call maybe being a bit too brave. You know, the white lines there are there for a reason, to keep you know, cars contained within a certain box. You know, when more than half the car is over it, I think you might not be inside the thing anymore. You know,
it's a legal pit entry. I liked it.
You know what? If it was legal, it was legal. I might have questions.
Some things are legal but morally questionable, and that's
the morally question.
That's okay.
Now, just looking at this, we're still looking at the German sim racing blue Alexander Weitzel battling Kimitani in the Tatum X Vesta green car number 36. It's been kind of been holding as it is for the right now. They don't need to make too much of a big getaway. It's the only Finnish driver in a sea of Italians. That is a combination Italian Finnish. Is there any Italian Finnish food? I don't know.
Well, I know Kotti Pizza is a Finnish pizza chain, and they make pizza that has reindeer meat. So that feels like Italian-Finnish fusion.
Okay, you know what? You're damn well correct.
I thought the Italians like to finish anyway, you know. Usually they
Oh, they
finish at
do.
the wall with their Ferrari. The silence said it all there.
And in a shock horror, almost everyone on German sim racing is German. So I don't know how we could have seen that coming without the helpful driver graphic. But good to know, and they have on the roof of all of their liveries for a long time with German sim racing, the track map of the Nordschleife. Well, yeah, outside of here at Le Mans, that's probably one of the other great endurance racing circuits. They've had a slide, though it's put them out of position. We go side by side once again. Tatum Vesta Green, the only Finn amongst the Italians on Tatum Vesta Green, is going to get up into 4th place. If he can keep the speed down the straight to the Porsche curves to hold onto it, I think Alexander Weitzel has seen sense.
We're just going to glaze over the fact that Tanny just went around the outside of Arnage. Like, you don't go around the outside of an arch. That might just be the overtake of the race so far. That's just... Sorry, I was just watching that and I couldn't believe it. How many times can you say you're overtaken around the outside of an arch in multi-class? And then he's just done it with the same cars. Brilliant there by McKinnon.
Yeah, I mean, it was well and truly alongside around the outside because of running deep from German sim racing, which we're about to see here. The rear lets go a little bit earlier. You see the sort of, in oval terms, chasing it up the track because it's loose. And you see its nose ahead the whole way through, but round the outside. Good space given by both, good fair racing. But precipitated by just a bit of a slide in the rear tyres, maybe beginning to give up a little bit for German sim racing. Now on the 12th lap of the stint, expecting some pit stops from that class of car shortly, including the man who leads Will Murdoch, the 2.5 second lead over Movano Blue and Wesley Caspers.
Yeah, Will Murdoch has been doing particularly well. He's been keeping the car at a steady pace. He's not said blindingly fast laps. His fastest is the team's fastest is the 3:21.581, and he's been doing 3:22, 3:39s. But he's at least able to get consistent laps and be consistently faster. Well, mostly consistently faster than Navano Cube Charles Wu, driven by Wesley Caspers behind him. So he's able to sort of keep a nice distance, get his race going, focus on punching numbers, and probably do a lot of fuel saving, as that is a big lunge. That Corvette, by the way, is the Corvette that we saw getting crashed out. The Corvette of Fiercely Ford Yellow. They're back out.
Yes, their other Corvette has not been circulating for a while, best I can tell. 83 laps down is a lot of laps for Fiercely Forward Purple, who were parked after just 13. Do you want take 2 here?
I think we'll take the 2 here. The GSR Blue guys, Tatum X Vesta coming into it. Now, what you need to be particularly aware of, at least for the GTPs, at least from my experience, is that
now I'll never know what to be aware of.
Unfortunately, what I was going to say was, before I cursed the man with a slow route through the Porsche curves, was be careful where the car plows through like a brick, because if it doesn't want to turn, sometimes you lose speed. Unfortunately, he got caught behind a Porsche, so the point was moot. Anyway, but a good one to look at is Fiercely Ford Black, actually, as they come into the pits to take their pit stop. and kind of a brewing back forward for Solpek, who are trying to overtake on the inside. It's going to be a clear cut as 54 Black kind of just let them on through and just trying to race their own race.
54 Black are on the second lap of their stint. They pitted a little earlier than some of their other cars in class. Solpek Precision Racing got a couple laps to go before they need to stop. Somehow through all of the safety car stuff for Solpek, they kind of like lost their train, or they restarted this race a minute behind the pack, and everyone else was packed up, but had more fuel than everyone else. I don't think that trade-off really worked for them, and they might have been caught speeding on pit entry or something that held them longer than they thought their splash and down was going to be, to just brim the tank behind safety car. I didn't fully get to the bottom of all of it, but what was an interesting strategy choice for a car challenging for the podium saw them drop back further than they would have liked. Almost everyone else pitting from that class as well. Shara Blue behind Mag Performance, what is currently third and fourth.
I was
going to
say,
first and second getting close, just up ahead of them as well.
I was going to say the Soltec we were talking about. The Soltec was one of the cars involved in that safety car crash, and I think that's what happened. Is they used the safety car to their advantage to get those repairs done, but they were out of position because it went green, and I think that's what happened for them. When we talk about what happened in those races as we continue on to the Indianapolis.
You can count on, by the way, is I think the one thing that most drivers will be able to take to the bank when it comes to night racing is be careful when it comes to that critical hour where the sun just slams down over the horizon and it starts, the temperature starts getting even lower. The track, even though it'll only be about 3 or 4 degrees change, it'll happen in such a quick order. You'll have to adapt to the conditions at least a little bit. And if you've been racing for the last 3 to 4 hours, that's Will Murdoch there, as he is absolutely flying through the Porsche curves on the exit of karting. Keep your wits about you, because if you make a mistake now and during the middle of the night, as I have done many times,
at the racetrack or
at the racetrack. You are going to not have a
understandable, good call. Race leader passes a bit of GT traffic there. You see that elsewhere in the class. The never-ending battle is German Sim Racing Blue versus Tatum Vesta Green. German Sim Racing Blue and Alexander Watts back ahead again. Who's to say for how long? So it's about time for a pit stop for BS Competition, Ravana Blue, WSI Esports, but also on the lane right now in their 23. So this battle will cycle up potentially to 4th or 5th. Another battle behind. Looks like the namesake in the 877 now as well. That they've had a pit stop and there's been a driver change or 2. Like we've gone to one of the 3 Italians in Tatum Vesta Green now, with Fioroni driving, while Weitzel still drives German Sim Racing Blue, and Finn Lazier still drives Penguin RC Lightning. Hard enough every time through the Porsche curves like that.
You have to be up your wits, up your game, up your eyes, and just up every sense of the word that you can get when you're going through it. Especially given the fact that if you make a mistake in the Porsche curves and you slam the wall, you get ejected back out into the track. So you essentially become a roadblock, and anybody that's unfortunately in the same area, passing through the same area at the time of the accident, it is going to be absolutely pandemonium. But Synergy Sim Racing out here, Wayne Bork with with the three other. That is three other Aussies. Is that? Oh, the Kiwi's going to be extremely upset with me. Oh.
Oh, come on, Rob. You can't do that. You can. I was trying to work that out, and I was like, there has to be a Kiwi. He must be the punch bag in the team. I feel sorry for him in some respects, having to be around a bunch of Aussies. Who would be around a bunch of Aussies on a day like this? Hey, Rob, I don't know myself, but it must be the punching bag of the team. But hey, that's going to be tough for them. All four of them on the other side of the world, per se, for a European start time for a 24. That's going to be a long 24 hours for them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
It's going to be 24 hours long like it is for everyone else. That is the thing about these 24-hour races, though. While the start time might be challenging, the rest of the race will be relatively smooth sailing for them when the Europeans and the North Americans hit nighttime. There is 18 hours still to go in the 2024 running of the Majors Series, Majors 24. This is top split of 3,000 drivers taking part in the Majors 24 in 2024. The 6 hours of opening coverage here on SimSpeed about to draw to a close will bring you 6 hours of closing coverage to the checkered flag and the race to the end. But as we get ready to sign off from this opening segment, we'll recap where they all sit across the categories. It's on your screen right now. Pit stops taking place amongst all of that, but a great fight poised to take place across 3 categories: GTP, LMP2, and GT3. These are the top teams, the top drivers, and they all want to take the top honours. So from this segment on SimSpeed TV, thank you so much for joining us for the first 6 hours of the Majors 24. I've been David Haynes with Craig King and Rob O'Brien in this section. We had Reese Gardner and Simon Mazzomo and Scott Rankin in the earlier segment. Do make sure to join us again in 12 hours time for the closing of the Majors 24 on SimSpeed TV. We'll see you then.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work, so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.